Hi, Vandress. Welcome in, welcome in. Yo. Hope you had a good Christmas. Didn't stream yesterday because I was at my grandmother's for Christmas. But hello. Oh my goodness. My controller turned off. Oh my god. But hello. Welcome in. So today we're most likely gonna finish the Pokemon ZA DLC completely, forever, and never stream it ever again. Because I literally have 2 Pokemon left. One of them is a very easy one because it's shiny locked, so all I gotta do is get it to spawn and then just catch it normally. And the other is not shiny locked, meaning I can shiny hunt for it. But, as you'll see in a couple seconds, I already did the shiny hunt. I was just waiting to catch it on stream. Let's go. Wee. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Frick you. Okay. I didn't give myself much time here. Oh, come on. Ah, okay, reload. I didn't give myself much time because the shiny spawned in when there was like just a few seconds left, so I don't have much time to catch it every time I reload. I have to just like throw the ball a few times, hope for the best. It doesn't help that I also want it in a beast ball, which has the lowest catch rate, so oopsie. Wait for it to turn around and then I'll go in. If it's gonna turn around. Hello? Its brain is broken. It's brain dead. Come on, just get in the beast ball. Come on. Ah, reload again. This is going to be a pain in the ass because the beast ball has such a low catch rate. But I want it in the beast ball so bad. I also heard another shiny, by the way, while I was going to go catch this. So that's funny. If it takes too many attempts, I'll just use a quick ball because a quick ball will also look good. But I prefer it in a beast ball. The problem is it spawned the place I saved, because when I saw the shiny I immediately saved. It's facing towards me. And it's not moving. It's like brain dead. So get in. You're such a bastard. You're such a bitch. Okay, this attempt, maybe I just run up to it and try to kill it. And then catch it that way. Maybe. I don't think I'll be able to do enough damage to it in like one hit though, but maybe. Because that's essentially what I would have to do, because I don't have much time here. Okay, immediately mystical fire it. Kill it now. Oh shit, it did work. Okay, so now it's knocked out, so if I save here, I can just spawn in, target it with a beast ball, throw. Okay, didn't work. But now it's way easier. Ah! Now it's way easier. Okay. Didn't have as much health as I thought it would. I thought it would be way stronger, because it's a legendary, but... There we go. This will make it easier to catch it. Ah. It's still going to take a while, though, because the Beast Ball has such a low catch rate. Like, let me actually look it up. Beast Ball catch rate. Damn. Catch rate for... I mean, technically, okay. So the catch rate with a beast ball for a shiny Pokemon, because the catch rate goes up if it's a shiny, according to this post, is 2.38%, which is technically higher than when I was reloading over and over to catch Mewtwo and Diancie in like the Love Ball and Dream Ball. Technically. Because both of those Pokeballs, unless like you meet their very specific conditions, have like a base catch rate like a normal Pokeball. And Mythics and Legendaries typically have a catch rate of 3, which is equal to 1.6%. And that is technically lower than a Beast Ball on a Shiny, which is 2.38%. So it's technically more likely to catch it in a Beast Ball, but at the same time, do I want to keep reloading for a Beast Ball? I will for a little bit, because we just started stream. But if this goes on for too long, oh boy, I'm gonna just put it in a quick ball. Sorry if stream's start was very abrupt, by the way. I kind of just like started and immediately started like trying to catch this thing. Christmas was okay. It was fine. I mainly just got books because that's all I ask for. I got All You Need Is Kill, which is like the manga that the movie Edge of Tomorrow is based on. I got a ton of volumes of Vinland Saga, like a ton. I have like half the fucking series now. I got up to the point, I think, maybe even a little bit past it, a little bit past where season 2 ended. So I'm not going to read all the ones I got. I'm going to read up to the point where season 2 ended, because I like the Vinland Saga anime so much, and I think it's such a good adaptation that I want to wait for more of the anime. But I'll read the manga up to the point where the anime stopped. And I think I got like half the volumes, so it goes a little bit past the farm arc, but I just won't read the last few that I got. And then I forget. Oh, I got Persona 5 Tactica, and then I got Final Fantasy Tactics, because I specifically asked for those 2 games, because I've never really given a tactic game a shot. And if I'm gonna try a tactics game, a genre that I really don't like, it's probably the only way I'm gonna be able to breach that genre is through Final Fantasy or Persona, realistically. So meow 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 meow. Here's what we can do. I can put like a video in like the corner. That's not what I meant to do. I could put like this in the corner while I'm trying to catch this thing in the beast ball. I'll put it behind me over here. Because this might take a while. It won't take as long as me resetting over and over to catch like Mewtwo in the Dream Ball or DNC in the Love Ball, because those were technically a lower percentage. But it will still take a bit. It will still take a little bit. And so there was this video that we were watching the other day here that we didn't finish. And this video was actually making me mad. Here, I'll actually do this the other way around. Put like the game in the corner instead. Yeah, I'll do that instead. Because all I'm going to be doing in the game is just throwing the beast ball over and over. So let's finish this video. I was ranting about it while we were watching it the other day, because this guy has a lot of good takes when it comes to like Elden Ring. It's clear that he really loves these games, but he also has a lot of bad ones, especially when it comes to the DLC, and criticizing it for not being balanced, and criticizing the Shadow Tree fragments and stuff like that. And it's like, this just is, you have a severe misunderstanding of the mindset of FromSoft going into making DLCs, I think. The DLCs are supposed to be brutally hard. Their DLCs have always been way harder than the base game. That's the point. Anyways, so let's finish this.
Other, regions that you can now explore. If you choose to go through the Shadowkeep, this is basically the portal to all kinds of other bosses and areas. It's kind of like a central hub, and you'll start out by fighting the Golden Hippo, and afterwards you can start by either climbing up or down the keep.
Right. So he was criticizing I remember now. He was criticizing the DLC for being way too linear. Here, I'll even like show my comment I put. He was criticizing the DLC for being way too linear. I'm still gonna like the video because I do like the video, but he was criticizing the DLC for being way too linear, and then he started going through the critical path of the DLC. And so far, all of it is wrong. He said the lion is the first boss, which is incorrect. The lion is optional. He said Rolana is the second boss, which is incorrect. She's also optional. And now he's talking about the Golden Hippo as the third boss, which is incorrect. That's also optional. So he's now said 3 optional bosses that you can completely skip if you take alternate pathways. The first boss that is mandatory in the DLC is Mesmer. He's the first boss that there's no way you can skip. You have to fight it. Every playthrough, you will fight Mesmer. So he's just wrong. Because he's trying to claim the DLC is more linear than the base game and there's not as many bosses you can skip. And he's just listing bosses that you can objectively skip. Anyways.
To get to various areas. One thing I really like about the DLC is how much the Shadowkeep feels like this central hub for the world and creates a distinct landmark for you to show how things are laid out. It also provides a highly concentrated area of Shadow Tree fragments. From here, depending on where you go, will ultimately determine what order of bosses you face. And similarly to the base game, there's only a couple of mandatory bosses from this point on if you just want to complete and beat.
He's saying there's only a couple mandatory bosses from this point on. There's 0 mandatory bosses before the Shadowkeep. There's 0. The only mandatory bosses are from the Shadowkeep onward. There's 3 of them. 3 bosses, 1 NPC fight against Leda and any of the other NPCs. The number of NPCs varies depending on like what quest lines you do. So like that's not a real boss fight, it's an NPC fight. It's the conclusion to all the side quests. It's not really a real boss fight. So there's 3 mandatory bosses. Mesmer, the Scorpion Lady, I forget her fucking name. Don't come at me. And then Consort Radahn. Those are the only 3 mandatory bosses. So he's saying there's very few mandatory bosses beyond this point, trying to make it out to seem like all the bosses he just listed before the Shadowkeep are mandatory, and that like, oh, the path to get to the Shadowkeep is so linear. You have to do this boss, then this boss, then this boss. You don't have to do any of them. You can skip every single boss before Mesmer. Every single one. None of them are mandatory. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know why he keeps hammering this point in. It's really annoying.
The DLC, but before Elden Ring's DLC was released, Miyazaki had stated that the size of the Land of Shadow was approximately the size of Limgrave, which
it's way bigger than Limgrave. Way bigger.
Ended up being a severe understatement. In fact, the more I've played the DLC, the more I think that it's obviously not as big square footage-wise as the Lands Between, especially, like, even just Limgrave itself. That area is huge, but it might be just as densely packed as the main game in terms of the overall breadth, width, and...
Okay, so you're acknowledging that that the DLC is way more densely packed with content than the base game. You're acknowledging that the map size is, like, double the size of Limgrave. But you're still saying the DLC is more linear than the base game? What the fuck are you talking about? Everything you're saying right now goes against your initial point. What are you saying?
Depth of content. There's just so much here to chew on.
What are you saying?
The entire base game, in my opinion. However, where the Land of Shadow and the Lands Between differ is particularly its layout structure, being much less sprawling and vast like the Lands Between are, and it's a lot more compact yet interwoven. There's a lot of layers to this world and this level design. There are regions that have map fragments that are not at all where you'd intuitively think they are or where you feel like they should be. You have to take these winding, twisted trails or even secret dungeons to access entire regions of...
I kind of prefer that, though. Because where the base game was this giant... like, was very focused on having the areas be as big and wide as possible. They're very huge, sprawling areas. A lot of those sprawling areas can kind of come down to just massive fields, massive lakes. You know, it's just the scale of everything is so huge. I kind of prefer the more densely densely packed, more vertical map of the DLC because everything feels way more interwoven and like everything's overlapping onto itself a lot more. Everything feels interconnected a lot more in the DLC. Where like you find a new area, but then you're like, oh my god, this new area was right next to the starting area this whole fucking time. What the hell? The DLC comes a lot closer to capturing that typical Souls feel of, oh my god, this is where I am, and like having the map like fold back in on itself and loop back around than the base game was. Because the base game is a much more structured, like a typical open world where like you can see how everything's connected right away. It's just straightforward. And the DLC isn't. And I kind of prefer the DLC for that because that's always a feeling that I've loved from these games. It's why Bloodborne is one of my favorites. It's because the map does that arguably better than any of the other FromSoft games other than maybe Dark Souls 1. And the DLC map is way closer to that. It's like a combination of an open world map with like a Metroidvania map design. And I fucking loved that shit, dude. I loved exploring the DLC map way more because as densely packed as the base game Elden Ring map is, there's definitely some areas where there's just nothing there. It's just like, okay, well, there's nothing in this part of the map to do. There's nothing to find in this part of the map. Whereas the DLC map, literally around every corner, there's something new. And I much prefer that. I much prefer a smaller, denser map that is more interwoven, has more verticality, that actually takes effort to explore rather than I'm just going to ride my horse in a straight line because I see something in the distance and I'm going to get there with nothing challenging me in between where I am and where I want to go. I can just ride my horse in a straight line and get there and do what I want to do. And that's largely what the base game of Elden Ring is. You see something in the distance, you just ride your horse in a straight line and you can get there 99% of the time. Whereas the DLC, you have to kind of like work for where you want to go. You see the mountain where like Bale is immediately when you spawn in the DLC. It's one of the first things you see is like Mesmer's Shadowkeep in the distance, and then the castle, and then the mountain to the right of that. And you actually have to like work to actually get to that mountain later in the DLC. You don't just get to like ride your horse straight there. You have to like find how to get there. And I kind of much prefer that. I kind of much prefer working to get to locations and working to find how to get there and finding out how this world is interwoven, because that's much closer to the experience of like a typical Souls game, is figuring out how the map is interwoven, being like, oh, this is how this connects. That's fucking crazy. Because that's not really how it works in any other part of like Elden Ring itself, outside of like the dungeons, outside of like the legacy dungeons, like the capital and all that. When you're not in the legacy dungeons, the open world doesn't really do the typical Souls thing of overlapping on itself and connecting in ways you didn't really think they would before. But the DLC's map does. The DLC's map feels like a giant, massive-sized, scaled-up version of a legacy dungeon, because of the way that they made the DLC's map super vertical and overlap on itself and have hidden pathways, dungeons you have to go through to access certain parts of the map. I fucking love the DLC's map design. I much prefer it. A lot of people tried to like make this out to be a criticism, and even he's trying to make it out to be a criticism right here. And I'm just like, dude, this is like everything I wished the base game had. Like the base game, for the most part, was just a normal open world where you see someplace, you ride your horse in a straight line to get to that place, and you don't really have to think about anything while doing that. You don't have to think about what you're doing to get to where you want to go, or like you don't have to think about how the map is connected because it's such a straightforward map. With some exceptions, most of the exceptions having to do with like the underground areas, or the legacy dungeons, but overall, the actual map itself is a very straightforward map. I think getting to the top of the volcano is one of the few times where the open world itself in Elden Ring actually challenges you, because you actually have to take this like winding path up the volcano to get there. It's not just like, okay, I want to get to the volcano, let me ride in a straight line and get there, like most of Elden Ring's map is. And as much as I don't really like the final snowy area, the Land of the Giants, because there's just not much to do there, the layout of it is a lot more interesting than other areas in the game, because again, it's like a winding path that like overlaps onto itself, and like that you have to like figure out how to navigate to get to the top of this mountain. And if there was more stuff to do on the mountain on the way up to the top, it'd be one of the best areas in the game. It's just has the downside of, sure, it's a really cool layout and it's really fun to navigate the mountain, but there's nothing to do on the mountain. There's like 1 or 2 points of interest on that whole fucking mountain. It's the most empty area in the game by a lot, and so it's most people's least favorite area as a result. But the DLC technically essentially takes that approach that like the volcano had and like the Mountain of the Giants had, and takes that approach for the whole map and makes it so there's stuff to do every couple feet. So it's the most densely packed map in terms of content in the whole game, that you're always finding shit to do. And then it also has the best design in the whole game, where it's not just like a straightforward open world. It's actually more engaging, and it takes like the the upsides of a Metroidvania map and the upsides of a open world map, and then combines the two. And I fucking love it. I love the DLC map. I've never understood the complaint that like it's too confusing. It's not intuitive to navigate and any of that, because the only area I had to like look up to find was behind an illusory wall, which I usually do have to look up illusory wall areas. That's something I have to do in every Souls game. That's not unique to Elden Ring's DLC. There was an area in base game Elden Ring where if you went to the capital, which is already the super sprawling legacy dungeon, and then went down a random well in an alleyway, you would then find another legacy dungeon underneath that in the sewers and in the catacombs. And if you went to the bottom of those sewers, you would then find this like dungeon where all these people were being imprisoned. And if you went to the bottom of that, there's this weird door that only opens up if you get naked, and that's how you get the bad ending. But if you ignore that door and go to a random wall on the other side of the room and smack it, there's an invisible wall that will just fall apart, and then there's a chest in there. And then if you go behind that chest and smack another wall, there's another invisible wall behind that then leads to this maze of tree branches, which leads you down to like the depths underneath the capital, where there's like the roots of the Erd tree coming through the ceiling, where there's like a secret underground city down there with like a bunch of boss battles, and you have to go there for some of the quest lines. It's crazy. Like, you literally, I don't understand how anybody naturally found that area. I would have never found that area without looking it up, because I knew that my quest line had to go there, but I didn't know how to go there. And so I had to look it up. And like, I never would have found out about that because of the amount of illusory walls you have to go through. That's the only area in the DLC I actually had to look up how to get to, is the area behind the illusory walls. And that to me isn't a fucking big deal. If you have to look up an area behind an illusory wall, how's that any different than any other Souls game? How's that any different than the base game of Elden Ring? I don't think it is. I truly don't. All Souls games have had areas like that like are so hidden that you will probably have to look up how to find it, unless you're just like a god and like have like 1,000 IQ and immediately are able to figure out every puzzle in these games. There's areas in Bloodborne I had to look up how to get to. What was it? What's the castle called in Bloodborne that's like not attached to Yharnam? Castle Canehurst. I had to look up how to get there. Because, like, I was never going to find that shit on my own, man. In fact, I didn't my first time through the game. The first time through the game, I didn't look anything up. And I just kind of went through the game and I was like, yeah, this game's good. But, like, I feel like I missed a lot. And what do you know? I did. I missed the entirety of Upper Yharnam. I missed all of Castle Canehurst. I missed the DLC completely because I never found the dialogue from Patches that tells you how to get to the DLC. I kind of just, the first time I found Patches was actually one of the last times you're supposed to find him, where like you find him peeking through the door and you sneak up behind him and then you can kill him. That's actually the first time I found Patches. So I found him at like the last place you're supposed to encounter him. So that's a different story entirely. But you know, there's always things you kind of have to look up in these games. Always. It's part of the point of these games. It's why there's messages on the floor in these games. It's why you see other people's phantoms. Because they want you to engage with other players, engage with the community. Where like someone else will find something that you didn't find before, and then you'll find something that they didn't find before. It's the sharing of information that makes these games like unlike any other, because nobody can find everything on their own. You constantly have to exchange information with each other so the community as a whole can get the full picture of, okay, well, how do we overcome this game? How do we find all these areas together? That's the point of these games. It's why the community for these games is like still so engaged and active even years after they come out. These are single player games and they have more active communities than most online player games. And that's why they do, because the games require community interaction. So I don't agree with this sentiment that the map being vertical and overlapping and it's not intuitive to explore is worse than the base game, because I think it makes the map way more interactive, way more densely packed with content, way more fun to explore because you actually have to fucking think about it. And it actually breeds more community interaction. And it's way more similar to like the older games like Dark Souls 1, and it's way better in my opinion, rather than just a straightforward open world. You take that open world concept and you give it a Souls game twist where like the map itself is Metroidvania in terms of its layout. I think it's way better. I think it's way fucking better. Where like you see an area you want to get to, but you can't immediately go there. I think it's way cooler that you actually have to like work to get to these areas, or think about how to get to these areas, or hell, even engage with the community to find out how to get to these areas. I think that's way more engaging, and it makes exploring the Realm of Shadow way more memorable for me. Because, well, I do remember every area in base game Elden Ring, and it's a super memorable experience. There's definitely some areas that I kind of just like rode there, and I was like, wow, this is cool, and I just kind of like rode to the next area. I was just like, wow, yep, this looks cool. Keep on riding my horse to the next spot. You know, there's not many places you have to think about how to get there. What I get for Christmas? So I got like half the volumes of Vinland Saga's manga. I got All You Need Is Kill, the manga that the movie Edge of Tomorrow is based on. I got a lot of clothes, because I mostly ask for clothes. So I got a lot of pants for work and a lot of jeans. And then I got the movie Belle, which is like an anime. Okay, I'll show it. Belle anime movie. It's like an anime retelling of Beauty and the Beast. It's pretty good. So I got this movie. I got the book that the movie I got the book that this movie is based on, Jose the Tiger and the Fish, which is a really good movie, but I haven't read the book yet. And then I got a couple volumes of Gantz, which I can't even tell you what this is about because I know nothing about it. I just asked for it because I thought it looked cool. And so I got a couple volumes of the Gantz manga. I think you like anime. I like manga. I don't watch much anime anymore. I mostly just ask for manga around like Christmas time, and then I read that manga over the course of the next year. And then I will sometimes watch anime. I'll watch like 1 or 2 anime a year. I used to watch every anime that would come out. I don't watch much anymore. And then I got Persona 5 Tactica, which is a tactics game that I haven't played because despite me loving Persona, I don't like tactics games that much. But I asked for it specifically because I want to try some tactics games to try and get into the genre. And another attempt, Final Fantasy Tactics. I also asked for this game because, again, it's a tactics game, and I want to try and get into tactics games because it's the one genre of game that, like, I just have never been able to get into, but I want to try to get into it. So I asked for 2 tactics games, this one and the Persona one, to try and actually get into them. Anyways, I've been watching this video for most of the stream, ranting about it. But hi, Fandres. Hope you had a good Christmas.
Across these regions of the Land of Shadow, there are a few interesting features to point out. Mainly, the Jagged Peak is a fairly linear region, all things considered, but with an immaculate visual presentation and an intense build-up leading up to its final boss, Bale the Dread, which is a bit of a shame because as much as this build-up is fantastic, the more I've played Elden Ring and the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, the less I actually care for Bale as a boss. He's the...
Are you fucking kidding me? This motherfucker doesn't like Bale? Bale's one of the coolest bosses in the goddamn DLC. Bale the Dread. Dude, Bale is so sick. I don't even need to show the fight. I could just play this. Nah, I'll show the fight. The fight's sick as hell. Cinematic fight. This one right here. No, they don't summon Egon. You have to summon Egon. You have to. Bale the Dread with Egon voice lines. Yes. Egon versus Bale dialogue. Yes.
Curse you, Bale!
This fight's awesome, man.
You will rue this day. Behold, a true Drake warrior, and I, Egon, your fear.
Dude, if the Game Awards wasn't just like mainstream, oops, I didn't throw a Pokeball. If the Game Awards weren't just mainstream voice performances and actually included like supporting roles from like NPCs and stuff like that, Egon's VA would have been nominated. But unfortunately, only like mainstream like VAs who voice like main characters get nominated at the Game Awards. And so it means that performances like Egon's go underappreciated, despite this being, in my opinion, the best performance I heard in this year that this game came out.
Curse you, Bale! I hereby vow.
Souls game voice actors in general go underappreciated. I think Shadow of the Erdtree especially, but all of Elden Ring has some of the best voice acting I've ever heard. But I don't think any of like them have ever been nominated for their roles in these games. It's really depressing. I don't know why FromSoft VAs go so underappreciated.
You will rue this day. Behold, a
True Drake warrior, and I, Egon,
your
fears made flesh.
solid of scale
You might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide with a hail of harpoons.
with every last drop of my being.
Oh my god.
You shall know fear yet. Bale the Dread, you shall haunt me no longer.
And to show more of the fight, Phase 2. Look at this shit, man. How can you dislike this fight? How can you dislike this fucking fight? Let me hide the game for a second. How could you dislike this shit, dude? And with Egon there, hyping you up, screaming with some of the best voice performances I've ever heard. With this fucking OST, with these fucking attacks, how could you ever not have fun in this fight, man? What are you talking about? Dude! This attack. Nope, not this one. There's an attack he does later in Phase 2 that genuinely the sound design and just the visual design of the attack gave me full body fucking chills. And it sounded like I was in like a movie theater and like explosions were going off in like an MCU film or some shit. It was crazy. I could feel it in my bones. Is this it? This is it. This giant fucking Giga Laser made me feel like I was in a fucking movie, dude. It was so crazy experiencing it for the first time. Oh my god, dude. The sound design's so good in that part. Holy. The mixture of the music with the sound effects, it's like guttural. Specifically on the vertical one that goes straight towards you right there. That one specifically is like the boom, boom. It's so good. Oh my god. Holy, like, how can you dislike this, man? How? This is indefensible, man. This is your worst take yet, and this video's been filled with them.
The epitome of what I was talking about in regards to making a boss hard just because he's insanely active. Under normal conditions, dragon fights in Souls games have usually just been,
What did he just say?
In regards to making a boss fantastic, the more I've played Elden Ring and the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, the less I actually care for Bale as a boss. He's the epitome of what I was talking about in regards to making a boss hard just because he's insanely active. Under normal...
Bale's not even that hard. Bale is easier than most of the base game bosses. What is he talking about?
Conditions, dragon fights in Souls games have usually just been, dragons with massive health pools, hard-hitting attacks, and big AoEs, but also an inherent vulnerability in their tails and certain positioning underneath them.
Yeah, dragon fights up till Bale have fucking sucked. Their fights... I'll show you a normal dragon fight in Elden Ring. Let's find a normal dragon. This was the only good dragon fight before Bale. This is not a normal dragon. Let's show a normal dragon. Where's a normal dragon? Typical dragon fight. It's showing mostly Placidus Axe because he's the only good one. Okay, what if I type in normal dragon fight? None of these are dragons. There's Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon's so fun. Look at this. It just sits here. This is not the Elder Dragon. The Elder Dragon's the giant one in the back that's just laying down. This one's so fun. It just lets you kill it. Anyways, this fight is good. Placidus Axe. In the lore, Placidus Axe is the one who injured Bale. And that's why Bale only has like one arm and one is missing an arm and missing a leg. So Placidus Axe is actually really fun. So there's a couple fun dragon fights. But Placidus Axe is also crazy. So like Placidus Axe would have the same criticisms that he would have for Bale, where he's like super crazy and active and shit. See, look. He has Giga Lasers, he's lightning everywhere, so if he disliked Bale, he'd probably dislike Placidus Axe. Here's a normal dragon. Here's a normal dragon fight. You walk up to their feet, and you just smack their feet over and over. Here's a normal dragon fight. Super slow, super boring, smack their feet and tail. That's it. This is the whole fight. Smack their feet, smack their tail, smack their feet, smack their tail. People hate the dragon fights in Elden Ring. People historically hate dragon fights in Souls games. There's very few people like. People like Midir in Dark Souls? Is it Midir? Yeah, Midir in Dark Souls, because he's a super active fight where you can't just hit the feet and tail. You have to stay near the head and like dodge him and like dodge his head and like smack him in the side of the jaw in between attacks. He's super fast, super active. People like Madeir. People like Placidusax because he's super fast, super active, super unique, and you don't just sit there smacking the feet the whole time. And people love Bale because he's the most active dragon fight that they've ever made. He's the best dragon fight they've ever made. This guy's trying to use that as a criticism, being like, well, the dragon fights are typically way slower than this, and you really usually just smack their feet and tail, and you can't really do that for Bale, so and that makes Bale bad, actually. And it's like, what are you talking about?
Those two tactics are, like, irrelevant with Bale. The first phase, honestly, isn't too bad at all, but Phase 2 Bale is an entirely different story, and he has virtually no delays or any punish windows between his combos, which can include massive AoE strikes.
Why is he saying this as if it's a bad thing? It's actually a bad thing that, like, he's not slow enough and, like, I can't just sit there smacking his feet. Actually, it's a bad thing that, like, the fight is way more active and way more fun and engaging to do. It's actually a bad thing. Another comment. Let's go. I'm disliking this video, actually. It's getting to that point where I'm disliking it. Dude, I've made 2 comments about this motherfucker so far. Skipping Rolana's pretty easy, exactly. Yeah, she's not a boss. It's an NPC fight. About 30 minutes in the video, you mentioned how Shadow of the Erdtree is supposedly more... I'm glad other people are realizing this. I'm glad. I'm glad people are realizing how stupid this video is. You mentioned how Shadow of the Erdtree is supposedly more linear than the base game because there are more mandatory objectives and bosses. This is factually untrue. Rolana is an optional boss. You can skip Castle Ensis entirely by exploring and finding a side path. There are very few mandatory things in the DLC. You only need to go... Okay, they made a typo. To go to the Shadow Keep, beat Mesmer to get his flame, go through the ruins of Rao, beat Ramana, burn the tree, and then proceed to Enir Alam and kill the final boss. Which means there are only 3 bosses that you need to kill and about the same amount of mandatory areas. Huh? You can fight any of the DLC Remembrance bosses or Bale, except Promised Consort Radahn in any order. The game doesn't force you to fight Renala. Ralana. Renala's a different character. Their names are very similar. I get them mixed up all the time. To access the rest of the map. This guy just played the DLC once and called it a day and made a dumb video. It's just a case of not investigating the claims thoroughly enough. He assumed you had to fight Ralana, apparently not realizing that you could go around to the backside of the castle through exploration. Only true mandatory bosses are Mesmer and Ramana, and then Promised Consort Radahn. It's insane. It's insane. Advancing through the video and finding some misinformation. The DLC actually only requires 3 bosses to be beaten. No, Ralana is not a required boss and you can skip it through a Spirit Spring, meaning that almost all the DLC is accessible without fighting a single boss. Mikola's Charm breaks from 2 places in the map you can access after that. The necessary are Mesmer, Hippo is only necessary in the main entryway, and Ramana and Promised Consort Radahn. Yeah, Mesmer, Ramana, PCR. Only 3 mandatory bosses. Both Ralana and Hippo, there really only are 3 main bosses if you know where to go. Exactly. Leda is not a boss fight. Calling this roll slop is proof people don't strafe enough. Yep. Calling the game's roll slop is definitely proof that people are not actually learning a boss and just spamming the dodge button and thinking they learned the boss. Because there are a lot of attacks that you just beat by walking to the side, or walking forward, or sprinting, or jumping. You're not always rolling. In fact, rolling for a lot of attacks isn't the ideal thing to do. This person's like, how many times have you seen attack for the first time and know how to strafe around it? You're not supposed to know the first time. That's part of learning, is you learn it. And then you... of course you're not going to know it the first time. What, are you stupid? Ay, ay, ay. You're too focused on combat and bosses. Elden Ring isn't just a boss fight game. It's a world with lore, story, loot, breathtaking views, secrets, etc., all to explore and discover, yet has so much more to improve upon in these areas. The DLC started to blend the Dark Souls 3 style legacy dungeons with the open world much better than the base game. The art style was incredible. Was an incredible new direction. Loot felt meaningful, but with story in places like the Finger Ruins and Abyssal Woods, so improvement can be made. The overall vertical level design, the ancient ruins of Rao, both dungeon and open world, feel it too, I think. Seemed like excellent experiments showing in what direction a new Souls game could look like, merging the best parts of Dark Souls 1 and 3, interconnected worlds, and Elden Ring's open worldness. Yes, this is literally what I just said. We're like the DLC is such an improvement over the base game, if anything, because it's an open world that is mixed with like their typical formula of having an interconnected map. It's literally everything I was just ranting about before. I don't want a faster... Yeah, and then like this person saying they should add Night Rain's movement. That's such a stupid thing to say. I don't want a faster game where I just speedrun past everything like Night Rain to get to the next boss. Oops.
Not all a bad thing, it's just worth noting.
Fuck, I just lost where I was. That made me so mad. Where was that comment? Here it is. Some of the best parts of Souls games is slowly exploring an unknown area with tough enemies, considered movement, strategy in using the tools available. Anime-style combat just takes away from the grounding of the setting. The reason the player model is smaller than basically all humanoid enemies is to make the player feel more threatened. If my character's just jumping around, running faster than everything else, diving, etc., completely breaks that feeling. Yes, I completely agree. Also saw a comment up here I want to read. Not that one, I think. Here. You make a lot of generalizations about the bosses of Shadow of the Erdtree, specifically their pacing and aggression, but in my opinion that only applies to 2 bosses, Radahn and maybe R'Lana, who has some long combos. Can you really say Midra, Bale, Metter, Ramana, Gaius, Putrescent Knight, Skadu Erdtree Avatar are any more relentless than most of the base game Remembrance bosses? I see a lot of people make similar generalizations, and I think that if Radahn had been less overtuned on release, and I don't even think he's overtuned, I think he's a really fun boss, he's just really hard. He asks a lot of you, and people just don't like that. You would see a lot less complaining about the bosses in Shadow of the Erdtree. People talk about the bosses sometimes like they're all promised consort Radahn, when in reality I would say a majority are as, or sometimes even less complicated and aggressive than base game Remembrance bosses, 100,000%. 100,000%. Yeah. I'm glad most of the comments are seeing the same issues with this video that I'm seeing. You can skip R'Lana, yep, 100%, yep. This feels like the conclusion, the end, the peak of what you can do with the formula. Watch. Next Miyazaki single-player game will come out. People will be saying the same thing about that. People were saying the same thing about Dark Souls 3. You can't go further with the Souls formula without making it something else. Then came Sekiro and Elden Ring. The formula stands strong. Nobody makes Souls like FromSoft, the creators of the genre. We simply cannot speculate as to what he will create, nor can we state that it will be different or that it won't be better. Exactly. Like, anytime that you think that they can't push the formula, they do. Look at Bloodborne, which is such an insane evolution of the formula. Look at Sekiro. Look at Dark Souls 3 in comparison to Dark Souls 1. Look at Elden Ring itself. They're always pushing the formula, man. I have zero fucking doubt that they will continue to do so forever. They'll always be coming up with new ideas. And sure, some of the new ideas won't always work, you know? Sometimes they'll make something that won't work for everybody. You know, not everybody likes Bloodborne. You know, not everybody likes that fast-paced combat. Some people like slower combat. Some people like to use magic in these games. And Bloodborne is a much more tighter experience, where it does have other builds you can do, slower builds, or like, there's not really magic in Bloodborne. There's builds you can do that make your weapon scale off of magic, but there's not really like spells or anything in Bloodborne. There's like items you can do that like mimic spells, but there's not really spells in Bloodborne. So, you know, magic users probably wouldn't like Bloodborne as much. Like, I have technically a quote-unquote magic character on Bloodborne, but it's not really a magic character. It's just a character that is scaling off of intelligence or whatever it's called in that game. But they play largely the same as any other character because there's not really spells or anything in Bloodborne, which is fine. You know, it's a different type of experience. So yeah, I don't understand these criticisms. It put me back in the video. I have to go over to Bale again where I was before. restart the Bale section. I'm going to be right back. I have to use the restroom. Damn, we are an hour into stream, and I still haven't caught that Pokemon because I keep getting distracted complaining about this video. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Give me a second. I'm going to put on some music because I might be a little bit. And I'm sorry if I am. I will be right back. I have to use the bathroom, and then I'll lock in and really try to catch that Pokemon when I get back. Give me a second. Thing. He's wording this as if that's a good thing about other dragon fights and a bad thing about Bale, that he doesn't have this aspect where like you can just like hit the tail and the feet as a weakness. That's a bad thing about the other fights, that like all you do is like hide underneath the boss the whole time, smacking their feet. That's a bad thing. It's not a good thing that like that's all you do in the other fights. It's a good thing that you can't do that in Bale. What are you talking about?
Hate them. Those two tactics are like irrelevant with Bale. The first
Which is a good thing. It's a good thing that they're irrelevant with Bale. It makes Bale way more engaging and like an actual fun fight.
phase honestly isn't too bad at all, but Phase 2 Bale is an entirely different story, and he has virtually no delays or any punish windows between his combos, which can include massive AoE strikes, ranged fire attacks, and so on. My main issue with Bale is that he's the most blatant example of this over-exaggerated active boss design. Caligo in Night Rain is a dragon fight that is done far better in my opinion.
What is overactive about Bale that wasn't overactive about Placidusax or Madeir? That's a genuine question, by the way. What's overactive about Bale that isn't overactive about the boss you're literally showing on screen right now?
Is still a pretty equal challenge, so much so that Bale doesn't even really feel like an archetypal dragon fight at all.
Which is a good thing? Why would you want him to feel like every other dragon fight? Because, I hate to break it to you, this dragon right here is definitely the easiest boss. Second easiest boss in Night Rain. The easiest one is Augur, who just flies around and does fucking nothing. But this one's the second easiest boss in Night Rain. Because it is definitely not a super typical dragon fight. It's definitely pretty close to it. There's definitely parts in this fight where you can just kind of like hide underneath her and smack her feet.
So that Bale doesn't even really feel like an archetypal dragon fight at all.
Why would you want him to? Why would you want him to feel like every other dragon fight?
I don't even know if I would say he's a bad boss, but he's probably got to be my least favorite major one in the DLC.
Then you're dumb.
Otherwise, you might encounter the Shadow Tree Avatar. This is a boss fight that is fairly unique because he's not overly active like some of the other counterparts in this game, but he's also by no means passive either. You do have your basic AoE moves, a few tracking thorns that can proc bleed, and some magic to dodge, but it's a real surprise to find out that after you kill him and draining his health, you land a critical hit, he will fade away as expected, only for a few seconds later to rise from the ground once more and charge at you from across the entire arena. You do the same thing again, rinse and repeat, and after killing him a second time, yet again, he rises for a third time, this time with the biggest health pool and most devastating AoE attacks. It is certainly not the most challenging boss of the entire DLC, but I feel myself and most players are pretty favorable, at least to this boss. It's worth mentioning that this is a very optional boss, so you really kind of have to go out of your way to find the Shadow Tree Avatar, but he's still fun to fight, and I have absolutely no issues with him.
Neither do I. So, but like... Then why do you have issues with Bale? he tried to use the community consensus on this boss as like a way to like justify his feelings on this boss, and you know, I have no issue with anything he said there, but he's like, I myself in the community, we all like this boss. Okay, why didn't you bring up the community sentiment when it came to Bale then? Because the community sentiment when it comes to Bale is that he's the best dragon fight they've ever made. Why didn't you bring up the community sentiment there? Because it goes against your own sentiment that Bale is bad and like way too aggressive because he's not like all the other dragon fights? Crazy.
Next is Mesmer the Impaler, pretty much the face of the DLC.
Mesmer is one of the most fun fights they've ever made, and he's also not as hard as everyone makes him out to be. I think I beat him in less than an hour or two. Like, everyone was talking about him, and I was like scared of him for that reason and avoiding him for a lot of the DLC because I knew he was like a main boss and I didn't want to progress the main story. So I was like, okay, I'll do all this other shit and then I'll go to Mesmer. Mesmer didn't take me nearly as many attempts as it did for most other people. Mesmer is definitely one of the most fun fights I've had though. And he's one of my favorite fights like ever. Like he's definitely within like the top 3 bosses in all of Elden Ring for me. I don't know what my top boss would be. Oh god. Jerkster the Coomertron? Hello, lads? What the fuck is that name? Is that sex instructor from NATO, or are you a different person? If you're a different person, my bad, but what the fuck? Sorry, I'm watching this Elden Ring Shed of the Erdtree review and like ranting about it because it's not that good of a review and it's pissing me off. Fapsalot, one of the... Okay, so you're not sex instructor from NATO. Sorry, there's a person who comes in here whose original username was sex instructor from NATO, and they got banned because of that username. But they keep coming in like every few weeks with like a new username because they keep having unhinged usernames, much like yours. And they keep getting banned, and so they keep coming in with new usernames, and so I thought you were them. My bad. But hello. I'm trying to catch Cobalion in a Beast Ball, and it's taking a lot of attempts because Beast Ball has low catch rate. And so I'm watching this review and ranting about it while I'm doing that. But welcome in.
A lot of ways, and is not only genuinely a mechanical masterpiece of a boss and a visual spectacle at that.
Okay, from once I agree. He actually likes the Mesmer fight. Mesmer might be... I think he, in terms of how much fun I have playing it, might be the best boss in all of Elden Ring. But I think I like Melania just a little bit more, just because I like Melania as a character a little bit more. She's like my favorite one of my favorite characters they've ever made. So I think I like Melania just a little bit more because of her aesthetic and her writing. But Mesmer's a close second place. Like, depending on the day, I might say I like Mesmer more. I used to be a long time ago. Now Fabmance granted me that name. I see. Interesting. I'm just gonna act like I understand.
I also feel like Mesmer is where I saw the most community outcry at the time as being a prime example of the DLC being too hard.
What? I saw no community outcry for Mesmer. Only time I saw community outcry when it came to the DLC was the final boss, Promised Consort Radahn, and I am of the controversial opinion, I'm actually in the minority here, that I saw nothing wrong with, I literally saw nothing wrong with base game Elden Ring, with base DLC, Promised Consort Radahn. He has been nerfed since then, but I saw nothing wrong with him pre-nerf. Literally nothing. And that's a very controversial opinion because most people will say that he needed to be nerfed. I disagree. I disagree. I liked how hard he was. And I get that he still is hard, but I don't know.
There were multiple and countless clips of people getting smoked by Mesmer, and like that's kind of the point of these games. That's some of the fun, is watching everybody struggle with.
I don't understand why people thought Mesmer was so hard. He was definitely easier than Melania. And it's like, if you beat Melania in the base game, which most people did because she's one of the most famous bosses from Elden Ring. Most people have beaten Melania. And in fact, I would say if you haven't beaten Melania, don't go to the DLC. Because if you haven't beaten the hardest boss in the base game, what makes you think you're going to beat the hardest bosses in the DLC, which is supposed to be harder? So, Mesmer's easier than Melania. Like, he just is. He doesn't have Waterfowl Dance, and Waterfowl Dance is one of the hardest attacks to ever deal with in any game ever. He doesn't have anything even close to Waterfowl Dance. Updated my PC. I don't know what to play. That is the question. Me neither. That's why I'm just sitting here trying to catch a Pokemon in a Pokeball with a very low catch rate. I never understood the outcry of how hard Mesmer was, because he's not as hard as Melania, and Melania's from the base game. So it's like, why are you guys having so much trouble with this guy? I beat Mesmer within, like, the first few attempts. Like, he was hard, he was fun, but it's not like a boss that I got stuck on all day or, like, multiple days on, like Promised Consort Radahn, which took me, like, 3 days. I'm sure that developers of this game aim into... Huh? Sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
a few of the hard bosses.
I'm sorry.
And look, there's no doubt that the DLC bosses are remarkably harder than the base game. And
Nah. No, most of the DLC bosses I would say are easier than Melania. If you want to take the hardest boss from the base game, most of them are easier than Melania, other than Promised Consort Radahn. I think Promised Consort Radahn's the only one that's harder than Melania, really. Keyboard driving me crazy. It's okay.
But again, it's kind of a Souls tradition at this point to have all of the hardest bosses found in the game's respective DLC.
Yeah, the DLCs are supposed to be way harder. That's the point. They come out a year or two later, and they're way harder than the base game because you're supposed to play them after the base game. So if they were easier, it'd be kind of boring.
Dark Souls 1, 2...
Wanted to write that developers has fetish on gigantism. Well, there's definitely some fetishes in Souls games. I'm never gonna deny that. Like Miyazaki constantly making all the women in these games barefoot. It's not subtle. He definitely has a foot fetish. It's not subtle at all.
and 3, and even Bloodborne.
The gigantism, I feel like that, all the bosses always being bigger than you, even if the boss is also a human, is because they want the bosses to be more threatening. I feel like if the bosses, like the human bosses, were like the same size as your human character, they'd look kind of lame. They'd look kind of lame. They would look, A, less threatening, and it would also be harder to tell what the boss is doing if they were the same size as you. So I'm kind of okay with the human bosses all being like 10 feet tall. I'm kind of okay with it.
Will have their most difficult fights in their expansions. Regardless, Mesmer is a tough but fair challenge to learn at first. His first phase isn't too bad, but his opening moves primarily punish running or rolling away from him, which is appropriate to his lore, I suppose, but the trick in the first phase is just to stay close, and for the most part, not...
It's not just appropriate to his lore. Most good bosses in these games will punish you from running or rolling away. The games usually want you to roll or strafe towards the boss or next to the boss, to the side of the boss. And the games will actively punish you with the harder bosses if you try to run away, because that is the cowardly thing to do. The game doesn't want you to play as a coward. The game wants you to stay engaged with the boss and actually learn what it's doing, not just run 20 feet away and get some free heals in.
Back down. In Phase 2, Mesmer gets significantly more challenging because he then integrates...
That's a good
the
Phase 2.
Serpent. And these moves are where the visual spectacle comes in, and some of these moves can be extremely devastating as well. But at the same time, he still has most of his moves from Phase 1, so if you master these, then Phase 2 really isn't all that much more challenging to get a handle on, but there's just a few more unexpected surprise moves you now have to take into account. But Phase 2 is also very doable, and it's also one of those things where I feel like Mesmer and Rolana are some of my favorite ones in the DLCs, and they're over too quick at some point. Sure,
Yeah, Mesmer was over too quick for me, because everybody was building him up to be, like, harder than Melania. He was not harder than Melania. So, like, I went in, like, if I didn't go in with that expectation of him being harder than Melania, of him being one of the hardest bosses they've ever made, I would have been more satisfied with the boss. But because everybody was building him up to be harder than Melania, and everybody was complaining about him being, like, way too hard, I was going in with the expectation of, oh, I'm going to be here all day fighting him. So when I beat him within an hour, I was like, oh, I was kind of underwhelmed. Everybody else, like, built him up and set an expectation that was way too high for him. But now looking back at the boss and knowing that, like, yeah, he was never going to be as hard as Melania, knowing that and having that expectation in my head and then looking at the boss, he's incredible. One of the best bosses they've ever made. PlayStation games on emulators? Only PS2 games. PS3 and PS4, I have those. I have a PS2 as well, but I don't have, like, a CRT for it, and PS2 looks like shit when hooked up to, like, a monitor and stuff like that. So PS2 games I've emulated before, but PS3 and PS4, I just have those over there, so if I want to play those, I'll just fucking hook them up. But, yeah. All tutorial on YouTube are shitty. Yeah, I don't really know much about emulators. I've only ever tried to emulate PS2 games, and other emulators I've used were all on my phone, like a Game Boy one I've used on my phone to, like, play Game Boy games. And those are the only emulators I've used, are Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, and PS2. That's it.
Is significantly more challenging than not only the
So
base
I
game
don't know.
boss,
I don't know much about emulators. They scare me. They're confusing. Blah 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 blah
but
blah.
even some of the DLC ones, but not in a way that I would consider to be too much. There's also Commander Gaius, which isn't too far away from Mesmer, which is your typical lanceman on horseback type of enemy, except
Gaius is the one that I saw, other than Promise Consort Radon, actual backlash towards. And I feel like most of the complaints are people who are trying to fight him on horseback. A lot of people saw that he was riding his pig around and that they could summon their horse within this fight, and so they were like, "Oh, it's a horseback fight." It's not a horseback fight. He one-shots your horse. You basically want to fight him ignoring the pig. Well, not ignoring the pig because the pig has attacks, but ignoring the fact that he's on a pig and just treat him as if he's just running around super fast on his legs. Because you just want to ignore the fact that he's a mounted boss. If you try to fight him as if he's a mounted boss, you'll get fucked over. Fight him as if he's just a really fast, really big dude and stay up in his face as much as possible. He's way easier. If you try to fight him like other mounted enemies where you stay back, and you'll get fucked. You'll get fucked. You kind of like want to stay in his face a little bit. And then he's a much easier boss. I do think there's one bullshit thing about him. They used to, where they would spawn him right at the door, and they changed this, where you would walk into the boss and he'd immediately charge you before you're walking in the fog door animation was even done. So you'd immediately take like a guaranteed hit whenever you walked into the boss. They changed that, so the one bullshit thing about the boss isn't a thing anymore. Where now he spawns further back, so you don't immediately get charged when you walk through the door, which is a good thing. Glad they changed that.
it's not a horse this time, it's a boar, and that changes the dynamics of combat a little bit. Namely, this time, you can't rely on knocking out the horse and then taking on the rider by himself like you can for some other ones like the Knight Riders, but the boar can also deal significant damage to you as well, and at about the midway point through the fight, Gaius then gets access to gravity magic. For whatever
And
reason,
he's sick.
I always find Gaius to be more of a struggle for me than pretty much any other boss that came before him. I don't really know why.
Yeah, Gaius is one of the harder ones in the DLC. I don't really have a problem with that though, because he's in the second half of the DLC. You have to get through most of the Shadow Keep to get to him, and the Shadow Keep's in a really hard area. Like, he's even deeper in the Shadow Keep than Mesmer is. Like, you can find the Mesmer door before him. So I think having him be so hard is a good thing. You know? Especially in the lore, when, like, he's meant to be, like, an equal to Radon. Like, him and Radon studied gravity magic together. He's meant to be, like, an equal to Radon, and Radon was one of the hardest bosses in the base game. So, you know, it makes sense that he would be so strong and do so much damage. I don't have a problem with that.
Your reward for defeating him is a massive collection of precious Shadow Tree fragments as they have collected here. This is one of the best moments to uncover for the first time in the entire DLC, and I'll never forget how I felt after struggling through Gaius to be greeted with this amazing reward. Something I found interesting about how they designed the DLC is their modified approach to dungeons, where in the base game you have typically 1 to 3 layers at most, with 1 grace point at the beginning. In the DLC, the dungeons have multiple layers that go on for much, much longer.
Which I view as a good thing. It makes the dungeons way more memorable and engaging and fun to do in the DLC, in my opinion. A lot of the dungeons in the base game, you run in, kill the boss in a couple seconds, because the dungeon bosses are usually baby level, man. They're like baby bosses. They're so easy, and then you just run out. That's it. You just they're so forgettable.
And there are even multiple sites of grace found within the same dungeon. I found this odd in some ways, especially considering that the time investment for completing a dungeon is, so high comparatively that you'll probably have your build in mind and already catalyzed by the time you get here, that its rewards may again not even be very helpful.
For you, okay. He's complaining that the rewards aren't always helpful for you. Motherfucker, there are hundreds of thousands of possible builds in this game. Of course the items aren't always going to be helpful for you. They have to accommodate everyone, not just your specific build. That's the point of exploring, is that you don't know what you're going to get. It might be useful. It might be for a different build. Try out a different build if you want to use the item. It's not that hard. You can respec.
But more so, I found the increased danger and length of the dungeons to be curious. In fact, one of the dungeons that...
To be curious. Increased danger and length of dungeons only sounds like a positive thing to me. I don't know what could be curious about it.
Particularly deep leads you to the Abyssal Woods, an entirely unique and unbelievably atmospheric area that's tainted with frenzy, such that Torrent will not even join you. He gets too scared and refuses to be summoned, meaning you have to deal with this entire section on foot. There are some interesting things to find here, like the winter lanterns that are unkillable unless parried first, but eventually you'll stumble across Midra's Manse, a small linear dungeon in this area. Midra's Manse is a fantastic section full of puzzles, secret doors, hidden walls, challenging enemies, shortcuts, and so on. All of the good classic stuff, leading all of the way to the encounter with Midra himself, who you could hear wailing throughout your time traversing the Manse. Midra is a boss that I like more and more as I play Elden Ring, as opposed to Bale, who I've grown to like less and less over time. Midra is a fight that I always really look forward to. That feels
Midra's
like
a really
Messmer
fun
in a
fight.
way where he's very
Really
tough,
easy.
but
I think I beat
extremely fair.
Midra like second try. Very easy
The
fight.
trick to this
but
one
really
is
fun.
staving off frenzy and avoiding some of the more off-beat and off-rhythm moves. Midra has fantastic visuals, as well as mechanics that complement the play space.
One of the best
and environment.
OSTs
I'd say
of all
he's
time.
around as tough as some of the harder base game bosses, but nowhere
Really?
near unfair or overtuned in any sense. If
I thought Midra was one of the easiest bosses in the DLC. By a lot.
you make your way from the
By a
bottom of the
lot.
map with the Cerulean coast, you'll eventually then find yourself staring down the abyss of the Stone Fissure, a tomb full of putrescence that seeps to the very nether. The first initial reveal of all of these areas truly never get old. The attention to detail at every level of analysis reveals even more detail that you can only really appreciate on repeat playthroughs. There isn't a whole lot to find in this area in terms of puzzles or rewards, but the final platform requires a leap of faith from you to plunge below to find and encounter St. Trina. But with the putrescence dripping, it coalesces into the boss of this region, the Putrescence Knight. This is an extremely interesting...
Putrescent Knight, I think, other than Promised Consort Radahn, was the one I spent the most time on. Putrescent Knight's the second hardest boss in the DLC for me personally. It felt a lot like Orphan of Kos. It looks a lot like Orphan of Kos. It was really hard.
Fight to me because it's fighting this boss somehow. It becomes clear that FromSoft really tried to integrate jumping as a defensive option in addition to the normal roll here.
Yeah, because you have a jump in the game, so why... Is he saying this as a criticism? That, like, they're trying to integrate jumping? Yeah, that's a good thing. Is that they're trying to make you actually use your other evasive maneuvers rather than just spamming roll.
Jumping is extremely effective for a large portion of the Putrescence Knight's moves, which
Good.
is a way for them to try to add more unusual methods at dealing with a boss. I would say this is another boss that suffers from maybe being a little bit too active or avoidant. It feels almost unnatural for a boss to be moving this quickly all of the time without the appropriate cooldown, but all in all, it really isn't a massive offender of
The
what most
appropriate
people don't like
cooldown?
about
Bosses
the
aren't
DLC.
supposed to have a... Huh? What does he mean by appropriate cooldown? I need my boss to stand still for at least 3 seconds in between every attack so I can get my free hits in.
Amusingly enough, after
Motherfucker,
defeating
just learn the
Knight and
boss.
encountering St. Trina, you can drink the nectar that she offers you, only to just literally die right then and there. But if you do this 4 times, you then get secret dialogue from her instead.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. St. Trina is one of the best parts of the DLC. Very cool character design. And it gives you a more conclusive end to the DLC too, because after you beat Mikola, you go back to St. Trina, the half of Mikola that Mikola discarded, the gentler half, the kinder half, the loving half. And you go back to her, and it gives you a more conclusive end to the DLC. Saint Trina is what makes the narrative for the DLC go from just great to godlike. It is amazing. Godhood would be Miquella's prison.
Divinity is beyond saving.
There's a few other optional bosses like Meteor, Mother of Fingers, but the only real mandatory boss after that is Romina, Saint of the Bud. She's found at the end of the Ancient Ruins of Ra area, which on the one hand is my absolute favorite area in the game visually. Genuinely spectacular art design. I just honestly don't care for the layering and maze-like nature of the navigation of this region too much.
I'm sensing a pattern. I don't think he actually likes Souls games. I think he just wants open world slop. He's talking about layering and like dungeon crawling and like maze-like navigation, which is like one of the strongest points of Souls games. It's why people like Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne the most, because that has the most Metroidvania-esque level design. He's talking about this area of the DLC, which is the most Metroidvania in nature, with all the layering and maze-like structure, with like it interweaving on itself so much. He's talking about this area as if it's like bad that you have to navigate it this way, and then he has praised Night Rain for being super fast and you just being able to sprint and climb everywhere. I'm starting to notice he just doesn't like Souls games. He just wants open world slop where he can just run everywhere and not have to think about navigating. He said he doesn't like the more layered structure of the DLC's map. I wonder why now. He just wants open world slop where he can sprint everywhere as fast as possible. He doesn't want slow, methodical, Metroidvania-esque exploration. Brother, you're playing the wrong genre. I'm sorry, you're playing the wrong genre if you dislike that type of level design. Like, you just are. Play a different fucking genre of games. I'm sorry. That's insane.
So many cliff sides where you try to want to feel like you want to find the right ledge to make it down there, but you literally can't, and instead you must venture through the maze, inside the caverns, and all of that stuff. But there's just a handful of smaller bosses to encounter here, but it's still my favorite place in the whole DLC just to spend time in and to look at. The final encounter of this area, however, is against Romina, who, for her placement as the checkpoint to the final area of the game, is oddly way easier, or at least in comparison, that is. She feels much more like a base game Elden Ring boss in terms of difficulty and behavior, and I can see why they did this, since
she's one of my
making a
favorite
mandatory
bosses.
Fight way too hard could prevent players from just completing the game.
I don't think that's what they did. I think they just were more focused on making the fight and weren't really thinking about, hey, let's make sure this fight's super godlike challenging. I think they just had a cool idea for the fight and they just did that, and it just ended up being easier than Mesmer and Promised Consort Radahn, who are the other mandatory bosses. Because there's only 3 mandatory bosses, and yeah, out of the 3, she's the easiest. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's just, it ended up being that way. I don't know what else to say. That's just how the cookie crumbled.
So they can make the optional bosses literally as hard as they want to, which is exactly why Malenia is hidden away in a secret area behind another secret area behind a secret puzzle that must be accessed by a secret medallion to begin with.
Trust me, they're not afraid of making mandatory bosses super hard. Orphan of Kos mandatory boss for the Bloodborne DLC, super hard. Promised Consort Radahn mandatory boss for Elden Ring DLC, super hard. Like, they're not afraid to make mandatory bosses super hard, man. Like, that's not the reason. I think it's just that they designed the boss first and I don't think they really take into account whether or not a boss is ball-breakingly hard. I think FromSoft's main concern when making a boss mandatory or not is lore first. And they wanted you to go through the Ruins of Rao as a mandatory area to burn the tree there with Mesmer's Flame, and she was just the boss of that area. I don't really think they are like, okay, well, she's a mandatory boss, so she has to be easier. Because Promised Consort Radon is the mandatory boss. He's the final boss of the DLC, and he's the hardest boss they've ever made. So, you know, maybe that is a factor to an extent, but I don't know.
Romina being a much less mechanically demanding boss is honestly kind of a refreshing confidence boost at this point if you've defeated all of the other DLC bosses up to now. You then burn the Thorns of the Shadow Tree Vale and reveal the hidden city of Enir Alim, which at this point I think is, other than Raw, is my favorite area in any Souls game visually. This entire area is absolutely breathtaking, magnificent, and genuinely awe-inspiring to look at. The art is just something that inspires and serves its purpose as being a finale area. Truly, I don't have the words to express how much I like looking at this region, and I would say that I don't care for all of the enemy encounters in this section either, but I'll put up with them because the visual play space.
Why
is
don't you
just
like the
too
enemy
beautiful
encounters?
to
Because they're
pass up on.
hard?
The spiraling
Is that
tower
why?
and the spiral spells
Crazy.
you see and gain access to is as thematically appropriate as it is fun to play with. Speaking of beautiful areas, there's a secret location that you can get access to behind the Shadow Keep after moving a statue of Marika by doing a specific gesture in front of it. Here, you can find the Shaman Village, where Marika's tribe lived. Here, the music changes, and the most attention to art and visual storytelling was done here. You can find a Holy Braid, which heavily negates holy damage, which just might be a hint as to what you're going to need for the final encounter. When you get near the top, Lady Letta and her allies attempt to stop you from killing Mikola. This is a multi-NPC fight that changes in difficulty depending on how many quests in the DLC you've done. After defeating your former collaborators, and you ascend the final spiral rise to face the DLC, and thus Elden Ring's true final boss.
My loyal blade and champion of
This boss is so peak. I don't understand why people dislike it, man. It's so good.
ever be praised in song.
It's so good.
Now the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
Oh, chills still to this day, man. Who else would it ever be? Who else? But arguably the face of the game.
Lord brother, at long last you are returned.
Feet! I love feet. Miyazaki, I understand you.
Aspiring lord of the old order, if you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Mikola, and my promised consort, Radon.
This fight's peak,
Promised
man.
Consort Radahn is what got the community talking about Elden Ring again the way that Melania got the community talking about it the first time around. Before we discuss why he's so controversial, we should talk about how this fight is structured. The first phase is against Radahn in his prime, which, if you're familiar with his encounter in Caelid, he is way more challenging here. However, this phase is tough, but it actually doesn't last too long. At about 60% HP, he'll initiate phase 2, and in which Miquella joins him as Radahn as his promised consort. Radahn has all of the same moves from the first phase, but even more this time, and with stronger and more holy hitboxes afterwards, and a couple of new moves as well, including a grab attack, which, if landed, the first time won't kill you. Miquella picks you up.
The grab attack's the easiest attack to avoid, and it's literally your biggest point of just wailing on the fucking boss the entire second phase. Is the grab attack is one of the easiest attacks to avoid. It's super telegraphed. You can dodge it super easily, and then you can get like 10 free hits in. It is a blessing whenever you see it do the grab attack, because it feels like you get to take like a short break from always being locked in. You see it do the grab attack and you're like, oh shit, finally.
And tells you about this 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Oh,
Miquella
my
charms you,
goodness.
but lets you back down. However, if you're grabbed twice, he steals your heart, and the fight is immediately over. However, the reason this boss is so controversial is because of how perceived it is to be overtuned, active, and one really bullshit move. So much so that Radahn was actually nerfed shortly after the DLC was
I disagree
released.
with the
Not
nerf
only
still.
did they eventually patch the vanilla version of Radahn in the base game, but they had to patch the DLC Radahn as well. Now, which move of his was bullshit, you may ask? In the pre-patch version of Radahn, he does this cross slash that is a complete frame trap that comes out literally faster than the average human reaction time, and it's a move that kind of breaks the rules of Souls fights, because this cross slash is a guaranteed hit basically 999 times out of 1,000.
He's definitely being very disingenuous here. The attack was, even pre-patch, was very avoidable. It was very hard to avoid, but it was very avoidable. People were just dodging it incorrectly, including me. So he's being disingenuous here with how much he's exaggerating how bad it was. But, here's a but. I will agree that it did need to be changed, and it has been changed. That was the only problem I had with the boss, is that one attack. That one attack's animations were not impossible to avoid, but so hard to avoid that some builds just couldn't. Like, if you didn't have a fast roll, you couldn't avoid it. Medium rolls couldn't avoid it. Heavy rolls couldn't avoid it. You had to have a fast roll. And so that's why I agree with it being changed. But that's the only move I agree with being changed. All the other nerfs that they did to him, I completely disagree with. Nothing else needed to be changed. He's definitely exaggerating how bad the move was. The move was avoidable. You just needed a fast roll for it. But in my opinion, you shouldn't need to have a fast roll. You should be able to avoid any move on any build. And so that's why I agree with them changing the cross slash.
Apparently, though, the way to deal with this was to backstep first and then roll under the second swing, but that just wasn't happening for most players and people, and everybody was getting hit by this, and it was essentially unavoidable. Myself included, this kind of frame trap move was just something that broke the rules a little bit, and so they nerfed Radahn, and post-nerf cross-slash looks a little more like this. Now comes out a little slower, and the second hit is delayed for just long enough for you to reliably roll under both of these. Now, do I feel a sense of pride and accomplishment knowing that I beat Radahn while he was pre-patch? Yes, of course I do.
Yes! You know what? Me too, buddy. I was going to make fun of that statement, but you know what? Me too.
I also think that Radahn now is a better boss fight, objectively, for having this move adjusted like this.
Yeah, okay. If his only criticism of the boss is that move, then I agree. I agree. That move is the only thing I think needed to be changed. Unfortunately, I think they nerfed his damage and stuff as well. which I don't think they needed to do.
Of course, the fight feels more fun and fair after this nerf, but I also understand that there is, to some degree, going to be some pride for having beaten him in his, pre-nerfed form. I understand the impulse of From Software to make the final boss of this game that it will ever have to be over the top and this insurmountable challenge, and honestly kind of go too far in some ways. Just like
I don't think they went too far in any ways. I think it's just that for the cross slash, that was like unintentionally punishing, which is why they changed it. But people think that they went too far in like a lot of other ways in the fight, and I disagree. I think it was just the cross slash that, yeah, they needed to change the cross slash so it can be avoided with other rolls too, and not just the fast roll.
Argue Melania goes too far in some ways.
No, Melania does not go. Melania isn't even the hardest boss they've ever made. Like, Orphan of Kos is way harder, man. If you think Melania went too far, you're a baby. I'm sorry. Melania did not go too far.
You at least need to make it a very memorable way to end the DLC, but as you're watching the gameplay, or especially if you fought him yourself...
There's a reason Melania never got fucking nerfed. She's a perfect fight, dude. You're just a baby.
The definition of slightly overtuned, and that's...
He's not overtuned, dude. What is overtuned about him other than the cross slash? You just addressed the cross slash. I said I agree. What about everything else? Because you're still saying he's overtuned even after that.
Because it's a boss that is entirely too active. When you talk about roll...
The boss is too active. Guys, the boss is doing too much. He's not giving me enough windows to get free hits in. He's not letting me hit him enough. Guys, when's my turn? When's my turn, guys? Motherfucker, it's a boss battle. You're not supposed to get free hits in. Dodge the attack and get your fucking hits in between. Figure it out. That's a genuine skill issue if you think if you think a boss is too aggressive and too active, that is a genuine skill issue. That's not a real criticism. Because what you're complaining about is that the boss isn't giving you enough opportunities to hit it. You're asking for a more boring fight. I want the boss to, like, have windows in between every attack that I can hit it, like, 5 times each. I hate that the boss is moving. Stop moving around. Stop!
In Phase 2, you basically have to wait through like 3 different combos, 17 individual swings to be over, tons of holy hitboxes to subside before...
Notice how as he's saying this, he's actively showing footage of him getting hits in between attacks, and actively showing footage that contradicts what he's saying. He's like, you have to just sit there spamming the roll button, avoiding like 3 different combos before you can get a single hit in, and then he's showing footage of him getting hits in between attacks. You're just lying! As you're showing footage of you contradicting yourself. You're just lying.
You get to choose between a single heal or getting 1 light attack in. Yes.
That's how all fights are. You dodge the attacks. You wait for your window where you can either heal or attack. That's how every fight is. What are you talking about?
Any boss that active will make the game hard, sure, but as I've noted with Night Rain, it's possible to make extremely challenging yet fun and fair boss.
Motherfucker just wants actual slop. Night Rain is the definition of slop. Like, I'm sorry, as much as I love Night Rain, most of those bosses are fucking slop, dude. Like, I don't have to think about 99% of the moves the bosses are doing in Night Rain. I just don't. There's like a couple that you do. Healstore, Dreglord. That's it.
Where you feel like you can actually do more than just 20 rolls followed by a single attack for 10 minutes straight.
Again, he's actively showing footage that contradicts what he's saying.
I used to say that PCR was the hardest Souls boss ever made before he was patched, and I still believe that, but after his patch, I think I would have to actually hand that title back over to Melania.
Melania is not even the second hardest. Orphan of Kos is way harder. Melania is not even the second hardest, man. What do we want? What?
After she lost it temporarily to Promise Consort Radon. Was it the right call for From Software to nerf him? Well, I'll let you guys be the judge of that and decide for yourself.
It was the right call to change the cross slash animation and give it a couple frames of buffer between the first and the second hit because it was genuinely impossible to avoid it on a medium or heavy roll. But it was not the right call to nerf everything else about the boss.
Manage to successfully defeat Radon and not lose everything, including your mental willpower and sanity in the process, it's actually very amusing to go back to the base game and then face the final boss of, base Elden Ring. It makes it feel like a tutorial. Radagon of the Golden Order is your last roadblock before ultimately choosing an ending in Elden Ring, and he's a perfectly well-designed boss that, comparatively speaking, feels incredibly simple again.
Is he saying this as a criticism? Because if he's trying to, that's the case with every Souls game. The final boss of most Souls games isn't really that hard. Dark Souls 1, brain dead easy. Dark Souls 2, brain dead easy. Dark Souls 3's final boss is pretty hard, but it's nowhere near the hardest boss in the game. Sekiro's final boss is one of the hardest bosses they've ever made. Then that one's one of the exceptions. Demon Souls' final boss is literally just a pile of goop that doesn't even attack you. It just sits in front of you and you kill it. Bloodborne's final boss, depending on which one you do, is either the Wet Nurse, which is pretty easy, the Moon Presence, which is pretty easy, or Gehrman, which is pretty hard. But even then, Gehrman might be the hardest one in the base game, Gehrman. So if you go for that ending and have him as your final boss, yeah, okay, you get a pretty hard final boss. But the DLC final bosses are infinitely harder and make Gehrman look easy.
When I made my original Elden Ring review a few years back, I had been critical of this boss fight. Not really for anything to do with Radagon himself, but other than the teleporting moves and instant holy hand blasts that I don't really care for. They're not, boss breaking problems for me, but my issues were more with the Phase 2 with Elden Beast. Particularly, it was rough for melee characters as the arena was so big, and as soon as you caught up to him, he would leave and go to the other side of the arena again.
Yeah, that's just an issue with big bosses in general, is that they're so big and they move like... This is the issue with most dragon fights other than like Bale, Placidusax, and Midir. Because those three dragons stay in your face. Every other dragon fight, they're constantly running away and going like 50 feet away. Then you have to spend like all your stamina running after them for 3 minutes before you can start fighting them again. It's why every other dragon fight is kind of shitty. And Elden Beast kind of feels like a dragon fight in that way, where you're constantly just chasing it. They made the fight a little bit better by making it that so you can summon your horse now, so you can catch up to it faster. It's still not the best final boss, I will agree. Elden Beast I like as a fight. I think it's a fun fight. I think it's a cool fight in terms of spectacle, but it's not great.
This extremely tedious game of tag with these massive AoEs and huge moves to dodge. This was a hassle on foot and kind of a slog. And I had specifically said that I had found it weird that we couldn't use Torrent in this fight. It would make sense
and now
both
you can.
thematically and mechanically, yet for the first 2 years of this game, we couldn't do that at all. But unexpectedly, From Software released an update randomly one day that gave us the ability to utilize Torrent in this fight, and this alleviated just about every single one of my issues and complaints with Elden Beast. I really don't know why we didn't have access to him from the very start, nor why it took them literal years to make this change, but nonetheless, it makes the fight feel infinitely better nowadays, and is still a fantastic visual spectacle as well to cap off the Elden Ring experience. Elden Ring is a game that is renowned for its difficulty and its signature open world, yet it is precisely its difficulty that people are looking for, and it's the catalyst for discussion, but it is also the most divisive thing about it. The DLC was fascinating to me because the paradox of enjoying Elden Ring because it's a hard game, yet also some people being turned off by it because it's hard, is just as paradoxical as it is true sometimes. I think after some real time has passed and the dust has settled after Shadow of the Erdtree's release, I can genuinely say that the DLC is overall fantastic, but I would say that it suffers from the late stage difficulty issue, where From Software had not too many options but to push their game, the bosses, and consequently the players to their absolute limits. I get why the DLC gets all the praise that it does and is so highly rated, and for myself, I feel like it is truly remarkable. Yet to some degree, I can also completely understand why some players gave up after this one, especially if the formula they felt had reached its endpoint, or the farthest possible extension may have been exhausted at this point, or overstayed its welcome by being obnoxiously difficult in certain moments. This is why, in some sense, I don't think there ever could be an Elden Ring 2, for a lot of reasons actually, but this being a major one. I feel like in order to reintroduce that feeling of challenge and difficulty, right now they'd have to design bosses to be even more complex, active, and aggressive than the DLC ones. And at that point, I'm not even sure if I'd be interested in playing something like that. And I'm sure a lot of people kind of feel that way too. There could be a point where it truly enters roll slot territory if they allowed this to go farther than it did in the DLC. And I don't think I really want to go there or play that game. But that's not to say that a game full of challenging bosses, discovery, and overcoming obstacles won't work. In fact, that's not true at all, because that formula
Sorry, I have
will
to check.
never get old. That's
I'm using
something that
a
is as old as time and people will always be interested in. That's
catching
why I
chance
think Night Rain
calculator
can
to
be so
see what the
pivotal in a
chance
lot
of me
ways,
getting this
because
Pokemon
that
even
game
is.
introduced new ideas for combat
I gotta
and
go in
gameplay
and check if I
mechanics
have
that
catching
advance
power,
on the
something like
Souls
that.
roll and attack formula, and they can make hard bosses that are challenging but not bullshit as well. Clearly, at the current moment in time, From Software is mostly focusing
Catching
on
power
multiplayer
dark,
titles,
so
Night
0
Rain and the
catching
Dusk
power.
Bloods included. They haven't completely abandoned
And then
the
what level
idea
is
of,
this?
the slow burn
200.
single-player RPG though,
Awesome.
and I'm sure they're actively working on something still, but I have to imagine that, like, what they wanted to do with Elden Ring is they kind of already did it, so I'm not sure what they're even supposed to do next from this point, and hopefully this video maybe spark some interesting thoughts for you or what they could do in the future. But I feel like Elden Ring is kind of the end of the Souls formula, as it were, without seeing some major
2.38% catch rate.
core of
Yeah.
the game. I did have one idea though that could allow them to make an entirely brand new game with different possibilities and open doors beyond of what we even thought were possible, because all of the Souls games run in 60 frames. That's because the bosses work off of like frame data, so 60 frames helps keep everything consistent. But if they ever got to a point where we could see Souls games with the same kind of combat fundamentals but running at like 120 frames or something like that, then they have the possibility to make even more interesting bosses off of that frame data. It's more of a technical thing, but I could see them going that way in the future. Either way, I'm going to be keeping an eye on everything that From Software puts out. I'm going to be playing Elden Ring whenever I feel like it, because it's one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm going to be playing Night Rain a ton as well, and the Dusk Bloods when that comes out next year. But until then, I'm sure they're working on something big for single player. I'd wanted to re-review Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree for quite a while, so let me know what you guys think. Make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you later.
Awesome. Stop. Stop. Stop playing another video. Stop it. Okay. That video was definitely interesting. There was a lot I had to say. That's for sure. That's for sure. I had a lot to say. Dude, I just want to catch this fucking Pokemon. Oh my goodness. Any new Joe is Hungry video? No. Okay. Let's see. Most pitiful god in fantasy, Mesmer. Yeah, Mesmer's lore is pretty sad. I don't know what to watch now. Hmm. Hmm. I already watched the new Bife video, so that's why I keep ignoring it. Hmm. A lot of Elden Ring videos in my recommended now. A lot of them. The end of the Cartoon Network Hotel? That's a thing? That's a thing? What? There is no hardest Souls game. There is, but it's all subjective. Like some will be easier than others for different people. So there is, but it's not like an objective measurement. Damn, my YouTube recommended fucking sucks. Let me look at my other YouTube account. It's not like there's videos here that I just wouldn't watch. It's just that I don't want to watch any of them on stream. Do 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 dee da do. 9-hour Bionicle retold. The full legend of the biological chronicle. Prologue, chapters 1 to 10, and the epilogue. I'm not watching a 9.5 hour long video, man. I'm not watching that shit. I'm not watching that shit. It's 9.5 hours. I'll watch it, just not on stream. Actually sounds like my cup of tea. Just not right now. 9.5 hour long video. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do I give up? Do I give up? Do I give up? Do I give up? Do I quit? Do I quit forever? Do I end it all? Do I die? Do I give up? Do I give up? Should I die? Super Eye Patch Wolf. Is there an older video I haven't seen? Let's see. I have watched most of these, if not all of these. I have watched all of these. Most of these. All of these. I have wasted my life. Let's watch the Shenmue video. I haven't watched the Shenmue one. Am I a furry? And other burning questions. Well, there's a Shenmue video. A Shenmue 3 video. So not a Shenmue 2 video? Should I watch the other Shenmue video first? Maybe I'll watch Hassan. Maybe I'll give up. Maybe I'll quit forever. Oh, FaZe Banks. Leaving FaZe? Okay. Okay. Alright. And what was... I hate Tears of the Kingdom. Let's go, a video I can finally agree with.
On May 12th, 2023, Nintendo released The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I still haven't forgiven them. Just over a year ago,
I still
started
haven't
working
forgiven
on a
them.
video essay about Breath
Me too. I don't hate the game. I just didn't like it. I thought it was just the same thing as the first game, and I got really bored. And I know a lot of people really love the Master Hand ability where you can like build anything. I don't like it. I kind of just preferred the first game where it gave you a bunch of more limited tools and trying to figure out how to complete the puzzles with those limited tools. In Tears of the Kingdom, the answer to everything is Master Hand, because it's the only power you have. Master Hand this, Master Hand that, masturbate. It's the only fucking thing. You take your goddamn masturbation hand and you stroke everything.
of the Wild. I know, it's never been done. That video, somewhere between a retrospective and a love letter, never got made. And while it's still something I'd like to make eventually, I'm not in a rush anymore. That initial sense of urgency stemmed from a fear that Tears of the Kingdom was going to be so good that there would be no reason to play Breath of the Wild ever again after it came out. That is not what happened. And now it feels like I can't make that video, not without talking about Tears of the Kingdom first. Because my dream Breath of the Wild retrospective exists in a world without Tears of the Kingdom. When I make that video, I'm going to be pretending that Tears of the Kingdom doesn't exist. And in order to do that, I need to have already said everything I need to say about this game. And I do have a lot to say, in no small part because I love the game that it's at least ostensibly a sequel to. Since I started work on this project in earnest, more and more people have begun to come out of the
is it not
woodwork
letting
to
me
express
select
their
this?
disappointment
Sorry.
with Tears of the Kingdom,
It's
to
pissing
the
me
point
off.
that some people are quick to label the game's critics as bad faith, nitpicking, hating on something that's popular because it's popular, and I'll never deny that those people are out there. But I want to be very clear that the reason it's taken me over a year to make this video is not because I'm clout chasing. I spent the past year pouring hundreds of hours into this game, playing and replaying every single shrine, taking notes, talking to friends, refining my thoughts. It was all leading up to this. All of this is just to say that I hated Tears of the Kingdom before it was cool, and I hate it in a different and specialer way than
God,
everyone
no,
else.
there's still,
Before we
like,
found out the actual
sorry,
name
look at that, like, the little bit of pixels there underneath the thing. I've been trying to get rid of that this whole fucking stream, constantly readjusting the size of the thing in the corner. It just doesn't fucking work no matter what I do. I've taken it out of the corner, I've readjusted the size 10,000 times. Every time I put it back in the corner, there's pixels there. I think they're gone.
over a year to make this
Now
video
they're on the
is not
right.
because I'm
See?
clout
I can't get rid of them. Oh my fucking god. This is pissing me off so much. Transform. Fit to screen.
chasing. I
they're
spent
gone.
the past year pouring hundreds of hours into this game, playing and replaying every single shrine.
I didn't even get that far. I couldn't even get past like the 20 to 30 hour mark because that's how fast I got bored of Tears of the Kingdom. I explored the new areas like the islands in the sky and the underground a little bit. I realized how empty and boring the underground was. It was just mostly just this giant dark cave with nothing to do in it. And I got bored of exploring the normal map because it was just the same map again. And I just stopped playing. It just wasn't fun to play or engage with like the first game was for me. I don't, and I wish it was, because it would mean that I could love this game that everybody else loves, but I don't. I actively kind of dislike it.
Taking notes, talking to friends, refining my thoughts. It was all leading up to this. All of this is just to say that I hated Tears of the Kingdom before it was cool, and
I don't think it's cool to hate it still. I disliked it when it came out. It's the reason I never finished it when it came out and moved on to other games very quickly. I still don't think it's cool to hate it. You'll still get fucking shit on if you say you dislike Tears of the Kingdom.
Hate it in a different and specialer way than everyone else. Before we found out the actual name of the game, Tears of the Kingdom was the sequel to Breath of the Wild, or Breath of the Wild 2. Everything the game had going for it was predicated on its status as a sequel to Breath of the Wild, but the final product felt less like a sequel and more like a second draft, to the point that it's not even clear whether the events of Breath of the Wild as we experienced them even happened. Tears of the Kingdom is at its strongest when you're not thinking about Breath of the Wild, but I'm always thinking about Breath of the Wild. It consumes my every waking moment, and I'll never be free. I saw this cafe in the Prague airport and went, ooh. Anyway, this video is made with people who've played Tears of the Kingdom in mind. You're more than welcome to watch this video if you haven't played the game, and I'll be providing context
I didn't finish
where
the
it's
game.
needed. But if you care about spoilers, consider this your warning.
I already know
also
the whole
that many
story.
of you
It's
are going
not
to be
anything
listening to
crazy.
this
It's
video
Tears of the
rather than
Kingdom. It's
watching
fucking
it.
Zelda.
With that in mind, when you hear this sound, it means there's text on screen or some other visual element that I feel
I'm
is
not
important.
reading!
It's obviously just a suggestion, but I spent literally hundreds of hours editing this video, and it moves at such a pace that important quotes or visuals
I'm
that I
not
spent
reading!
a long time working on are sometimes only on screen for a few seconds, so you can feel free to take that into consideration or not. I'm not the boss of you. Now, without further ado,
Thanks.
let's skydive into my critique of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of Me personally.
Secret stone?
Demon King. Demon King? Secret stone.
That force again.
I know why I am here. It's something only I can do.
Okay, I'm very quickly reaching the point where I don't care to catch this fucking Pokemon in this Beast Ball anymore. And the reason I'm saying that is because remember how much time it took to catch to like get a shiny Latios, and that was all on stream. This obviously I started stream with this already spawned in today, and it's already been 2 hours of trying to catch it in a Beast Ball. Well, I was trying to spawn it in yesterday while like spending Christmas with my family at my grandmother's. I just had my Switch next to me, just going back and forth trying to spawn it in shiny hunting. It took 16 hours to spawn this motherfucker in. And it's taken 2 hours to try and catch it in a Beast Ball. I'm at the point where I don't care anymore, man. I just
There is nothing I can say.
It's like I'm simultaneously so far into trying to get this shiny motherfucker in a Beast Ball that if I quit now, I feel pathetic and like I've wasted my life. But at the same time, if I don't quit now, I'm just gonna waste more of my life.
that will make you understand
The Master Ball's right there, and it'd be so easy, man.
how badly I wanted to love this game. Breath of the Wild is hardly perfect, but it's still a game that I really love. And in the months leading up to Tears of the Kingdom's release, I spent countless hours imagining what its sequel would be like. What you need to understand is that
You see, I was disappointed by Tears of the Kingdom, and I didn't have that. I didn't have this like unrelenting hype leading up to it. I liked Breath of the Wild. I thought it was a good game, but there was also a lot I didn't like about it. I thought most of the open world was kind of empty and just filled with like these shitty Korok puzzles that I didn't like doing. I thought the main story was very predictable and kind of repetitive. While I had fun with the game, it's not nearly a game that I loved as much as everybody else. So I didn't have hype building up to the second game. So me being let down by the second game is really telling because I had zero expectations going into it. That's how repetitive and boring the second game was for me, that I was just like, oh my god, it's just the same fucking thing. And I dropped it 30 hours in. I couldn't fucking bring myself to play even more than 30 hours of that game. Which if you know anything about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, 30 hours is like nothing. You're not even going to beat the main story in 30 hours. I got bored of that game very quickly. And I've never gone back to it since then. I thought the controls in the first game were already very archaic and really bad with the amount of buttons you would have to hold down to even do the most minute thing like changing your weapon. And then the second game made that even worse. Like the button combinations you have to press are just like, okay, I'm not having fun anymore. This isn't intuitive. I constantly have to look at my controller and think about the buttons I'm pressing to even just fucking switch to a different ability or weapon or anything. It's not intuitive to play at all. Just the controls feel like you're piloting a fucking helicopter. They make the goddamn controls in a goddamn Monster Hunter game feel like feel like easy mode. Monster Hunter games notoriously control like a fucking airplane. They're really archaic. Tears of the Kingdom made those games feel baby mode. Like, it's crazy how archaic and obtuse the controls in those games in Tears of the Kingdom is. And on top of that, just the story being super generic, super boring, the exploration being just more of the first game, just giant empty zones that, yeah, sure, look pretty, but they look the same as they did in the first game, so I don't fucking care. Most of the new exploration isn't even in the Sky Islands that they advertise, because there's not that many of those, actually. It's mostly underground, in this giant dark cave where everything looks the fucking same. In the combat, they took what I disliked about the first game's combat of everything breaking constantly, and they made it worse. Everything breaks even faster in the goddamn second game. I hate it. I hate it. And they took like the small rewards you would get in the first game of finding a cool fire sword or something like that and got rid of that entirely, because you're not finding any cool weapons, because all the weapons you find on the ground are always going to be broken, because the entire point of Tears of the Kingdom is that you're making your own weapons by combining items. And I don't like that. I want to feel rewarded by exploring. I want to find a cool weapon and use the cool weapon. Not just find a cool broken weapon and then have to go fix it using a goddamn fire berry I found up someone's ass. I hate Tears of the Kingdom.
Nothing going into this game. We got the 10-minute gameplay demo and a handful of trailers, but those didn't really give us a sense of what the game would actually be like. If Tears of the Kingdom was even a fraction as good as its final trailer, I would not be making this video. Even the art book that leaked didn't spoil much of anything. My only takeaways from it were that this guy is named Rauru and that there was...
Yeah, the final trailer... I remember that trailer. It made it out to be like the combat was going to be way more complex than the first game, and they were going to evolve it and add like new combos and all this other shit. The combat is, if anything, worse than the first game because your weapons are breaking even more often than the first game. Oh, and now you no longer have the bombs from the first game because your only ability is the Master Hand. So like you don't even have bombs to use in combat or anything like that. So it just sucks. It just fucking sucks.
to be cheese. Game of the year incoming?
Yeah, no, not even close.
Just kidding. Game of the year is a meaningless distinction, and if you care about the Game Awards, you need to get some bitch. Getting excited about new video games is very...
Nah, I think caring about the Game Awards is fun. I disagree. I think people who take the Game Awards super seriously are definitely lame. Like... Sure, if your game didn't win Game of the Year, that doesn't take away anything from your game. Like, your game is still your personal Game of the Year. That's still valid. But I think the Game Awards give, like, a fun thing to look forward to every year with games. I think they're fun. They spawn fun discussions within gaming communities. It's a fun thing to look forward to. Looking forward to the trailers. Looking forward to see if, like, the game you personally liked gets recognition. I think it's fun. And I just don't take them too seriously, and they're, like, a super fun thing. In the same way, like E3 was this fun thing every year, you know? It's not that serious. It's just a fun thing to look forward to.
For me, I'm someone who typically believes that the only way to avoid disappointment with a new game is to go in with zero expectations. Being a Pokemon fan for most of your life will do that to you. But it was borderline impossible not to fantasize about Tears of the Kingdom. I wasn't one of the people who complained about the combat.
The thing is, I went in with zero expectations because I just thought the first game was like a 8 or 8.5 out of 10. You know, I didn't think it was like a 10 out of 10 masterpiece like everybody else. I thought it was like an 8.5. I thought it was a 9 out of 10 at the time. Over time, it's gotten lower to like an 8 to an 8.5. But, so I had like not nearly any expectations of the second game. I just was hoping it would be better than the first. And for me, it wasn't better than the first, and so I was disappointed. That's it. That was my expectation, is that, okay, it's a sequel, so it should be better than the first game. It wasn't better than the first game, so I stopped playing.
Or the weapon
That was it.
durability back in the Breath
I
of
had
the
no
Wild
expectations going in.
era. Honestly, neither of those things really bothered me, but I did think there needed to be expanded dungeon content, more challenging.
If anything, I wouldn't even say it's a bad game. I would probably rate it the same as the first game, an 8 out of 10. But to me, that's not good enough. The sequel that was in development for that long to just be the first game again, if not like a little worse, because I don't like the new abilities and like I don't like that the weapons break faster. And so I think combat and puzzles feel worse in the new game. If anything, it being like a little bit worse in my opinion. Just the first game again, but a little bit worse. That's why I was disappointed. And I had no expectations going in. So it's like, okay.
In creative shrines, better
I don't understand how people love it. I really don't. I truly don't get it. I do think the story is probably better than the first game. I think that's it. I think exploration is just the same. I think puzzles are worse than the first game because Master Hand being your only ability is boring. Like I just do. Sure, it's a very in-depth ability and you can do crazy shit with it. I don't really care for being able to do anything with the Master Hand. I kind of liked having the more limited abilities in the first game because it forced me to be more creative with the way I was thinking about it. Rather than like, okay, Master Hand can solve everything, I can be like, okay, well, what can solve this? You know? I don't know. I just like the more limited abilities in the first game because they felt more akin to like you getting a new tool in the other Zelda games as well. Whereas like you get a new tool in a Zelda game and all of a sudden that new tool opens up new possibilities in the puzzles and stuff. And sure, you get all the abilities right away in Breath of the Wild, but you still have to think about the puzzles in a similar way that you thought about puzzles in other Zelda games. Master Hand is not that. Master Hand is just like, this is your one ability you get. This will solve every puzzle in the game. Every single one. And that's boring to me. In combat, I've already gone into that. The worst part of Breath of the Wild's combat was weapon breaking, and weapons break way more in Tears of the Kingdom. Durability is an even bigger problem in Tears of the Kingdom, and so combat fucking sucked. It made it so I didn't ever want to fight anything. When the little bit of time I put into Tears of the Kingdom, like 30 hours, I skipped 99% of the fights, because during my first like 10-15 hours of the game, my weapons were breaking every 5 seconds, and I was like, dude, this is pissing me off. I'm never fighting anything ever again. And so if I could avoid a fight, I would. I would never do any fights if they were optional.
Elaboration on the many questions raised by Breath of the Wild through its environmental storytelling choices. What was the purpose of the Forgotten Temple? What was the deal with the Typhlo ruins, or the mazes, or Lanayru Promenade, or the massive Leviathan skeletons? What was the deal with the dragons, the guardians of the springs? Springs that happen to match up strikingly well with their counterparts from Skyward Sword. What is Malice? Is it alive? Can it think? Hopefully you didn't care too much about these questions, because Tears of the Kingdom is not interested in even acknowledging them, let alone answering them. But we'll get to that. My point is that there was a lot of cause for excitement in the lead up to Tears of the Kingdom's release. But then, something very tragic happened. The game came out.
The game came out. My suffering begins.
During final season.
I love how dramatic this person's being. My suffering wasn't even suffering. It was more so just a realization that, oh, this game's not better than the first one. And I actually kind of think the combat and puzzles are worse than the first one. And then the exploration is just more of the same. So I got bored. That's, if anything, to me, a bigger crime, is that I didn't actively dislike the game. I still don't actively dislike it. I think it's fine. But I think it's just a more boring version of the first game, because it's a map you've already explored with worse puzzles and worse combat. And that doesn't mean the game is bad. It just means the game is boring. And that's worse, in my opinion. I can have fun with like a bad game. I played Lost Soul Aside this year, which I think the combat is incredible in that game, but the story and writing and voice acting is awful. I can have fun with a bad game. I can't have fun with a boring game.
I finished up my classes and I finally got my hands on the game. I started up the game and, oh hey, it's the full version of that teaser from 2019. Cool. Zelda's
Cool.
being cute, her girlfriend carries her torch for her.
Her
so that she can take
girlfriend?
pictures on her
Wait a minute. We transvestigating Link now?
got
Based.
my hands on the game. I started up the game and, oh hey, it's the full version of that
Wait, did
teaser
it
from
catch?
2019.
I wasn't paying
Cool.
attention.
Zelda's being cute, her girlfriend carries
No,
her
it
torch
didn't.
for her
Okay.
so that she can take pictures on her iPhone.
I wasn't paying
Mommy Annie wakes
attention.
up.
I
So
thought
far,
like
so
it
good.
caught
The
there for a
Master Sword
second. I was like,
explodes,
huh?
Zelda falls into the abyss, much to my chagrin. Link gets grabbed by a magic hand. Shit starts going crazy outside.
And I still agree that Zelda just becoming like helpless again, like them saying there made me think of this. Zelda falls into the abyss, much to my chagrin. Zelda should have been a playable character. 100%. Should have been a playable character with completely different powers. Like, sure, give Link the boring Master Hand abilities, whatever. Zelda should have been a playable character with completely different powers, completely different abilities and stuff. Completely different method of combat. Instead of using, like, these breakable weapons and stuff, maybe uses, like, spells or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, that, it needed something. It needed something other than just, you're doing the same thing again, but now Link has worse abilities and worse weapons.
Cut to Link waking up with a brand new arm, and we all know what happens next.
Kills himself.
I'm neither ashamed nor too proud to admit that I cried watching this intro. For all this game gets wrong, it never misses the mark when it comes to spectacle, accentuated by the game's incredible score. What's about to unfold is disappointing enough to warrant a thesis-length critique, but every time I watch this scene, I'm transported back to the first time I saw it. And that feeling, or even just the memory of that feeling, still kinda gets me. What follows is essentially just a rehash of Breath of the Wild's tutorial, but I'm not mad about it. It was decent for what it was, and the sky as a setting is beautiful. So you talk to a ghost king, again, go to 4 shrines and get your abilities, again, and then the king disappears while urging you to go save Zelda, again. The Master Sword gets sent back in time, we see Zelda receive it in the past, and it is at this point that the game completely falls apart. In Breath of the Wild, the ghost of King Rome tells you that it would be a bad idea to go try and beat Ganon immediately. The player is encouraged to spend their time getting stronger, whether that's through exploring, completing the shrines, freeing the divine beasts, all of those things or none of them. You can go directly to Ganon, but there isn't a sense of urgency. If there were, there'd be a massive disconnect between Link's goal of defeating Ganon as quickly as possible and the player's goal of experiencing this massive world and all that it has to offer. I'm going to be mostly avoiding game design jargon in this video, because if you have to explain every single piece of terminology you want to use every single time you want to use it, it's not a helpful piece of terminology. Having said that, yes, I do know that there's a term for that disconnect, and yes, I do know that it's called ludonarrative dissonance, so you can stop typing. I bring this up because the quest you get at the end of Tears of the Kingdom's tutorial is Find Zelda, a significant departure from Breath of the Wild's Destroy Ganon. The fundamental problem here is that Link, the character, wants to find Zelda as soon as possible, but you, the player, want to fuck around and build cars. The pretense Tears of the Kingdom gives...
The thing is, I didn't even want to fuck around and build cars. I thought the building with the Master Hand wasn't as fun as it should have been, and I know a lot of people can make some crazy shit with it, and a lot of people have, and a lot of people have a lot of fun with it, but for me it was like, why would I take the time, like 20, 30, 40 minutes to build a car that actually works after failing to make one 5 or 6 times because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, when I could just hop on a horse or walk there? Why would I build this super crazy contraption to, like, invade a fortress or solve a puzzle when I could just do it with such simple means using the Master Hand? Like, just, let me just prop up this wooden board against the wall and just walk up it. Or climb up it. Which is way easier than building, like, this giant mechanical crane to lift me up and drop me into a fucking base, or, like, this giant crazy airplane that will air bomb the base. And it's like, why would I spend, like, 2 hours building that just for it to then fall apart within 3 seconds? Because that's what it was. Every time I would try to do that, would try to engage with the building and build something crazy in Tears of the Kingdom, it would fall apart in 2 seconds, and I would just stare at it as the pieces crumbled in front of me, and I'd be like, okay, yeah, well, I just wasted 20 minutes of my life. So it was very clear to me very quickly that I was not incentivized to build shit. That the game was punishing me actively for trying to build shit. And so I just stopped trying to build crazy shit.
You for exploring Hyrule is investigating what
There was
happened to
there was
Zelda
no
by
incentive to do it. There was no reward for doing it. It was just a waste of time. And I didn't enjoy doing it. Because I was bad at it.
visiting the same 4 regions you visited in Breath of the
Why
Wild.
would I
all of
why
which
would
are
I build a
currently
giant mech with a penis flamethrower when I can just walk in and hit shit with a sword?
experiencing some sort of crisis. There isn't even a mention of defeating Ganondorf until after you've cleared the 4 main temples, and that means your only stated long-term goal for the majority of the game is to figure out where Zelda is and what happened to her, which wouldn't be an issue except for the fact that the player already knows where Zelda is. We know instantly from this scene that she's fine. She's in the past, but Link doesn't know that. As far as he's concerned, Zelda's missing. She's possibly dead. There are real stakes here, personal stakes for Link, but the player's not worried about Zelda because she's obviously fine. Look, she's right there. But
She's
okay,
right there.
okay, I hear you. Maybe you didn't realize this scene takes place in the past, and there's no guarantee that this Zelda is our Zelda. After all, Zelda gets reincarnated all the time, so it's not impossible that we're seeing her distant ancestor here or something. And even if you know she's in the past, that doesn't explain how she got there or how exactly you're meant to find her. Unfortunately, Link finding out what happened to Zelda doesn't change anything. I'm remaining vague here on purpose because we'll get into this when we discuss the story. But for now, just keep in mind that the very premise of the adventure you're about to set out on is shaky at best and completely worthless at worst. Hi there, it's me during the editing process. You may notice that my mic sounds pretty good for someone who's never made one of these here videos before. The bad news is that I figured it out hundreds of hours into the editing process, and I need to get on a plane in a few days. I'm not going to be in the country for the next month, and if I want this video to come out before that, which I do, I just need to release it as it is. But it's okay. If it's not finished, that's no big deal. You get to watch this video for free. Tears of the Kingdom wasn't finished, and that game cost $70. Right after that scene with the Master Sword, you're finally granted access to the surface of Hyrule, and the world is yours to explore. Sort of. You're still missing your paraglider, which Breath of the Wild gave you at the end of the tutorial. And given the emphasis this game places on vertical exploration, you're not actually free to explore the world until you manage to get your hands on it. So you land in the conspicuous new body of water, make a big splash, and make your way to Lookout Landing, your de facto base of operations in this game. Lookout Landing is a completely new settlement added to Tears of the Kingdom on top of what used to be the Sacred Ground ruins. And I don't have much to say about it. My first time playing this game, I didn't even realize this shelter area existed, and it didn't make any difference whatsoever. This location has the bare minimum amount of personality and identity, and talking to the people here mostly serves to fool you into thinking that the characters in this game remember who Link is. Overwhelmingly, when you meet an NPC in Tears of the Kingdom for the first time, even if you already met them in Breath of the Wild, they act like this is the first time you've ever met. And there are weird exceptions to this too. Hudson remembers you because you helped him build Terrytown, but in order for Hudson to have built Terrytown, Link needs to have bought the house from Bolson first, who doesn't remember Link. And even if a character doesn't personally remember meeting Link, are we seriously meant to believe that they don't recognize the guy who saved the entire goddamn world, like, within the past few years? In a world that has a newspaper? In Breath of the Wild, people were still discussing the champions 100 years later, but people don't recognize Link? Is he Tony Hawk? Even new players know that this is a sequel to Breath of the Wild.
Is he Tony Hawk?
Alienating new players isn't a good enough reason to have almost
Yes.
everyone treat you like a stranger. But
Link was actually based on Tony Hawk, real.
okay, you arrive at Lookout Landing and you're immediately given the runaround.
Oh my god. The best thing that came out of Tears of the Kingdom is this character right here. She's so hot.
It gives you a recap of the events you literally just experienced that's so unnecessary it would make Persona 5 blush. Then she sends you over to Hyrule Castle to talk to a
blushing.
handful of other characters who really don't matter, and then you go back to Lookout Landing, at which point she activates the new Sheikah Towers and then finally hands over the glider. This whole sequence was pretty shitty and boring, but
Oh, I got
found it.
Cobalion!
I've been looking forward to this game for 6
oh! Sorry. We'll continue this later. Hold on, I'll rewind a little bit. We'll continue this later when I pause to eat food. But for now, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. That's a good video so far, by the way. I'm agreeing with a lot of their criticisms. I really like the video so far. But the beast ball finally worked. Look. Look, look, look. 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 Look, look, look. You know? I'm so happy. It worked. Look at this. Ah. Dude, this is the one that took the most time, easily. It took 16 hours to spawn in the shiny, and then 2.5 hours to catch it in the beast ball. Oh my god, this one took me the most time by a lot. Holy. Holy. Oh, but now that I have it, there's one Pokemon left. Keldeo. Which, thank God, I don't need to shiny hunt that one. Thank fucking God. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, thank fucking Christ it's over, dude. I've been inside that hyperspace for literally fucking since the 24th. I have not seen these streets since the 24th, man. Oh my god. It's a miracle. You motherfucker, you were a pain in my ass. You know that? You were a pain in my ass. This motherfucker refused to spawn in all day yesterday. I finally got it to spawn in this morning. Oh my god. Let's move it over to my legendary box. Holy. Right there. And if we were to move Zygarde down here, and then move Zeraora over here, this one empty gap is for Keldeo. We got all 3 of these motherfuckers shiny. We got these 2 motherfuckers shiny. This is the worst mistake of my life, shiny hunting these legendaries, man. This is the worst mistake of my fucking life. We're only missing Keldeo now. So now we just gotta keep grinding for special zones. Ah. I'm gonna put Zeraora back on the team, because Oh. My Delphox is... Stop being Mega Evolved. Stop it. So I want to put Zeraora back in the team, just because I love Zeraora. Dude, Mega Delphox is so sick. Then I want to bring Greninja back, probably, instead of my Absol. Just so I have water type moves. I'll put my Leafeon back on too. Actually, no, we'll leave Leafeon off because we gotta grind bosses to get points for the special searches. And the bosses, I need Meganium in case I need a grass type that can actually Mega Evolve. Oh my goodness. Bring Zeraora back, because I love him. Move you back over here to my main box. Absol, swap you out for Greninja. Ah, there we go. So now we have our team ready to start grinding points again to get a special zone for Keldeo. Oh my goodness. Finally, dude. Finally. I've dedicated way too much time to this shit. Way too much. I don't think it was really worth it. I really don't. Do we have a 4-star zone that is like a medium size? Yeah, right here. I'll do that. Was it worth it? No. No, man. No. None of this was worth it. I'm insane for doing this to myself, like truly. How do I get in there? Hello? Ah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Merry motherfucking Christmas to me. Look at all these sparkly ones I made. Candies, coins, treasure. Do I have no berry ones left? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Item power berries 1. Fuck it. I'm too lazy to make a berry level 3. Fuck it, dude. I don't really care. Oh, the music is still gone because I turned it down when we were playing Christmas music the other day. Ow! Just bashed my leg against my desk. Gotta put the music back on. There we go. Alright. Break these. Oh boy. Fucking elevators everywhere. Yo. Get in. Yo. Get in. I'm gonna kick your ass now. I hope you're okay with that. Awesome. Where are you going? I just... Hello? Okay. You didn't have to walk all the way around, I promise, but... Okay. Cool. Then I need to destroy boulders, which... There's sometimes ones over there, but I don't see any. Boulders, boulders, boulders. Let's just go down. Ah, right here. Okay, now I gotta find the bonus ball. What the hell? Let me over! There we go! What the hell was that? Bonus ball. I don't see the bonus ball. Oh my god, they're killing. Oh my god, they two-shot her. What the fuck? What the? Hello? I was literally, as I was saying, oh my god, they're killing her. They did kill her. There was like 2 attacks. That was crazy. I need her alive. Stop crunching her. Why are you following me still? Leave me alone. Is the bonus ball up here? No? Dude, where's the bonus ball? By the way, there we go. Go away. Go home. Bonus ball. No? What do you mean no? What the fuck? Which one? Which one? Which one's shiny? You! Come here. I'm colorblind, so I couldn't tell. I was just looking for the sparkles. Bonus ball? I think I see it. Yes, sir. I think that's everything. Sure looks like it. Yeah, I don't see much else. So let's just get out of here. Ugh. Oh, I didn't even check. Did that give me 5,000 points? Or was that a waste of my time? I don't think it gave me 5,000 points now that I'm thinking. Now that I'm really considering what the tasks were to do. Yeah. Waste of time. Lovely. Hate my life. I'm not gonna reload. Refuse. You know what? Let's just go make some fucking donuts, and whatever I get, I get. Like, I'm literally one Pokemon away from having everything done. At this point, I don't care what donuts I make. I'm just gonna try to make some berry donuts, and if they don't give me the berry 3 thing, oh fucking well. I don't care anymore. Let's see, we got 95 here. Uh, 4 stars good enough. Coins, wow, so useful. I'm definitely not gonna kill myself. Special items, I'm gonna kill myself. More coins, wow, so useful. I'm definitely not thinking about it. Should I do it? Should I do it? Candies. It's over. Goodbye, guys. Mega Evolution. Wow. Yeah, it's over. It's over, guys. Goodbye. I've had enough. Nobody cares if I live or die. Nobody cares if I live or die. Nobody would care. I don't have any orange ones left. What the fuck? Nobody cares. Oh my god. Nobody cares if I live or die. Dude, how have I gotten no berry ones? I said I didn't care, but like now I'm starting to care. This is fucked up. Why are they doing this to me? I haven't gotten a single berry one. What is wrong with you? What the fuck? This is messed up, man. This is messed up. You fucking hate me, dude. You hate me. Oh my god. You want me dead. You're not saying it, but you want it. Not a single one. Not even berry level 1, by the way. Like, I'm not even asking for berry level 3 at this point. Just berry level 1. How have I not gotten a single one? I've gotten like 20 of item power Pokeball, item power special, item power coin, item power candy. Not a single one. I used every single orange berry I just had. Every single one. And I had hundreds. And not a single berry level donut. Not even berry level 1. What if I killed myself? Like, what if I did it? I am reloading that. I said I wasn't going to, but that is so abhorrently excessive to just not give me a single fucking berry level donut out of hundreds of berries being used that I personally want to die. What are you talking about? Not a single fucking one. I didn't reload correctly. Like, not a single one is so abhorrently insulting. I don't even know how to, like, fathom that. That's how crazy it is. What the fuck? That's so fucked up. I did it again. Dude, I should be lobotomized. Live on stream. Free lobotomy! Pussy. Okay. Big wiener, big cock, big balls, big dick. My goodness. Sorry, I was checking something. Fucking die, dude. Fucking dying. Yes, I at least need one berry one, okay? I don't care about 99% of the results here, but I at least need one berry one. Okay, because I need that back there, the sour, to be at least 420. So I'm trying to find a good combination where I can make a lot of donuts. Pokeballs, hate my life? Why did it do catching power? Catching power is not at 420. What are you doing? Catching power is lower than... Look at that. Catching power is a fresh one. It's from the green, which is lower than sour. What are you doing? That's 3 in a row. Okay. Game. I want you to take a good long look at the actual numbers on the fucking screen right now. Why are you prioritizing the green one? What are you doing? That's not how that works. 4 times in a row. Is my luck really this terrible? Is my luck this terrible? 5 times in a row. 5 times in a row you prioritize the lower stat. That's crazy. What are... Five of those were just fucking bullshit. Can we acknowledge that? That's crazy. What the fuck, dude? Useless? It's the same thing. You just gave me the same thing. Have I not gotten a single one? With the amount of donuts I've made, have I not gotten a single one? I have to reload. They're not giving me a single berry one. I just made like 20 donuts there. So I made like 30, 40 donuts before. Didn't give me a single one. I reload, make another 20. Doesn't give me a single one again. That is the worst luck I've ever seen anyone have in anything ever in their life. That's crazy. That's an insane thing to do. And for it to give me catching power 5 times in a row, despite the stat not being anywhere near 420, which 420 is the stat that you need to hit level 3 levels. To get like berry power level 3 or sparkling level 3, you have to hit 420 minimum. It wasn't even at 420 and it was giving me catching power level 3. How? Literally how? It's insane. This is insane. Fucking nuts, dude. Okay, it's an orange donut. Pokeballs. Why is it level 2? It's above 420. It should be level 3, but okay. Special items. Useless. Why is catching power level 3 when it's not at 420? Treasures, useless. Treasures is useless. Pokeballs. How is catching level 3 when fresh is not at 420? How are there 2 green ones? Finally, I got 1 berry one. That's all I ever fucking asked for, man. That's all I ever wanted. Jesus Christ. That many attempts just to get 1 berry donut? Like, this is fixed, man. This is 100% like fixed. Like, this is insane. This is insane. They 100% fixed it so berry is like the rarest one. Because it's insane that it took that many attempts to get 1 berry donut. 2 berry donuts, and that one's not even level 3. Which is crazy that it's not level 3 when I have over 420 sour. Getting a lot of Pokeball ones, which isn't bad. Pokeball ones I'm okay with. The coin ones and like treasure ones and candy ones are all useless though. Yeah, I got a lot of Pokeball ones. These are pretty good. Those are fine. I only got like 1 good berry one, and then the other berry one was a level 2. So that sucks. That does suck though. Do I have like a small level 4 one that I can just do very quickly? Yeah, I do. Okay, perfect. Let me go do that. You know what I could do? We could like keep watching that video that I was watching before while I do this. Because I was enjoying that video. No, I'll save it for later. I'll save it for later, actually. While I'm eating dinner. I just figure, you know, I'm technically not doing much right now. Do I have... Fuck it. I made so many sparkly donuts. Do I have a sparkle type bug? Sparkling power level 2 for bug. Sparkling power level 3 for bug. Sure, why not? Why the fuck not? That's what I say. First, let's rest at this so I can set a hard save. And by rest, I mean like interact with the lady here. Not actually rest. Because if you use Sparkling Power level 3, you get a guaranteed shiny right next to you. I would like for it to be preferably maybe Skizzer, because it says that Scyther spawns there. So I think Skizzer can too. Another hard save. I just say fuck it. I have so many Sparkling Power donuts, might as well use them sometimes. Sparkling Power Bug level 3. Like, when else am I gonna use it, you know? When else? Might as well use it in the bug type zone. Bark, bark. Bark, bark, snarl, snarl. Hiss, hiss. Okay, so it should be right out here, should be a guaranteed shiny. Heracross? Am I okay with Heracross? Yeah, sure I am. Why not? Yeah, sure. Premier Ball. I like putting shinies in Premier Balls. I usually forget to put them in Premier Balls, but, you know, why not? Why not? Cool. Any shinies up here? No? Okay, that's fine. Don't kill any. I already got the guaranteed shiny, so... But technically I could get another one, because I do have Sparkling Power level 3, so technically I could get lucky and find another. Which, by the way, where's all the Scythers and shit that it said was in here? There must be a hidden wall there. Otherwise, I have no idea. Yeah, here they all are. I would like a shiny Scyther, maybe. Or if it's possible, if Skizzer spawns here, that'd also be nice. Blow that up, please. Okay, don't kill any of these guys. Because what I'm going to do now that we got everything. Is this one also an invisible wall? No? Okay. But now that we got everything in here, there's nothing else to do. There's a Pokeball over here. Here, break some of these while we're in here. Okay. I have a lot of time left, so I'm just gonna run back and forth from like the B area to that area and just see if I can spawn one in. Just see. Nope. I could also technically do this. And I don't know if this is close enough to the Scyther spawn. But it might be. I also don't know, maybe this teleporter would even work? I don't know if this is far enough away to despawn them, though. We can check. 1 girl, 1 boy, 2 boys, 3 boys, 4 boys, 5 boys, 1 girl. 5 boys, 1 girl. And if I do this... Oh yeah, it doesn't despawn them. See, they're all like scattered around from when I aggroed them instead of in their default positions. So I have to teleport away, then do this. Technically, if they don't get aggroed, I could just poke up and then teleport away like that. And if I don't get a shiny here, it's fine. We already got the guaranteed Heracross one. Why... Okay, why couldn't I teleport before? Like before I even poked up my head up. That was weird. Me mommy mommy mama mama. Me mommy mama mama. And technically, couldn't I just do this? Because I think that room is close enough. Because it's like, it's not 50 meters like it is normally. I don't think. At least when it comes to spawning in. I think when you spawn into hyperspace, it's like 75 meters. And then for everything else in the hyperspace, it's 50 meters. But I think it's like a 75-meter radius when you initially spawn in. I think. I could be completely wrong. I could just be talking out of my ass. I love talking out of my ass. Leave me alone! No! I think the ideal one that you would want to do for this would be the one park zone, like the small grassy area, because that immediately has like 2 or 3 spawns of 2 or 3 different types of Pokemon right at where the portal spawns usually, because of how small that zone is. So then you can just keep teleporting to the portal over and over and over, and you're re-rolling like 3 different species, you know? Whereas this, I don't even know if these fuckers are close enough, you know? I don't think they are. And I kind of don't care, so I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna go. I don't really care. Who cares?
Let me out of here.
Who cares? Oh yeah. Okay, let's go to my favorite Pokestop. Change my hard save over to this one.
Because I'm gay.
Okay. Actually, no. Because there is, very quickly... I don't know if we can get to that in time, but maybe. We might be able to get to this boss in time. Might be able to. If we sprint.
Go! 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 Go faster!
Easy. I have no idea what this one is. Guess we'll find out. I'll put on this one for the defense power, because that's just good for anything. I have no idea what this boss is. It's not Heatran, I know that. So, whatever it is, I'm gonna kick its ass. The silhouette was very indistinguishable, I felt. Oh. This one's kind of annoying. Because it stays in the air for so long. But it's fine. I can't spam abilities as much on this one because it's in the air so much. Dude, stop hitting me. Stop it. Stop it. You're bullying me. Dude, stop targeting me. You're an asshole. Get him, Ray. Get him, Ray. And now it goes in the air. And now the fight's gonna slow down quite a bit. because there's going to be a longer gap in between all my attacks, because I have to wait for Ray to either float up there or aim the Moonblast. Just fine, I guess. And then I have to wait for her to float back down to do the Moonblast as well, because she doesn't do it midair. Upskirt of Gardevoir. Holy, I can see her panties. Do it again. This attack is also really annoying, because I can barely fucking see. Oh my god, and then it spawns multiple. I can't see shit. Blow it up. What the fuck? That's cheating! You cheated! Oh my goodness. I wish you could do these boss battles online, like the raids in like Scarlet and Violet. I think I'd have a lot of fun doing these boss battles with other people. That'd be really fun. Instead, the only online shit is like the battling, like the ranked battles, and I kind of don't like those, just because they're too chaotic, and the meta has really boiled down to people just using the same like 3 Pokemon on every team, and it's really just not fun. So I'd appreciate like a PvE mode where like you could do these boss battles online with other people. I think that'd be fun. Because like you have to replay these boss battles a lot anyways if you want to grind points efficiently, because they give you the most points by a lot. So if you want to grind points for the special scans efficiently, you kind of want to always replay them, like a lot. And the game is really trying to incentivize that by giving you so many points per boss battle. So it's like, why not just let us do this online? That would make the bosses way more replayable, in my opinion. Is let us do them online. You let us in Sword and Shield, let us do those bosses online. You let us do the bosses online in Scarlet and Violet. Just let us do these bosses online. Come on. It'd also make them go by faster too, with like 3 people fighting the boss. But that's not, like, even if, like, they wouldn't go faster with multiple people, like, increase the health bars or whatever. So that way they don't go by super fast. I would still just have more fun doing it with other people. And also that way they could do, like, special events in this game, like they do with Scarlet and Violet, where, like, they add a new Pokemon, like a new legendary or whatever, and you have to fight it in the raid in order to catch it and earn it. They could do that in this game, you know, instead of, like, these... Obviously, they could just keep doing these quests, like the DNC quest or the Mewtwo quest. They could also do, like, raids in this game, where, like, you have to fight this boss for a limited time and work together to beat it, and then you get this new legendary Pokemon. You know, I'd like that. I would really, really like that, in fact. But, unfortunately, they don't do that. Wish they did. I think that's such a no-brainer, is that you have these, like... bosses that are very similar to like the raid bosses in the other games. Why not just have them be, why not just do them online, especially if you're making us replay them over and over? I feel like it's a no-brainer. Depression. Depression, 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 depression. I'm depressed. I need 4k points. So can I find like an easy to do small 4-star one? That's medium, medium, small. These are the ones it has. Maybe that. This one's also small. I don't like any of the ones in there. You know, I'll check 3-star ones as well. This one's small. I don't really like any of the ones in there. 2-star. 2-star ones are mostly base game Pokemon. This one is medium. I already have every Eevee as a shiny though, and I already have shinies of those other ones, so. Cause I'm just thinking of like, oh, what can I get a shiny of, you know? That's all I'm thinking of at this point. Might as well try and get some shinies as well. Getting points. Do I want shinies of any of these? Honestly, kind of no. Let's just reset. Let's just try and get a different one. Try and spawn in a zone of something I would want a shiny of. Dedenne, oh, I almost considered it. Almost, but I think I might have a... Not Dedenne, or more Pekka. But I think I might have one. No, I don't. No, I don't, actually, because they were added in the DLC. So I definitely don't. I only have a couple DLC shinies, and they were like ones I actively hunted off stream, so... Okay, let's see. No. I already have shiny Bulbasaur, I think. Ooh, if I still needed shiny Eevees or Sylveons. Shiny Chestnut? Do I have a shiny Chestnut? Let me check. Because I know that's one of the harder ones to get. Shinies. I'm looking. I have one of Chespin, which evolves into Chestnut. So I don't know. Maybe not that one then. I think we literally just got a shiny of that one there. Right, if I go to... Oh, where did it go? I actually have no idea what box I was on. Yeah, right here, we just got a shiny Meowth. These ones we can release. These two. Move over to this shiny box. Yeah, here's all the DLC ones that I've gotten shinies of so far. Most of them being through guaranteed shinies by abusing shiny power level 3. Ooh, I could get shiny of this guy. Of the two-headed guy. I always forget his name. Maybe. Ooh. If I didn't have a Sliggoo or Goodra yet. Right there. Yeah, I think if I have a grass or fire sparkling power, which I might because I have a lot of sparkling powers, then I'll go for this one. If I don't have it, then poop. Oopsie. This one's always annoying to get to. I have to run through this whole zone. Which isn't that big of a deal, but I'm dramatic and a little bitch, so you're gonna hear me complain. Fuck you, Pat Rat. I hate Pat Rat. I hate Pat Rat. Okay. Poison, we got Psychic, Poison, Bug, Ice, Electric, Ground, Dragon, Normal, Electric, Fairy, Water. I have more sparkling ones down here. All types. That's a little too good to use, I feel like. Ground, Normal. All types level 1. Fairy. ground fairy. I have so many fairy ones, dude. I'm so gay. Okay, I don't have a fire one or a grass one. That sucks. I have a rock one that would only work on the Carbink. Well, now that I know which ones I have, is there any... I could go for this one with the fairy type. Get like a shiny Jigglypuff or something. Dude, you have to die. I can't fast travel with you in my way. You just had to die. Let's go over here and use a fairy one. If we get extra shiny Sylveons, I could always trade those. Because people like the shiny Eevees. That might also work out because if I look at my Eevee box, do I just have a normal shiny Sylveon? I haven't even gotten a shiny Sylveon, actually. I haven't evolved my Eevee. Okay. Well. This one isn't alpha, though, and it isn't a love ball, so actually, that one is going to become a Sylveon someday. 100%. But I could get more. This one's a boy. I could get like a shiny girly Sylveon. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever. Just... What else am I going to use a fairy type on? There's also Jigglypuff in here, which I also don't have a shiny of. So maybe it'll trigger for Jigglypuff, which would also work. Either way, I'll be satisfied.
Hello. Where is my shiny fairy?
And it has alpha power level 2.
W.
W. Okay. Shiny? Okay, none of you are the shiny. Meaning it probably spawned out here, because it's the only other place that's close enough. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Shiny Alpha Gardevoir. You know that Pokemon that it, like, took me days to hunt? There's one right there. Okay. It won't let me throw the ball because they all keep roaring. Well, this is the worst one to use here. Sludge Wave, Sludge Wave. Oh my god, they're all so strong. Oh my god, they're all so strong. Oh my god, they're so strong. Oh my god, they're so strong. Oh my god, they're all insane. Dude, alpha power is so strong. That's crazy. I already have shiny Alpha Gardevoir, though. I could reload. I'm gonna reload. I kind of already have shiny Alpha Gardevoir. Like, don't get me wrong. It's cool. But I already have one. It's like my main Pokemon I use on my team. And so I would just end up trading that one away. And rather than getting something I would trade away, I'd rather have like the shiny Alpha Jigglypuff or something like that. Something I'd use actively. You know? I would prefer. Okay, why am I walking when I could have teleported here? Why am I walking? What am I doing? Trying to burn calories in Pokemon? Like, what are we doing here? Oh my goodness. It's not even showing Jigglypuff anymore. You fuckers. You hate me. You wish I was dead. It doesn't mean it doesn't spawn there. It just means it's being a bitch. It just means it fucking hates me. Also, if I see one that shows a Charcadet on it, I'm 100% using one of my shiny all types donuts because I don't have a shiny fire type or ghost type one. So I will 100% use the all type one and keep resetting until I get some shiny Charcadets. At least one, because having a shiny Cerulite should be nice. Any of you shiny? I can't tell. I'm colorblind. No. Any of you guys shiny? Hello? It's supposed to always spawn in a shiny next to you. Maybe over there, where the Gardevoirs are? I feel like I would see it though, because I would see the blue. Yeah, right there it is. Shiny Curlia. I don't really care for that. I'm probably going to reset again for the Jigglypuff, maybe. Because I don't have a shiny Jigglypuff. I think I'd prefer that. The Jigglypuffs are right next to spawn, though, so I could just do this. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just do this. Just reset a few times and then check. Then just run around using repeat balls or something with like a high catch rate. I was checking if repeat balls are better than ultra balls. Yes, they are better. Repeat balls have a 3.5 times if it's a Pokemon you've already caught before and that's in your Pokedex. Which is tied with Dusk Balls. Yeah, I've always known Dusk Balls are better than Ultra Balls if, like, you're at nighttime. But that's good to know that Repeat Balls are higher than Ultra Balls. So, like, if I'm just trying to catch Pokemon I've already caught before, I should be using Repeat Balls. Good to know, good to know. And that's if I don't care what Pokeball it's in, obviously. Obviously. Okay, I'm gonna poke my head out. No shiny. I actually have to walk up to them because I have to see if there's a sparkle effect because Jigglypuff's shiny, I'm pretty sure is like, yeah, it's pretty similar to what it normally looks like. I was trying to select a Pokeball and then it kicked me out of the menu. That's, you don't get to do that. There we go, got shiny Jigglypuff. Cool. Let's get this Curlia as well. And then we need to catch an Alpha. Let's get the Alpha Jigglypuff. There we go. Now I just need to destroy Pokeballs. And even that I don't need to do. I technically have max points in the corner, so doing this won't get me any points, but I'm mostly just doing it for the items now. Cool. We got shiny Jigglypuff. Another shiny added to the collection. EV. Let me throw a ball. There we go. I had to like press the button like 20 times. Okay, it didn't fucking work somehow? That's crazy. Put it to sleepies. Moonblast. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Oh my god, fuck him up harder, please. Why does it have so much health? I don't even think this is worth it anymore. There we go. I just feel like I needed an alpha EV for something. I remember needing one in the past. What's up, fuckers? Hello? Okay, golden bonus ball. Bitch, where are you? Where's my bonus bitch? Bonus bitch. Hello? You're such a loser, dude. Just hit the things. There you go. Really not that hard. I hear the bonus bitch. Oh, I hear it. Oh, I was looking up. It was right in front of my face. I'm so smart. I have the biggest brain. Maybe we can get a shiny alpha one. Because look at all the alpha ones spawning in. That might be awesome. That might be so cool. It'd be so awesome. It'd be so cool. Yo. Yo. God. Oh my god. Look at all the dudes everywhere. Dude, they're pissed. I wonder if this would be a good way too. Just going back and forth on this, because then you see them spawn in front of you. This takes less time than opening up the map, too. And then you just run forward and check, and you go, "Are any of you shiny?" You know? Or you could do this. The old-fashioned way. By the way, where have these fuckers been going? In here. Good. Come with me. Let's go. Shiny Jigglypuff. Technically, I didn't have a shiny Curlia. I had shiny Ralts, shiny Gardevoirs, but I also have another shiny Ralts here that I could have made into Curlia. So it's like... who cares? Who gives a fuck? Let's see. Any? Nope. Time's about to run out anyways. I'll just leave after this. Quick check. Where'd everybody else go? There's one left up there. What the hell? They all died. This is so sad, guys. Everybody's dead. Poke my head out here. Yo. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Alright, let's get out of here. We got our 2 shinies. Let's leave. Goodbye. 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 Oh boy. Hopefully we get Keldeo. It would be kind of anticlimactic if I already got Keldeo this early into stream. Because it's only like 4:30. It's like, what the fuck would I do for the rest of the day? But it would also make me really happy that I wouldn't have to put up with this shit anymore. Oh my goodness. That I wouldn't never need to grind the special points ever again. Okay, what is it? Okay, it's a normal zone. Fuck you. You know what I think about that? I think you should kill yourself. I do have Sparkling Power level 3 for Electric, so I could get a guaranteed shiny Rotom here. Ooh, which Rotom would I want, though? Because I'll probably do hard save resets until I get specifically the Rotom I want. My Oven Rotom isn't in here. Where's my Oven Rotom? Here, let me move this one over here so I can make room for my Oven Rotom. Move you there. Like that. There you go. Where's my Oven Rotom? Hello? There it is. Nope, not that one. Which one would I want a shiny of? Like, which one's the cutest? The Oven one's pretty cute, with like the big old mittens. Not the washing machine. Maybe the fan one. Not the fridge. Lawnmower, maybe. I kind of would want the Oven one, I think. Not the washing machine or fridge. Any of the other 3, I would be okay with having a shiny of. So yeah, I'm gonna do hard resets until I get a shiny of one of those 2, maybe. Honestly, I'll just do hard resets until I get a shiny of any of them. That's not the default Rotom. Default Rotom I already have a shiny for. Same with Gimme Ghoul. Because those are very easy shinies to get. Because all you need is a shiny level power 3 for them. Because their respective hyperspace zones, they're the only Pokemon that spawn in there. So then it's just a guaranteed shiny of that Pokemon. So they're actually some of the easy shinies to get is Rotom and Gimme Ghoul. Oh, it's on the opposite side of this? Is there a closer teleport then? Yeah, I guess this one would be closer than walking all the way around. because then it's just on the other side of this building. Okay, Sparkle Electric. Here it is. And it has Alpha Power 3. Ooh, Shiny Alpha Rotom. For free. Don't mind if I do. And of course it's normal Rotom. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. The only one I was not okay with. That makes me so mad. Can any of you be shiny? Dude, I'm getting zapped. I'm getting fucking ass blasted out here. Excuse me, guys. Why are they still aggroed? Just trying to see if I can get a different one to spawn before I do a hard reset. What are the fucking odds that it gives me the only one I already have? What the hell, man? That's like fucked up. There's someone at Game Freak watching me play this game and fucking with the code to fuck with me all day. My luck has been terrible. 16 hours to spawn in Shiny Cobalion. Almost 3 hours to catch it in a Beast Ball. Only got one berry donut out of making like literally 100. And now this? I fucking reloaded wrong. I'm killing myself with a gun for free. Free death, free death. Clap, clap, clap. W death. W. I'm gonna go get some snacks. We have like a ton of cookies and stuff downstairs and I'm a little hungry. But I don't want to ruin my appetite before dinner. So I'm just gonna go get some snacks. I'll be right back. I'm back. Grab some. Oh my god, song's loud. Sorry. You probably didn't hear me. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, I'm back. Hi. Ooh, almost knocked everything over. I grabbed so much. I grabbed peanut butter fudge. I grabbed like these like white chocolate covered like peanut things. 2 like normal Christmas cookies, like just standard cookies. A gingerbread cookie. And peanut butter cookies. Lots of peanut butter stuff because that's what most of the people in my family like. Yeah, they really like peanut butter fudge and stuff, and so most of the stuff they end up baking is like peanut butter related. All right, let's go for the Rotom again. I just want it to give me a shiny Rotom that's not a normal Rotom. Any of the other ones spawning in shiny will be fine. I'm not picky. I'm really not. I'm not picky. Spent 3 hours trying to catch Shiny Cobalion in a specific Pokeball. I'm not picky, guys. I swear. Which one's shiny? I can't tell. Oh, it's the oven one. That's the one I wanted the most. Repeat ball. Just throw it and see if that works. Awesome. That's the one I wanted the shiny of the most. And it was alpha. Okay, nice. Perfect. The oven, I think, is just the cutest one because of the big old mittens it has. Look at it. It's so cute. Okay, let's move this over to my shiny box. Boop. I need to clear out my miscellaneous boxes. They're getting real full. I would also like alphas. They don't need to be shinies, but alphas of the other ones. So like, here's an alpha of the wind one. I'd like that. It did not catch. Ooh, bad one. Bad Pokemon to use here. What am I doing? Oh my god, it's chasing me! Help! Help me God, help me God, help me God. Oh my god, and they're all putting up these screens? Dude, this is fucked up. Punch this one in the head. Punch that one too. Just get out of here. Come on. Yeah, I just like alphas of all the other ones as well. So, I got an alpha of the oven and wind one so far. So there's the mower, the fridge, and the washer left. I would like alphas of those as well. Nothing. I also need to find Pokeballs to break. I haven't been seeing many. There's one up there. Wrong one. Meant to bring out... Okay. What animation were you doing that I couldn't swap you out? That's crazy. Okay. And then bonus ball somewhere. Spawning in a lot of normal rotoms. None of the ones I need, though. Maybe on the roof. Dude, Lucario, you're gonna fucking die. Get out! I was literally actively trying to put them back in their ball. I was spamming the button. You motherfuckers, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, there's the washer. Are you fucking actually raping me? Why would you do that? Oh my god, and then I get one shot. Absolutely insane. Here we go. Get out of here. There's too much going on. There's too much. I need to go. I need to go. Stop being angry. God. Everybody's so pissed off with me, and I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just kidnapping your family. What's so wrong with that? What's so bad about that? Is that so wrong? To want to take your family home with me? Is that so wrong? There's the mower. Freaking, I'm gonna die. I'm fine. Run, 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 run. There we go. Okay, we got the mower one. They're still aggroed. Stop being pissed. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. You don't see me. I'm hiding. Okay. I need an alpha of the fridge one now. I think that's the only one I'm missing, right? Yeah, the fridge. Go, go, go. And there's the fridge one. Frick. It didn't work. Break this first. Break it, break it, break it. Quick, quick, quick! Fuck me. Yeah, I can't catch it now. Oh well. We'll get the fridge one some other time. Because I'm about to run out of time. Oh well. Got the shiny. That's more important. That is way more important. Oh. So how many points did that give me? 20k off rip. W. Let's go do this boss battle now, and then we'll immediately have enough points. Huh? Oh. Wow. I almost dived right off the building. My goodness gracious. Let's do this one, whatever. Beat him up. This one's one of the easiest ones. By a lot. All right, Ray, you're being a little annoying right now. I'm not gonna lie. You're being a little dramatic. Idiot. Dumbass. So easy. How's it already been 4 hours, though? My day is going by way too fast. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to go to my other grandparents tomorrow. I'm not too fond of that side of the family. Not at all, in fact. Like yesterday was okay. My dad's side of the family I don't mind. but my mom's side. That's all I can say. Miserable is what I'll say. Miserable experience. Not fun at all. Keldeo! Fuck. Oh. Not really useful to me in any way either, because I already have shinies of like all the fire starters, so fuck me. I already have a shiny of like every single fire starter, so this is like genuinely useless. Whatever, I don't care. What the hell? What the fuck? I'm home her. I just got here. What the hell? Run. Did you break that? Why did you not break the Pokeball? I targeted the Pokeball, activated the move, and you broke everything other than it. Genuinely useless. What are you doing back there? Keep up. There we go. Caught 5 Pokemon. All I needed. Alright, and then up here, we gotta find the bonus ball. Oh my goodness. I see the bonus ball. Okay, we're chilling. I'm gonna die. Oh my goodness, get me out. Hey Blaziken. Bye Blaziken. Bye bye. Oh my goodness. Oh. $12,000 points. Fuck me. Sorry. That's not good enough. It's just not. I can do so much better. um, Really? Fucking hate my life. I just bit into a cookie, and then half the cookie just fucking fell onto my chair. Like the whole cookie just fell apart in my hands when I took a bite. It's so annoying. A shiny butter dog, maybe? Do we go for shiny butter dog? Why not? Shiny butter dog. Butter dog. I know I have another sparkling fairy somewhere. Fairy. It's only level 2. There was another level 3. Yeah, here it is. Gimme shiny butter dog. Shiny butter dog. Shiny butter dog. Okay, can't go in that wall. I don't remember the last time it did let me go in that wall at this point. It's been a while. La baby. Where are you, flip baby? But a dog. Fuck it. Almost forgot the bonus ball. Hey, no! Stop killing everyone! Stop! Let's just leave. I don't care. I really don't. Let me out of here. Okay, this is gonna be that cloud bitch again. These are all useless to me. Whatever. Okay, sorry. I feel pretty low energy right now. I'm sorry if I am coming across that way. Alright, you gotta die. I'm gonna kill you! Die, Altaria! You hate me. Come back! Upskirt shot! Kiss him! Kiss him! Oh my god, my computer's blowing up. I'm gonna die. My computer just turned into a bomb. I only got a few seconds to live. Oh no. Killer! Kill him! Idiot! Idiot! Easy fight. It's just a little annoying having to chase it around while it's flying. But still an easy fight. Punch. Alright, give me Keldeo now. I'm ready. I'm mentally prepared. But are you? But are you prepared? But am I? Is the game prepared? Is the game prepared to let me have it? Is the game ready? Ready to fill me up? Alright. Oh, wow, wow. Oh, wow, wow. Sup, Baldy? Please, please, please. Ah, no, it's the worst one possible. You fucking hate me, man. You fucking wish I was dead. You talk about me behind my back and you call me terrible names, and I know it. I fucking know it, man. You fucking talk shit about me behind my back. You're such an asshole. Fuck you, man. Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I hate these PvP ones. Okay. Past the sparkly ones. We got... This one does have berries on it, but it's only level 2. Fuck it. Grab that one, because it gives me a little bit more defense as well. Five trainers and super effective hits. Okay. Idiot. Idiot. Just get absolutely fucking bullied. What do you got for me? Sport ball. Thanks. Yeah, I cheated. What you gonna do about it, little bitch? Just both used close combat. It's just such a good move. What can I say? What can I say? You'll get there soon, Lucario. The fact I can initiate battle from all the way over here is so funny. You got that shit, Lucario? Don't look at me from over there. That's cheating. You're a cheater. Go get him. Dude, I'm such a cheater. I'm such a little cheat. Oh, that counted as me escaping because I was too far away. You don't see me. Hi, Ndidi. Ndidi's so cute. Cute Pokemon. Thanks.
Oh shit.
You don't see me. Why can I not lock on? Why am I not allowed to lock on? It's right there. It's on the game. Thank you. It's in the center of my screen and I'm not able to lock on. Like, what are we doing here? Go. Dude, Lucario Z is so cool. So fucking sick. Dude, the close combat looks crazy on Lucario Z. Look at this. The anime. Oh no, I wanted to see the animation again, you fucker. Why did you one-shot me there? Can you elaborate on that game? Can you elaborate on how they one-shot me when I have type advantage? You want to elaborate on that? Thank you though. Thank you for nothing, you piece of fucking shit. I'm so pissed off after that. I wanted to see the fucking animation. God forbid. They just one-shot a Mega Evolved Pokemon. Like, are we high? Are we high right now? Are we on fucking drugs? Why would you ever be able to one-shot? Hello? 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 You want to move, Ray? You want to move? You want to move? You want to move out of the way? Or do you want to just stand there? Look where I am! Look where I am! Standing like 100 feet away from them, and Ray's refusing to follow me. What are you doing? Fucking useless sack of shit. And I get one shot. Dude, this game fucking sucks, dude. This game fucking blows right now. What are we doing? Why do they get to hit me 6 times? Why do they get to hit me 6 times? They just did 6 attacks back to back. What are we doing here? They punched me 6 times. 6 punches. Again. Again. 6 punches. This is insane. Like, can we acknowledge how stupid that move is? They're allowed to essentially do 6 moves. Yeah, that was the most broken shit I've ever seen in this game. What the fuck was that move? That was the most bullshit move I've ever seen. It hit me 6 times. Each. Like, they would activate a move, and then that move would go 6 times. That's a little fucking excessive. For a single move to hit 6 times. The fuck is this shit? Can we not? I'm trying to get to the bonus ball. Who the fuck? They just spawned in this guy out of nowhere. He was not there 2 seconds ago. They spawned him in. Just to fuck with me. That's crazy. What are we doing here? I only get 18k from this, by the way. Normally get over 20k from doing one of these zones. I only got 18k. God damn, I just scratched the shit out of my eye. Scratch the shit out of my eye, dude. Ow. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Right, I forgot to move this guy over. And then I wanted to replace the ones over here with the alphas I got. There we go. This is getting kind of annoying. I'm so sick of grinding points. I'm so sick of this game. This DLC has severely hindered my enjoyment of the game, I think. In like not even like a small way, in like a major way. It's just grinding non-stop endlessly. And as cool as like the Pokemon are, as cool as the legendaries are, having to grind these 25,000 points over and over again, I'm just so fucking sick of it. It's genuinely hindered my overall opinion of this game so much. This DLC has made my opinion of this game go down. I think it's a worse game with this DLC in it. I don't care how many cool Pokemon they added. It's a worse game with this DLC. 100% is. I thought pretty highly of this game until they added the DLC, and now it's just like... I wish they didn't. I would have been more happy with this game if the DLC was never added, and sure, the DLC added a ton of Pokemon that I'm happy I have. But the means of which you get the Pokemon are quite terrible. I don't really care for it. I'm looking for a Charcadet one specifically. I'll reset a few more times looking for a Charcadet one because I want a shiny Charcadet. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Rock. Flying, electric, ice, garbage, poop, trash. Okay, last reset. If I don't see when I want a shiny hunt here, I'll just fuck it. I'll just fucking kill myself. Ghost one. Rock one. Normal. Water. Ground. Fairy. Fire. Rock. Fire. A steel one. Oh. I don't know if I have a dabber, but if I do, I don't think I have a steel one, but I can check. Can we not? Why was that so hard? That was so annoying. It was like so hard for me to just click on that icon. Insane. What time is it? 5:30? Let me check something. Grr. Angry. Angry, angry. Okay. If I don't have a steel one, it's fine. I'll go in anyways, but... Sparkling Power Steel. Catching Power Steel. I have other Sparkling Powers down here somewhere. All types? I don't want to waste that all type one. That all type one I'm gonna save. All type level 1. Wow. Fairy level 2. Wow. I have other sparkling ones, I thought. Humongo, Teensy. Dragon, Rock. Teensy. Ground. Power. Alpha. Teensy. Teensy. Humongo. I could just go make like a ton of donuts. Because literally the last Pokemon I need is Keldeo, which can't be Alpha and can't be Shiny, so there's no reason for me to save the pink ones anymore for like a specific type. Because there's nothing really left in this game that I want to Shiny hunt. Because even the Charcadets, because like having a Shiny Ceruledge and Armarouge would be nice. I have Shiny Ceruledge and Armarouge and Scarlet and Violet already, so I'm not like... Oh my god. I need it. I think this is good enough. As long as it's a 4-star. We got garbage. It's not even useful for anything. Sparkling level 2. Oh, I thought 420 was the required amount. Am I crazy? 420 is the required amount for level 3. Okay, I'm not getting it. I genuinely think they lied. I legitimately saw a guide that said 420 is the required amount. I don't believe them anymore. I think they're a fucking lying sack of shit. Fuck them. I just wasted so many berries on 4-star donuts because of that. I'm still not getting it. And now I'm making 5 stars? What are we doing here? I'm still getting level 2? Why am I mostly getting green shit? What is happening? Why is this game, like, not functioning right now? Can we work? Can we do the bare minimum? Game. Look at that pink stat. Look at it. Like, I want you to fucking look at it, game. What in your brain is making you think, oh, no, you don't have enough pink stat when I have 615? Finally, a single fucking one. That's crazy. And then it goes back to doing level 2s. I'm making 5-star donuts here. There's a fire one. Another fire one. How did that not give me any shiny when I was at 5-star and had hundreds of... Sure. Just sure. I think so. Why is it giving me mostly green? Look at the green stat in comparison to the pink stat. Why the fuck do you keep giving me so much green? Because you know what you're doing is stupid. You know it. So don't fucking do that shit to me. Again, look at the green stat in comparison to the pink stat. Why are you giving me 2 green ones and 1 pink one? What in your brain makes you think that makes sense? coin upgrade. Love of God, dude. Oh my God. I'm having terrible luck with these upgrades right now. If I was resetting for good upgrades, like if I gave a fuck at this point, I'd be killing myself. Because I would have to reset so many times. Like, these are some of the... I have not gotten a single good donut today. These are the worst rolls I've ever seen anybody get. These are crazy bad. These are insane. And it's consistent. It's consistently bad. That's what's awful about this. Is that it's not like, oh, I'm getting a good one once in a while. It's like consistently the same terrible shit over and over. I think I have 1,000 donuts exactly like that one now. I've made hundreds of donuts today, and I think like one of them have been good. I've made hundreds at this point. Like, I know it doesn't really matter what I'm getting in these right now. Just because I am, like, just one Pokemon away from completing everything. So it really doesn't matter. But it's still annoying. I'd still like good shit. Even if, like, I don't necessarily need it anymore because I'm one Pokemon away. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get that one Pokemon. Whatever, man. I'm so tired of this shit. I'm so just fucking done. Oh my god. Whatever. Fucking kill me. Just want to get through this shit. Oh. Here's steel level 2. We'll just use that. It's not gonna give us a guaranteed one, but, you know, just fucking... I don't care anymore. I've lost the ability to give a fuck. I don't care. Yo. Catch Duo Blade, catch Pokemon undetected. Nah. There's 3 Pokemon undetected. I'm a god. What can I say? I gotta catch 3 Dual Blades? What the fuck? What the hell? Why 3 of them? What the hell? That's so many. It's a little excessive, don't you think? Kill him. Yo. Yo. Okay, I did it. I'm so smart. Holy moly. Where the fuck? What? Can one of you become shiny? The Mawwiles? That'd be nice. I don't think I have a shiny Mawwile still. And I wanted one for a bit. Kind of, like, vaguely. I vaguely wanted one for a bit. Everybody fucking died! Why are all the Mawwiles so pissed at me? What did I do? Oh my man. Freaky foot jobs. Give me a second. I feel like I need to readjust this. It's been kind of bothering me all day, but like, look at this. Look at me from the side. Look how far back my head is. So I'm gonna turn off my model. I'm gonna readjust it. It's been like bothering me all fucking day. I just keep forgetting to go over here and fix it. Yeah, that's better, I think. It's been like that for most of the stream. I just keep forgetting because I've been playing the game, but like my head was like, hey guys. It's cranked back so far. Hey guys. Hey. Oh, that guy right in front of me already became shiny. He's by my head. He's by my head. He's not who I'm looking for, but it's pretty cool. I'm trying to get a shiny Mawile. Mawile, shiny Mawile, shiny, shiny Mawile, shiny Mawile. Here, we'll check. Because this guy already became shiny. So maybe Mawile did too. Come here, ball. Shiny, shiny Mawile. Nope. Nobody understands me. Nobody understands me. Nobody fucks with me. Nobody fucks with me anymore, guys. What the hell? Why don't you fuck with me? Do you fuck with me? I've hit my follower limit on Twitter. I can't follow dumb people anymore. It's made me stop using Twitter though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't used like Twitter since I've hit my follower limit. Because whenever I see a post and I can't follow the person who made it, like whenever I see cute fan art and I'm like, I can't follow this person because I hit my limit, it just makes me close the app because I get angry. So I will say it's made me stop using the app entirely. I just don't use it anymore. Because if I can't follow the people I'm seeing the posts from, then I don't give a fuck. I want to be able to like follow the people who make the cute fan arts of like Pokemon or Elden Ring or whatever the hell else. That's what most of my timeline is lately, is Pokemon fan art and Night Rain fan art. And I can't follow any of the, you know? Because I be following people like crazy. If I see even one piece of fan art that I like, I'll follow the person. That's what I usually do. But I've hit my limit now because that's what I usually do. Because I follow people like crazy. And now that I can't follow anybody else, it's like, well, what the fuck do I do? Because if I don't follow this person, I'll never see their art again. And so the best way to avoid that, to avoid the FOMO of possibly never seeing this person's art again, is to just never look at it in the first place. To just not open the app. So that's what I've been doing. I just have nothing to doom scroll now. Nothing. Nothing. And it's like, I would say, okay, well, time to start scrolling Blue Sky or something like that. But there's just not that many people on there. So it's like, I just wouldn't have much to look at when it comes to on there. Most of the artists I already follow aren't there, and most of the ones I would want to follow aren't there. Ah, some shit out of luck. There didn't used to be a follower limit. That's like a new thing, and it pisses me off. I remember on my original Twitter account, I followed like tens of thousands of accounts. Because that's how I like it. I like my timeline to constantly be a constant stream of new fan art. So I can scroll it infinitely. And the way I do that is by following every single art account that I like. Every single one. Can't do that anymore though. The frickety fuckety fuck. That's what I have to say. Pussy. Pussy.
Scratching my nuts.
Try finger. Butthole. I randomly went on Roblox the other day. I saw one of my friends from like high school randomly messaged me on my Roblox account 3 months ago, and I didn't see it until like this month. Because I just don't check Roblox ever. That was just really funny to me that like, out of all the ways he tried to reach out on Roblox 3 months ago. Which is so weird. I have responded. I was just like, I didn't see this. This is 3 months ago. Oopsie. And I don't know. Maybe they'll respond. Maybe not though. Bouncing on it. Meow 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 meow. Ew. Ew. Dude, the shit they allow on Roblox now is so gross. I just randomly clicked on Roblox because I mentioned that. And I'm scrolling through the catalog. Ew, dude. This is ew. It's so gross. What am I looking at? I don't want to look at this shit, man. This shit's depressing. Shit's depressing, man. Okay, let me check if a shiny mobile spawned. Okay, I'm starting to think maybe the teleport isn't close enough. Which it might not be. Because look at this. Because I just saw something there, real quick. Where I walked forward, notice how there's no mobile there? I think it might not be close enough. I don't know. It's hard to tell. That definitely feels like it's close enough. Look at that. It's not that far away. Feels like it should be. I also only have shiny power level 2. Oh yeah, see, it doesn't appear until I get like midway through the room. So I think right here against the wall isn't close enough. Ah, depressing. Let's just leave then. I just wasted so much time. Depression, 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 depression. Alright, how many more points do I need? 2,000, that's crazy. We could literally just do anything then. Doesn't really matter. I could try to get a shiny Tepig. I don't know if I have one yet. Do I have a shiny Tepig or anybody from the Tepig line? The fact I don't know what shinies I have anymore. Okay, I do not. Yeah, sure. I'll try to go get a shiny Tepig, I guess. Sure. Sure. And by try, I mean most likely 100% chance. Because I have multiple 4-star donuts down here. Never mind, they were 5-star. Multiple 5-star donuts. Yeah, Sparkling Power Fire level 3. Sparkling Power Fire level 3. We'll do this one because it doesn't have the alpha power. I'll save the alpha power one for when a Ceruledge pops up. Well, Charcadet pops up. Because then I can get a shiny alpha Ceruledge. Happy face. Okay. Fuck. It's probably going to be one of those birds then. Because look where it spawns me. It's only birds around here. Unless... It's going to be one of these dumbass fucking birds. It's going to be one of these dumbass fucking birds. Oh, it's the candle. I don't want a shiny Litwick. I'd prefer not. So are the pigs within reach when I press the teleport? Like, I'm not gonna move. Okay, well I have to move a little bit. Just to see. Okay, they are. They're within range. They're spawned in. So I could just spam teleport a little bit, see if I can get one in. And if not, then we can just reload. So what are the things? Boulders, Pokeballs, shiny. Okay. Well, the shiny gives me enough points, so I don't even need to do the other two things. Hello. I might just do a hard reset instead. Because I don't want the Litwick. I really don't want the Litwick, so I'm just going to do a hard reset until like it gives me the pig. Because I don't want to sit here respawning over and over. Because I kind of just want to get Keldeo, like, as fast as possible. I reloaded the wrong way. I'm ending it all. It's over for me. I'm killing myself. I give up. Life isn't worth it. I did it again. Why am I like this? Fine, whatever. Just do this. I don't care. I really don't anymore. I'm gonna go use the bathroom while it's doing this. I have to pee. I'm also gonna refill my water because I'm thirsty. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I used the bathroom. I then got food, so I have dinner. And another thing. I checked my monitor stands, and what do you know? They got fucking delayed again. I'ma fucking kill myself, I think. It's over. Can I just jump, please? Can I jump? There we go. Ah, I hear them. I hear them shinies. What do I want? Repeat balls? Thought I heard a third one. Guess not. Okay. Ow! You're hurting me. Hit that thing. Ah! Run! Hit that one. I just saw it go through the water there for a second. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got our shiny Tepigs. Oh my god. Everything else here doesn't matter. I just wanted the shiny Tepig. Which we got a couple of. Yo. I do... Yeah, literally nothing else matters, because the other point things won't give me any more points. Let's just see if I accidentally spawned another shinies while looking for the Tepig. Okay, okay, okay! I'm hearing you guys, trust me. Oh my god. How many was that? You. Jesus. Oh my god. Lucario, you're fine, right? You're not gonna die, right? Right? Oh. Okay, I need to de-aggro. Stop. I heard another one. Who? Who? Dude, I'm not anywhere near you. Okay, let me teleport to the roof. It was probably on the roof. Hi, how was your Christmas? Oh my god, hi Hachi. Sorry, I didn't see your message right away. I was AFK, getting food and stuff. I just got back. Sorry. Oh, it's another one of these fuckers. I don't care. I don't care about the fletchling line, man. I don't care. Sorry I didn't see your message right away. I apologize. Christmas was fine, I guess. It was fine. The annoying part of Christmas is tomorrow, the other side of the family. My pretentious half of the family. Fun stuff. Alright, let's get out of here. Because the only other Pokemon in here is Fletchinder. And the Fletchling line, I don't care about shinies for them. Really sorry that I wasn't here when you typed that. I think they already left, but really sorry. Okay. Look at all these shinies. 5 whole shinies. Okay, the DLC might be crazy for getting shinies. It might be a little crazy. I gotta rename this box now. I now have 5 boxes filled with shinies, and now I'm gonna start a 6th. That's crazy. Shiny. don't know what symbol I want to use. Let's use shiny plus. There we go. This one was also shiny. None of these were shiny. Okay. So let's go put this over on the miscellaneous boxes. Let me go quickly check what the special scan is, and then we'll switch over to that video we were watching earlier while I eat my food. Happy face, happy face, happy face. Because that video was good. I liked it so far from what we've seen. It's a very long video. They're very passionate about the topic. Just like I was passionate about that one Elden Ring video. Turned a 30-minute video into like 3 hours over the course of 2 streams of me talking about it. Ah, normal zone. Frick. Oh, I could get the alpha fridge though. So there is that. It's if it spawns. Okay. Then let me save real quick. And we'll switch over to here. Okay. Yeah, we were only 10 minutes into this. Oh my god. I'm never finishing this video.
The fear of alienating new players isn't a good enough reason to have almost everyone treat you like a stranger. But, okay, you arrive at Lookout Landing and
Yeah, they treated this as if it was like a brand new Zelda game in terms of like other new Zelda games where they're completely separated. Where like a lot of the characters just don't remember you or don't know who you are. They were treating this as if it was a new iteration of Link and Zelda. When it's not, it's a sequel. Like, having nobody know who Link is in, like, a new Zelda, like Wind Waker, makes sense, because that's a new iteration of Link and a new iteration of Zelda. That's the reincarnations. But this wasn't. This was the same iterations. Also, look at her. She's so hot. She makes Tears of the Kingdom worth it. And by worth it, I mean play the first, like, 10 minutes just to see her.
Immediately given the runaround. Pura gives you a recap of the events you literally just experienced that's so unnecessary it would make Persona 5 blush. Then she sends you over to Hyrule Castle to talk to a handful of other characters who really don't matter, and then you go back to Lookout Landing, at which point she activates the new Sheikah Towers and then finally hands over the glider. This whole sequence was pretty shitty and boring, but I held on to hope. I'd been looking forward to this game for 6 years, and I knew exactly...
I agree. You had to go through like a few hours, like do the entire tutorial, talk to her, talk to all these random NPCs, do all this random fucking bullshit just to get the glider. When the first game gives you the glider immediately. You get it like immediately, dude. You do like the 10-minute tutorial, you immediately get the glider, now you can go anywhere. The game doesn't give you the glider right away, which is one of the worst parts of the tutorial. The tutorial, even after you finish it, you still don't have the glider, and it's annoying.
Where I wanted to go first. Typhlo Ruins. In Breath of the Wild, Typhlo Ruins was a location that absolutely captivated me. It was shrouded in complete darkness, filled with animal statues and architecture reminiscent of the 3 massive labyrinths, which were themselves a huge unsolved mystery. In the final Tears of the Kingdom trailer, we got a few seconds of footage showing the area with the lights on, and that was it. I knew I had to go there first. So I did. I made my way north until I arrived at the ruins, and what I found there was a Skyview tower. No story, no secrets, There weren't even any monsters to fight, and no, the constructs don't count. Before you try to tell me that actually there is content there, in a sense you're technically correct. You can come back here after you finish the 4 main temples and do some absolutely asinine tasks to reveal, like, a handful of gemstones, and like what, an amiibo item from Breath of the Wild, and some exposition written on a slab? This is a far cry from something like an involved puzzle, or story section, or even a shrine. This did not do it for me, but I was still determined to find something interesting, so I headed west. It wasn't far from the ruins to the North Lome Labyrinth, and throughout the trailers I'd seen the mazes inexplicably floating in the sky. That had to be something, right? So I made it to the labyrinth, and I was disappointed but not surprised to find that the layout of the maze hadn't changed between the 2 games. Having played Breath of the Wild to death, I quickly dropped into the maze and found the shrine immediately. Even if I hadn't, by the way, there are pine cones conveniently placed in a line throughout the maze so you don't get lost, which is kind of the whole point of a maze, but I digress. There was a terminal to activate, and when I did, I received a new quest telling me to explore the sky level of the maze. At that point, I hadn't explored the sky at all yet, so I bookmarked it in the back of my head for later and pressed onwards, but my disappointment was growing. My next stop was the Forgotten Temple. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, in Breath of the Wild, this place was super interesting. It took clear design inspiration from Skyward Sword, complete with a massive goddess statue, somewhere that you'd expect to be a site of great significance, but it's hidden away at the bottom of the game's deepest canyon. On top of that, the place was filled with guardians, and the Breath of the Wild art book Creating a Champion confirmed that the royal family of Hyrule had placed them there intentionally. So what were they there for? What were the guardians guarding? It was one of many areas in Breath of the Wild that was disappointing because there was nothing there, but that still presented some interesting questions for the sequel to answer. I arrived at the temple and, as I had anticipated, the Guardians had been cleared out, along with the rest of the Sheikah in the world. In its place, though, was nothing. Maybe there was a handful of low-level monsters sitting around a campfire, or like a Korok, but certainly nothing that even came close to filling up the massive, now empty rooms. But then I found the giant goddess statue toppled over, and behind her I saw a door leading to a new area. And it was an altar with these pedestals surrounding it. My heart was racing. Was this place going to be the site of some sort of epic story moment later in the game? Were they going to make the Forgotten Temple into an actual dungeon? No. This room exists solely to show you where to find the memory cutscenes. I didn't realize there was nothing here at the time, though, so I took what I thought was a W and decided to take on one of the dungeons. It's gonna be a while before we talk about the dungeons in detail, but suffice it to say, I was not impressed.
Sorry.
The build-up to this game, that Tears of the Kingdom bring Zelda dungeons back. I'd like to find whoever started that rumor, so I can punch them in the gut for lying.
I was beginning to feel nervous. The Great
So I can
Sky
punch
Island
them
had
in
been
the
a fun
gut
take
for
on the Breath of the Wild
lying.
gameplay formula, but if this is what the rest of the game is going to be like, I might be in for a rough time. I made my way over to the
I think I'm actually dying.
Too far away from the Wind Temple. I interacted with the terminal, the giant door slid open with some vague words about a test of wisdom, but the thing that got my attention was the mention of the ruler of owls. What was that? Was I finally going to discover something of substance? I was disappointed to discover that the only thing you actually do in the Sky Maze is glide around and activate some terminals, all of which are already marked on your map. So not only was the maze on the ground a total letdown, the maze in the sky wasn't much better either. At the end of the Sky Maze, the chasm leading below ground opened up, and I was instructed to skydive from up high to down below as a test of courage. On my most recent playthrough, my friend was watching me play this part, and she made a great observation. From Link's perspective, skydiving from such a height would probably be terrifying, but the player does this all the time, so it doesn't actually feel like a test of courage. So I skydived down, and arrived in a third version of the labyrinth, this one located in the game's hellish underworld, the Depths. It was there that I found a recycled mini-boss from the tutorial island. Yay. Once I defeated it, I was able to activate yet another terminal and was told
both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom we'll just make like a few bosses and then recycle those bosses over and over again all across the map.
A rare piece of armor, cloaked in otherworldly evil. The pedestal with the treasure chest rose up from the ground. I went to open it, and... Are you kidding me? This can't be serious. They cannot be serious. The payoff to all of this is recycled DLC armor from Breath of the Wild?
Yep.
I could forgive the underwhelming ground maze. I could forgive the underwhelming sky maze. I could even forgive the recycled boss fight. But this? This is my reward? Armor that you can't even upgrade? If they were gonna recycle armor from Breath of the Wild, which is already lazy on the face of it, why not the Barbarian armor? That would have made sense. You got the Barbarian armor from the mazes in Breath of the Wild. Phantom fucking Ganon from Ocarina of Time? What does this have to do with this maze, with the Ruler of Owls, with anything? Worst of all, this was just one piece of an armor set, meaning the other two mazes would reward me with the other two pieces. I cannot possibly overstate how disappointed I was by this. This moment radicalized me. I knew in that moment that this game
Radicalized
was the
me.
worst
It's
case
crazy.
scenario for a sequel to Breath of the Wild. And as you can probably tell by the length of this video, I mean that in just about every way imaginable. From here on out, I'm going to be breaking down all of my issues with Tears of the Kingdom in the hopes of finally getting some closure with this game. They aren't making DLC for it apparently, so hopefully once this video is out, I'll have all of this out of my system, I won't have to think about the game ever again, and I can go back to playing Breath of the Wild in peace. Okay, I lied a little. Before I can start ripping into this game, I need to address something. In the minute-to-minute experience, yes, Tears of the Kingdom can be a fun game. It's fun to run around and build silly contraptions. It's fun to fly around on the Zonai plains. It's fun to walk around on the dragons. In fact, here's a handful of other things I liked about this game, just to head this off at the pass. The music is obviously great. Kataoka does a fantastic job, and I think it's always awesome to see a woman at the
I
helm
love
of a AAA
women.
video game soundtrack. Being able to throw items is great. It's one of the vanishingly few things I really miss when I go back to playing Breath of the Wild. Similarly, the ability to freely move and especially rotate objects you pick up with Ultra Hand is just flat out better than how they handled Magnesis in Breath of the Wild. Another improvement is the ability to instantly swap out an item when you open a chest and your inventory is full. I like that you can upgrade horses even if there's never a reason to ride them. More on this in a minute. I like that you can view the pictures you've taken in full screen. The descriptions for the various recipes are silly, and they added fucked up and evil food, which is objectively hilarious. I love the way ice interacts with lava and water. It makes perfect sense that the mechanic works this way, and it feels very Zelda. I think the dragon armor sets are super cute, even if their set effects and bonuses are trash. I like the areas with low gravity. It's a small change, but it does a lot to shake up game feel. I wish they used it more and in more interesting ways. I love the constructs. They're super cute and have a surprising amount of personality. Skydiving is executed pretty much perfectly. It's exhilarating and satisfying, even if I'll argue in a few minutes it pretty much ruins the world design, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Proving Ground shrines are great, especially compared to the resource-wasting snooze fest Test of Strength shrines from Breath of the Wild. Speaking of shrines, the shrine names come from real-life places in Kyoto with their names scrambled. Check out this map. I think that's sick. I love the final boss and the ending sequence, even if I don't feel like it's earned in context. I like that Raru's a goat dude and he's got goat mannerisms. I love the shot composition in the cutscenes. I love the costume and character design. Hey, did I mention that this game's pretty? Like, really fucking pretty? In a win for gay people everywhere, Zelda is taller than Link in this game. If you do this, you can pick a whole bunch of apples really
She
fast.
should always be
My point
taller
in
than
going
Link. Always. I think she usually is.
through this list is just to say that I don't think the game is all bad, and it's lazy to write off my criticism by saying, oh, well, it's just not for you. I really wanted to love this game. I've loved the Zelda series for as long as I can remember, and despite my issues with it, I love Breath of the Wild. The issue with Tears of the Kingdom is not that it's not for me, because Breath of the Wild was very much for me, and Tears of the Kingdom is just that game again. No, the issue with Tears of the Kingdom is that the game does not justify its own existence. This is a sequel to Breath of the Wild, a separate video game that took 6 years to make, and cost $70, the most expensive Switch game to date. The good things about Tears of the Kingdom are, in fact, good, but are they 6 years good? Are they $70 good? Keep these questions in mind as you watch this video. If you love Tears of the Kingdom, great. I love My Sims Party. Enjoying a video game does not make the video game good. I'm not trying to take your love of the game away from you, and while I'm definitely a hater, I'm not just a hater. If I didn't care about this series, I would not be making this video. Long disclaimer out of the way, let's get this show properly on the road.
I hate his
There is a
abilities in Tears of the
non-zero
Kingdom.
percentage
I hate
of
him.
watching this video without having played Tears of the Kingdom. I'll
Master
take this
Hand is
opportunity to
overrated.
explain what Link's main abilities are in this game, which will also give me a chance to talk about some of the problems with them. Ultra Hand is the signature ability. of the
Ultra
game.
Hand, not
It
Master
allows you to
Hand,
pick
whatever.
Objects up, rotate them, and stick them together. This is what lets you build stuff. It's a cool idea. Being able to manipulate almost any item in the world gives you a ton of flexibility, but as we'll discuss, this game doesn't really do anything interesting with it. It's also super janky. Nerl said it best when he said that for every 10 seconds of doing cool shit, there's 10 minutes of trying to get a wheel to stick in the right place. Fuse is the ability you will likely use most throughout the game, as it allows you to attach monster parts, materials, and even bits of the environment to your weapons and arrows, making them more powerful and also more durable. This only works to a point. Fusing something to your weapon doesn't repair it or or anything, it just adds some attack power to it and maybe a few more swings if you're lucky. Also, despite its widespread use in combat and just general play, you almost never use it to solve puzzles. Needing to use fuse to make a fire arrow does not mean it's a puzzle that uses fuse, it's just a puzzle that uses a fire arrow with extra steps, and I do mean extra steps. Ascend is pretty simple. If you're standing under a ceiling or overhang, you can jump up and swim through it. This totally
That's the only
changes how you
ability I
think
like.
about enclosed spaces like buildings or caves, and it's a mechanic I'm actually pretty fond of for the most part. Far too often the game will cut to this stock animation of Link swimming through the void in order to have enough time to render the world on the other side, and it does this even when it really shouldn't need to the point where it becomes pretty distracting. The ability also isn't super consistent. Sometimes you'll be able to ascend through a ceiling, but only while standing in a seemingly pixel-perfect position, which leads to a lot of fiddling around with Link to get him in just the right spot. Other than that, though, I don't have any big issues with it, and I think it's pretty neat. Recall allows you to reverse an object's movement in time. You can use this to return projectiles to sender, ride those falling rocks up into the sky, solve puzzles, rescue something you accidentally dropped into the abyss, and that's about it really. Wait, how could I forget the most important use of Recall, making gears spin backwards. This is so cool, I'm so glad they had me do this over and over and over and over again. Recall is incredibly powerful, but also criminally underutilized, and a lot of the puzzles in this game are seemingly set up without taking Recall into account. It's very easy to use Ultra Hand to move a platform up for a second, then lower it back down, climb on, and use Recall on it. You can use this to skip all sorts of puzzles, which I've seen a good number of people praise actually, but I maintain that if you peel all the stickers off a Rubik's Cube and stick them back on so the cube looks completed, you didn't solve the Rubik's Cube. The last ability is the only one you don't get as part of the tutorial. It's called Auto Build, and it allows you to save things you've built to a submenu and easily recreate them. This is a very solid idea with some absolutely awful implementation, something we'll talk about in the next section. When you're building with Auto Build, Link can pick up and use items in his immediate vicinity. If you're building something that calls for an item or material that isn't right there in front of you, you can use Zonite, one of the game's currencies, to generate the needed materials from scratch. These materials you purchase with Zonite are colored a solid green and can't be moved or adjusted once they're placed. They'll just disappear if you try. You can also only save 8 builds to your favorite section, which is really not that many. It would have been nice to be able to upgrade your capacity for custom schematics, especially in a game that everyone seems to insist is about creativity. Also, for obvious reasons, you can't use auto build in shrines. I think this is a decent batch of abilities with some major sticking points. Apparently this game was finished a year before it was released, and they spent the final year on just polish. And I honestly find that hard to believe, because this game shipped with a user interface and control scheme so unpolished that I genuinely can't believe people playtested this and then allowed it to be released in this state. Spoiler alert, that's what the next
Yeah, I hate the UI. The UI is fucking awful, man. It's the main reason I wasn't having fun.
This is the necessary starting point for any discussion of the user interface in these games, because the Wii U's main gimmick was the gamepad. This thing is like the result of illicit breeding between a Wii Classic controller and an iPad. It was an absolute nightmare to develop games for, but honestly, when it worked, it really worked. The Wind Waker and Twilight Princess remakes on the Wii U integrated the gamepad for real-time inventory management, and if Breath of the Wild hadn't had its gamepad features nuked from orbit, the Wii U version of the game would probably outclass the Switch version, which is probably why they made that choice. Tears of the Kingdom's user interface is just an updated version of the Breath of the Wild user interface, which was already outdated when the game released on the Switch in 2017. Rather than overhauling it for the new game, they left most of the menuing unchanged, and in some cases they made it worse. Quick select weapons and items was quick and snappy in Breath of the Wild, but there's a brief pause before the menu comes up in Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm not sure why. In Breath of the Wild, you could also use the L, R, ZL, and ZR buttons to scroll through the quick menu, and for some reason they took that out for Tears, which makes no sense considering the amount of scrolling you'll be doing in this game. Which brings me back to fuse. First of all, there's no way to set types of arrows like in previous Zelda games, or even like in Breath of the Wild, which means you'll be making every single fire arrow, bomb arrow, whatever,
you have to make every arrow
single
manually.
time you want to use one. Your list of items is just a single continuous hotbar of everything you've ever collected, and there's no way to fuse stuff from the menu. In order to fuse something to your weapon or shield, you need to take out the item you want to fuse, drop it on the ground, switch to the weapon or shield you want to fuse to if you're not already holding it, activate fuse, and then press the weapon or shield button every single time.
Yep.
This is especially bad during combat because fusing mid-battle is extremely clunky.
especially since there will almost always be monster parts or weapons or plants lying around that you can end up fusing to your weapons by accident. I don't understand how this is considered acceptable. Link can eat hundreds of apples and an entire raw chicken in the menu, but he can't fuse his weapons there? This system discourages players from experimenting with fuse because of how much scrolling you'll have to do to find new items to use. With over 250 material types in this game, this is in no way a sustainable system, especially without some sort of favorites tab to pin specific items for easy access. Auto build is possibly even worse. Like I said, you can use auto build to reassemble builds you've made, using either Zonite or the materials lying around in the overworld. The thing is, Link can carry Zonite devices and materials in his inventory, but there's no way to have auto build use those resources. You can't even open the menu to take them out while auto build is active. You need to stop, cancel auto build, take out the items you need, drop them on the ground, God help you if you're on a slope, reactivate auto build, and then assemble your contraption. There's also no way to put devices back into your inventory once you've taken them out, so if you miscount how many devices you need for a build, the extra ones will just go to waste. This also feels like nobody playtested it. It may seem like a small thing, but every aggravating design choice works to harm the overall experience. For example, and this
is the reason I stopped using Ultra Hand. People praise it left and right for its creativity, but I felt like every time I was using it, I was being punished for using it. It's not well made at all.
Related to Link's powers, but I do need to talk about it because it drives me crazy. Visiting stables in this game allows you to accrue pony points in order to get rewards. This is a cool system, but the stable guy won't just give the rewards to you. He tells you there's a reward available, then you need to walk around to the side counter and watch him take his sweet time moseying on over to talk to you again, and why do this? It's the same guy. Just give me the reward. You already have it. You're going to give it to me. Why are you doing this? Why are you like this, Tears of the Kingdom? Why do you hate me? Then there's the stuff that was annoying in Breath of the Wild and didn't get fixed in this game. The scope and the camera, for example, are still separate features when they should really have been integrated back in 2017. You also can't mute the shrine sensor without turning it off, so you either have to deal with the obnoxious beeping or not use it at all. The controls are still clunky, with the run and jump button across from each other on the button layout. I actually play both Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild with the A and B buttons reversed, and it makes a huge difference to be able to easily do a running jump, or to effortlessly take out and put away the glider. It makes more intuitive sense to have the button that takes out and swings the weapon be across from the button that puts it away, while the button that parries is next to the button that attacks. But there's still no way to dodge without locking the camera behind Link, a design choice that's 4 years older than I am. It's still way too easy to accidentally push the left analog stick too hard while running or fighting and have Link crouch, rendering him slow, vulnerable to attack, and unable to dodge. The Blood Moon cutscene is skippable, but only if you press X and then plus, information that's never properly conveyed. Great Fairies still make you sit through their endless flavor texts, still tell you about set bonuses for the 100th time, and there's still no way to see what materials you need to upgrade your armor without going to visit a fairy fountain. Tears of the Kingdom also lets you upgrade your horses, which is a cool idea except for the fact that it's got the same problem as the armor system. If you want to see how many cooked meals you'll need to give to Melania for him to upgrade your horses, you have to go talk to him. And then there's the sages. In case you haven't played the game, please understand that the A button, the one used to interact with everything in the game, also activates all 5 of your sage abilities as long as they're standing next to you. If a whole bunch of materials are lying on the ground and you're mashing the A button to pick them all up, it's not at all uncommon for Tulin to blow them off a sky island and into the abyss, or for Yunobo to light them on fire. This is equally bad in combat, where the sages are never where you need them to be when you need them to be there. It's very easy to hop on Mineru's back by accident, and then, since Link adopts Mineru's hitbox while he's riding her for some reason, you get hit. Also, for every other animal or vehicle that Link can ride in this game, pressing the X button will make him jump into the air and dismount. When you're riding Mineru, though, pressing the X button will activate her fuse ability. You have to press B and then either A or X to get off of her. This X to dismount muscle memory has been built up since 2017, and I end up coming up against it every single time I use Mineru. I don't have much footage of this, not because it doesn't happen, but because it's so annoying that I just never use the sages. It doesn't help that they take up a ton of space on the screen, and every time you climb or glide there's a distracting flash as they return to your hand. If they're all out in combat, you'll end up running around chasing the specific one you want to use, when that's time better spent just attacking the enemy directly. The sages are not strong enough or convenient enough to justify having them out, besides Tulin, but even then he's often more trouble than he's worth. He'll often attack enemies and get their attention when I'd rather just sneak past them. And that can be true of all of the sages, but Tulin's especially bad because he's got a ranged weapon. There's no easy way to summon or dismiss the sages either. You have to open the menu and then manually activate or deactivate them, then
Yep.
close the menu. This is the same Iron Boots bullshit that everyone hated in Ocarina of Time. It sucked then, and it sucks now. The only real improvement is the aforementioned ability to quickly swap new items from chests when your inventory's full. But given all of the things they didn't change, and all the new frustrating things they added, it's hardly enough for me to consider the UI and UX of Tears of the Kingdom up to Breath of the Wild standard, let alone better than it. But
Yeah,
enough
Breath of the
of
Wild was already a really bad UI. It's even worse than Tears of the Kingdom, which is crazy.
talk of UI and UX. Let's get into the real conversation here. Let's start by talking about the open world. What changed, what didn't, and what probably should have.
Nothing changed. Here, I'm gonna, until I get Keldeo, keep watching this video. Because at the moment, Pokemon's annoying. So let me do that. I'm gonna go refill my water, actually. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Did I forget to mute when I got up, or did it unmute itself? Hold on, I'm pissed off right now. Hold on. That just ticked me off. I just noticed I was unmuted, and I don't know if I unmuted when I sat down and didn't notice, or just forgot to unmute, or whatever. But I need to go check now. Let's see. Okay, I forgot to mute when I got up. All right. My bad. Oh my goodness. That is not good. That is very not good. Anyways.
When it was confirmed early in Tears of the Kingdom's development that they were reusing the map from Breath of the Wild, I was actually excited about it. One of my biggest issues with the story presentation in Breath of the Wild was the wealth of locations that had some sort of story that was implied but never explored, never developed.
Yeah, there were so many locations in the first game that just had nothing to do. They were just there for the sake of it. So I also rightfully assumed, okay, them using the same map in the second game means a lot of these locations that just had nothing to do or no story moments there or anything like that, those locations will now have a chance to shine. And they didn't do that at all. Like, at all. The locations that had nothing to do in the first game also have nothing to do in the second game. It's crazy. It's just even more empty, if anything. It's pissed me off so much.
I mentioned a few of these already, like the mazes and the Forgotten Temple, but it's important to note that these points of interest were everywhere. There was untapped story potential around every corner. I wasn't worried about them recycling the world because I saw Breath of the Wild's Hyrule as fertile ground for this new story to grow out of.
Yeah, same. I wasn't worried about it either because the map was already so empty that, like, yeah, put more shit in there. Who cares? They just left it being empty.
Barely felt like my exploration was rewarded.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild, it was only Korok seeds. That's it. That was the exploration. Korok seeds everywhere. I hated exploration in the first game, and the second game's not any better. Fuck, my controller's gonna die. Sorry, my model's gonna freak out while I grab my charger. Come here. There we go.
Best, I'd find another shrine or a Korok seed, but that's at best. The joy was really in the journey. I loved combing through forests for ingredients, traversing the desert, climbing through the mountains, exploring the tropical regions. All of this served as intrinsic motivation to me when I played Breath of the Wild. Even if the extrinsic rewards weren't always, rewarding. Tears of the Kingdom fares even worse than Breath of the Wild in this sense because at least Breath of the Wild was a new world with new content. I understand the appeal of using that world as a sandbox to build silly cars in, but that's Breath of the Wild nuts and bolts, not a mainline Zelda game. Breath of the Wild managed to get away with a lackluster reward structure because the joy was in the journey. But that's an excuse from 6 years ago. It doesn't hold up now, and you're not doing nearly as much journeying in this game anyway. To explain what I mean by this, let's talk about how you get around in these games. A lot of ink has been spilled about the triangle design in Breath of the Wild. That is, the relationship between walking,
triangle design?
and gliding. The introduction of the paraglider meant that even if you climbed up a mountain and didn't find anything at the top, you still had the ability to survey your surroundings from that new vantage point, and then you could glide down to your next point of interest. For a good chunk of that game, the main method of gaining height was climbing, which was slow, but the time you saved by gliding down to your destination versus walking tended to balance it out. That's also why Rivali's Gale was so satisfying to unlock, and also why it could be so game-breaking. Even Rivali's Gale had its limits, though. You could only use it 3 times before you had to wait out a cooldown, and a single usage of it was powerful for sure, but it wouldn't eliminate the need for climbing altogether, especially when faced with taller cliffs or mountains. While you could wait 6 minutes in the middle of a climb up a cliff for the ability to recharge, that's almost always slower than just climbing up the rest of the way yourself. Movement in Zelda games, with a few exceptions like the Zora swimming in the original version of Majora's Mask, has never been particularly fast, and I think slowing the player down and forcing them to walk places, while occasionally tedious, does force them to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. And I'm saying this because Tears of the Kingdom, well...
Gets rid of all that for just skydiving, yeah.
You might not initially realize how big of a deal this is. I'm not really sure what I can say to properly express the ramifications of the ability to launch Link a million miles.
Yeah, you never need to look at something, like look at a building and be like, alright, how do I figure out how to climb this? You're really just looking for the closest place to launch Link up 1,000 feet in the air. It completely takes away the relationship that climbing and gliding have with each other.
Into the sky. So let's try this. Tears of the Kingdom introduced these little coordinates in the bottom right corner of the screen, including one number representing Link's elevation at any given moment. The highest point on Breath of the Wild's map was the peak of Death Mountain. Standing at that spot in Tears of the Kingdom gives a readout of about 900 units. So Breath of the Wild's map maxes out at a height of 900. Now, let's see what happens when we launch Link out of the Lookout Landing Skyview Tower, the base of which, for reference, is at an elevation of 25. 1,168 units. With the press of a single button, you're sent flying up higher than the highest point on Breath of the Wild's map. This isn't an outlier either, by the way. I found out while doing research for this video that the towers actually launch Link to different heights. There are 15 Skyview towers around the map, and only one of them has a launch height that maxes out below that 900 unit maximum from Breath of the Wild. And I suspect that this tower being comparatively weaker than the rest has to do with its proximity to the Wind Temple. If it launched Link as high as the others do, it would invalidate most of the Rising Island chain, one of the most widely praised portions of the game and something we'll talk about more when we discuss the dungeons. This world was simply not designed with this amount of vertical mobility in mind, and it shows. It's not just the launch that's the issue, though. It would be problematic enough on its own, but there's another element of this game that takes this from damaging to utterly disastrous.
Yup.
Zonai wings lose altitude incredibly slowly, can be deployed mid-flight, are easy to stockpile, don't consume battery, don't consume stamina, and allow you to cross large distances at unprecedented speed. Their only limitation is that they disappear after 30 seconds, but there's nothing to so much as disincentivize, let alone prevent a player from just pulling out a new one as soon as the old one disappears. If you're trying to get somewhere in this game, there is no reason to walk, run, climb, ride a horse, build a car, engage with the terrain between you and your destination in any way. You have 15 Skyview towers and 32 shrines in the sky, any of which can be warped to at any time, and then it'll be orders of magnitude faster and easier than any other method to skydive down to your destination.
Yep.
Doing anything else is suboptimal, and even if you make the conscious choice to not engage
It's
with
another reason why I hate the Ultra Hand. Because there's, not only is it just a boring power, there's no reason to even fucking use it, man. You're just making more work of yourself for a less efficient method of transportation that will most likely break apart just by bumping into the smallest rock ever. Your entire car you built will just shatter. There's no reason to ever engage with any of the fucking mechanics to build anything, because there's always an easier, simpler method that doesn't require the Ultra Hand at all. It's so annoying.
You'll be doing so with the knowledge that you could be getting where you're going faster. It's a weird perspective trick where the world feels like a chore to traverse when you're on the ground and mindlessly easy to navigate when you're in the sky. Either way, the surface in this game does not compel you to explore it. And I think that's why it's got so little going on. Why put your resources into filling out this recycled world with new, unique content when most players will just fly over it? As I was editing this part of the video, I realized that almost all of my footage of Link's traversal options came from the first few hours of my playthrough, which I think strengthens the idea that you're unlikely to explore on foot once you don't have to. I also realized that I didn't make it clear just how good it feels to ride around on the wings. The sky is beautiful, the sound design is
keep
on
getting
point,
like the same
and
two
peering over what
shinies
feels
over and
like a
over.
miniature diorama of Hyrule is delightful.
It's
I'm
like,
not
I'd be
saying
okay with
it's
any
not
of the
fun.
other
I'm saying
Rotoms,
it
but
hurts
I
the
keep
overall
getting the
design
normal one in the
precisely
oven.
because it's by far the most fun way to get around the world, and that the introduction of equally fun ways to move around on the ground would have been a good counterbalance to the
This car has 10 wheels on it, and it's still way slower than flying.
overwhelming appeal of air travel.
And it takes you like 20 minutes to build. And if you hit too many objects, it'll break apart and shatter, and then you're stuck walking. So why the fuck would you ever build anything in this game? It's not incentivized at all, outside of just doing it for the sake of wanting to. And with how annoying it is to build stuff, I never want to. I never am like, oh boy, I get to build another car that's gonna break apart.
Breath of the Wild was
Oh boy!
all about its world and its nature and exploring the wild that's right there in the name. But Tears of the Kingdom's design philosophy is incompatible
Reloaded
with
wrong.
this world. It would be inaccurate to say that they didn't at least try to make the surface world interesting, though. They added caves to the surface world, 143 of them. And if you've been wondering when I was going to mention the caves, the answer is right now. Unfortunately, though, I don't have much to say about them. For the most part, you
Caves
wander
are pretty
around,
empty,
smash
yeah.
some rocks, maybe fight an enemy or two, break some more rocks, pick up a mushroom or fish, maybe there's a shrine if you're lucky, you shoot a bubble frog, and you leave. All of the clips I've just shown on screen while talking have been in different caves, but I'd forgive anyone who didn't notice because almost all of them look the same. There are a few exceptions. Some caves are wet, some are full of lava. This
I was
one's
excited
dark,
at first when I
icy,
saw the
but these
caves, but
exceptions
then I
represent a
got
vanishingly
really
small
bored really
portion of
fast.
and I cannot stress this enough, 143 caves in the game. Add the 4 caves on the Great Sky Island,
So
and that's a total
excessive.
of 147 caves. And unless you're going for 100%, you will never explore all of them, because why would you? The only unique reward you're guaranteed to find in a cave is a bubble frog, a monster that, when defeated, drops an item that you can give to this guy, Colton, in exchange for some unique, if underwhelming, rewards. The problem is that 30 shrines and 3 towers require you to enter a cave at some point, and if you're collecting all the armor, you'll visit an additional 34 caves. Assuming you get the bubble frog in each of them, you will already have enough bubble gems to get all of the Colton rewards, and you'll still have 80 caves left over. More than half of all the caves in this game are basically worthless, but unless you're using a guide, you won't know which ones are worth your time to explore. When I first ran the numbers on this to try to figure out how many caves had worthwhile content in them, my takeaway was that it was lazy to leave so many of them basically empty. But I actually think it's more sinister than that. This is a video about Zelda, and not a video about behavioral science, so I'll explain this as simply and quickly as I can. I'm sure we're all familiar with the idea of reinforcement, that rewarding a behavior causes that behavior to increase in its frequency. The issue with rewards is that eventually our brains get used to them. Rats, for example, will initially be super excited about a lever that dispenses food, but eventually they'll get bored and stop pulling it. If they're faced with a lever that only sometimes dispenses food, though, they'll become obsessed with it, pulling it over and over to the point of neglecting their other bodily functions and needs. This is the power of intermittent
Even
reinforcement.
rats
It's
love
like people get addicted
gambling.
to slots or gacha games or checking their phone.
Even
or whether
rats
stay in
can get
unhealthy
addicted to
relationships long
gambling.
after
Let's
the other person
go.
stopped treating them well. And that is why more than half of the caves in Tears of the Kingdom are empty. This is part of why I don't blame anyone who liked Tears of the Kingdom. It was designed as junk food for your brain, meant to keep you hooked for as long as possible.
Ooh, the
it's
fridge.
the mobile gamification of Zelda, and mobile games
Dude,
are
they keep
extremely
roaring and it's making
popular,
me put
not
my
to mention
Pokeball away.
addictive,
Stop it.
especially for people with
Trying to
dysregulated
catch the
reward
shiny
centers in their
fridge.
brains, people with depression or ADHD, for example. And
I
if
want
playing
Alpha
Tears of the
Fridge.
Kingdom makes you less miserable, then it doesn't actually matter if it's a good game or not. Anything that gives you joy is valuable for doing that, but that
No, it's
doesn't mean it's
not.
above criticism. I'll be the first to tell you that Oreos and salt and vinegar potato chips are fucking delicious, but if
They're
I
so
only ate
yummy.
those, I would be very sick
Well,
very
not salt and
quickly.
vinegar chips.
Palatability
People,
is
I
not
genuinely think people who
necessarily
like those are
indicator of
psychotic.
quality. You can like something and still demand better. Just to
It's
cover
just
all my
pain
bases,
in a
let's
chip.
very briefly
I
touch
don't
on the
want
wells.
pain
There are wells
in a
this
chip.
game. That's it. You
I
can
want
go
pain
in
at
them.
all,
There's a reward
preferably.
for finding all of them, but
Especially
by
not
and
in a
large,
potato
they're
chip.
even more empty and worthless than the caves are. While we're still discussing the surface world and traversal, let's talk about water. A lot of people, myself included, were hoping
I
we'd
need
get
water to
underwater
live. I
exploration
love
in
water.
this game, something along the lines of Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess, or Majora's Mask. This hope was not realized, and Tears of the Kingdom has the same sluggish, miserable swimming that Breath of the Wild
Yeah,
did. Credit where
yeah.
credit is due, though. The ability to make a little boat out of almost any
I wasn't even one of the people that was like hoping for underwater exploration, but now that they've mentioned it, it's like, yeah, that's such a brain dead thing. Why would they not do that? What the hell? Why would they not? Huh? That's such a no-brainer. That's crazy.
thing makes exploring the surface of the water a breeze, and it's something I appreciate whenever I need to get somewhere and there's a body of water in the way. Of course, this has the same issue as every other obstacle in that you can just fly over it, but building a little boat is just fun. The steering stick gives you better control than what you had with the rafts in Breath of the Wild. They're faster. It's good stuff. Looking at all of these traversal options, though, I can't help but wonder why stamina is in this game at all. You can bypass it in so many ways, whether it's by landing on a hoverstone, taking out a wing, using food, or even with a fourth example that I can't think of. In Breath of the Wild, stamina
That I
is a
can't-
meaningful restriction because you needed it
A fourth
constantly
example that I
moving
can't
around
think
the world.
of.
It dictated which mountains you
Wow,
could climb,
thank
how long you could
you.
sprint for, how long you could glide for,
Very
and a fourth
informative.
example that I can't think of. In Tears of the Kingdom, you have the ability to build, which bypasses all of the restrictions that the stamina system theoretically theoretically puts on Link's movement. Removing stamina from Tears of the Kingdom, then, could have gone a long way towards making traversing the surface on foot a viable option. If you could sprint for as long as you wanted, jump up cliff sides with ease, or could swim dash infinitely, ground exploration might cease to be prohibitively tedious. In lieu of stamina containers, the player could upgrade their battery at the goddess statues, which would serve the dual purpose of preserving a sense of progression and would be a vast improvement over the current method of upgrading your battery, which, as it stands, is a painful, grindy slog. Finally, I want to talk about what's changed on
Yes,
the
it
surface
is.
since Breath of the Wild, or rather, what hasn't. It's not clear how much time has passed between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but it's been at least
a
6
couple
years,
days.
or however old this child is supposed to be. I understand that 6-ish years is not a lot of time for the
6 to
characters to
7
rebuild
years.
their kingdom, but so little has changed that you're bound to be disappointed no matter where
Sorry.
you go.
I didn't mean
like an active effort to rebuild Castletown or some of the other ruined villages in Breath of the Wild.
I'm
would
sorry.
have gone a tremendously long way towards making this world feel like it's actually healing. The fact that you can't help build new homes for people in a game that's about building stuff is cuckoo bananas. It's crazy.
Cuckoo
The only time we do
bananas.
anything even remotely similar to that is in Lurelin Village. But here you're not constructing new homes as part of an effort to recover from the calamity. You're helping repair houses that were damaged by pirates. You're just restoring the village to how it was in Breath of the Wild. So aside from Lookout Landing, there's nothing new here. I have some other issues with the surface
there
world that have more to do with the
pirates?
shrines, characters, and side quests, but those are best saved
That's
for
so
their
random.
respective sections. In the meantime, there's something else we need to talk about.
A video game.
Let me ask you something. What would have happened if
A
Ganondorf
child.
hadn't gloomed Link's arm off? I'll tell you what, Hyrule would be fucked. Link wakes up in the sky with Raru's arm transplanted onto his body to replace the one damaged by Ganondorf. In the very next room, he interacts with this terminal with this handprint on it, which opens this door. Then he opens this treasure chest and later activates this construct using the same mechanism. This handprint symbol is everywhere. It's on all Zonai treasure chests, it's outside and inside all the shrines, it opens the Temple of Time, this one, not that one, it activates all of the light roots in the depths, it activates constructs, the temples, the doors in the mazes, a bunch of one-off sky islands, and for some truly inscrutable reason, there's one in the ancient Zora waterworks. This, to me, is one of the most salient examples of Tears of the Kingdom not giving a shit about making its game world immersive or believable. Without getting into the story for now, I'll just say that Raru has no way of knowing that Link will end up with his arm in the future. Zelda doesn't even know for sure that Link survived the encounter with Ganondorf until after Raru sacrifices himself to seal him away. Raru says,
Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
he doesn't say,
I replaced your damaged arm with my arm, an absolutely essential step in order to let you activate all the weird biometric bullshit haphazardly strewn around this world.
No, he
"And it
said
does
that.
seem
I
to
remember
be a
that line,
biometric
actually.
thing." Toro complains that he can't open a Zonai chest. The author of these journals talks about not being able to activate this terminal, and we see Koga trying and failing to activate this construct in the abandoned Lanayru mine. But Link activates it no problem, and when he does, the construct says Authorizer Verified. So there is some sort of verification system, and if Raru added Link to that system at some point, we certainly didn't hear about it. If Link hadn't gotten his arm taken off, he would have woken up on the Great Sky Island, walked into that room, tried to activate that terminal, failed, starved to death, and the game would be over.
Starved
In
to
contrast,
death.
Breath of the Wild
Unlucky.
has used the Sheikah Slate to interface with the shrines, towers, and divine beasts. In that game, it made sense, because all of the technology was made by the same group of people, and all of it was made with the future in mind. The Sheikah shrines were created to test a hero in the future and prepare them for a confrontation with Ganon. The divine beasts were created as weapons to fight the calamity. You can argue that this is contrived, but at least it's internally consistent. The Sheikah tech was also deliberately placed, and it felt like part of the world. This shrine in Rito Village has its own dedicated platform. This one in Zora's Domain has its own little room, and this shrine looks out over Kakariko Village. There's a little ring of trees planted around this shrine in the Tabantha snowfield, and I know you remember Magda planting her flowers around this shrine because the internet turned that character beat into the least funny meme possibly ever. In all of these examples, though,
I
the
don't know what
shrines
they're
feel
fucking
like
talking about.
shrines, places that people visit that are part of their lives in some way. People would rightfully be upset if Tears of the Kingdom recycled the
I've
shrine
never seen that
placements from
meme in
Breath
my
of the
life.
Wild, but these locations locations just feel empty now. And the new shrines don't feel nearly as thoughtfully placed. Fucking Shrine Island doesn't have a shrine on it. No shrine on Shrine Island, and this game costs $70. I'm going through all
No shrine on Shrine Island?
between a world
0 out of
video
10.
game and a video
Fucking
game
dog shit
world.
game.
Keep this distinction in mind as we move forward, because this video game world issue rears its head throughout Tears of the Kingdom, from start to finish, and it's one of the many ways in which this game fails to successfully act as a follow-up to Breath of the Wild.
Oh
My
my goodness, I
ex-girlfriend
almost
and I
died.
briefly got back together on May 12th, 2023, and I'm sure she'd be delighted to know that that relationship was only the second worst sequel to come out that day. More than in any other respect, Tears of the Kingdom utterly, spectacularly fails specifically as a sequel to Breath of the Wild. The story of Breath of the Wild has so little
Just
bearing
casually
on Tears of
trauma
the Kingdom
dumping.
that you could be forgiven for thinking the events of the game didn't even happen and that Tears of the Kingdom is some sort of reboot. But that doesn't seem to be the case. In case you didn't play Breath of the Wild, or in case you need a refresher, here's a brief summary of the events of that game's story. The Kingdom of Hyrule exists in a state of cyclical conflict with Ganon, a demonic entity that reincarnates over and over again throughout the series. Breath of the Wild
He's just built like
so
that.
far in the future, after so many cycles of being defeated and reborn, Ganon has lost his physical form, reduced to basically just this cloud of pure evil. 10,000 years before the events of Breath of the Wild, an ancient tribe called the Sheikah was prospering. They were highly technologically advanced and used this technological know-how to construct an army of autonomous robots called Guardians, and 4 colossal animal robots called the Divine Beasts. These machines were created so that when Ganon inevitably returned, he could be swiftly defeated. 4 warriors from the various peoples of the land were chosen to pilot the Divine Beasts, and 1 hero wielded the Master Sword, a sword blessed with the power to repel evil that's been a staple in the series since A Link to the Past. The 5 of them were known as the Champions, and they all worked together with the Zelda of that era, who is also always getting reincarnated, in order to counteract Ganon's evil power. Ganon wakes up, and the Champions and Zelda completely kick his ass. Fearing the destructive capability of the Sheikah tech, it was buried underground in the aftermath of the battle until 100 years before the events of Breath of the Wild. In anticipation of Ganon's return, the King of Hyrule, Zelda's father, ordered that the Sheikah tech be dug up and brought back online to assist in his defeat like they had in the past. He promotes 4 new champions to pilot the Divine Beasts, and orders Zelda to start working on that sealing power of hers like ASAP. Zelda's a huge nerd who sucks at praying, and is convinced she'll be more useful working on the Sheikah tech than she will trying to awaken her powers. Unfortunately, her father, the king, was a royal asshole and refused to listen to her.
He was a royal asshole.
And go back to praying. Link, who was chosen to wield the Master Sword, was
I just want to
instructed
pray,
to accompany
Dad.
Zelda everywhere,
Let
both
me
to
pray.
protect her and to ensure she was making progress towards her goal.
Actually,
Zelda
no, she wanted to go
initially
play with
resented Link
robots,
both
not
for the way
pray.
he was so
I don't want to
effortlessly
pray,
able to
Dad.
step right into his role as the hero, and for seemingly acting as a second pair of eyes for her father. Eventually, though, she came to understand that Link didn't have any more of a say in his destiny than she did in hers, and that understanding brought them closer together. Despite Zelda
And
warming
they
up to Link, she
smashed.
couldn't get her powers to awaken, and eventually it was too late. Ganon returned, and the champions prepared for battle, only for Ganon to seize control of all of the Sheikah tech and turn them against the inhabitants of the kingdom. This event, known as the Great Calamity, was apocalyptic in its scale and wiped Central Hyrule out in its entirety. Zelda, distraught by her failure and the loss of her family and friends, is spurred to action when Link, the only person she has left, is about to die protecting her. In that moment, she's finally able to steal Ganon away temporarily, while Link is brought to the Shrine of Resurrection to recover. 100 years later, it's time for Breath of the Wild. Link wakes up in the soup, meets the ghost of Zelda's dad, and sets out on his epic adventure to take back the Divine Beasts and rescue Zelda, who, for her part, has spent the last 100 years making sure Ganon stays trapped in the castle. Link does some shrines, frees some of the Divine Beasts, storms Hyrule Castle, beats the shit out of Calamity Ganon, Zelda pops
Beats
out,
the
and
shit out of him.
The story is not super complicated. I explained it in 3 minutes? And I think it's important that we're all on the same page about the events of the first game, so that we're able to understand what went so wrong with the sequel. Zelda mentions the Calamity almost immediately upon booting up Tears of the Kingdom, so the game is decidedly taking place after Breath of the Wild. But this line of dialogue is the first and last time the Calamity is mentioned for almost the entire game, and the one and only time it's mentioned in the main story. This NPC in Rito Village refers to this rock formation as Va Meadow's Perch, a reference to the Divine Beast from Breath of the Wild. And there's a side quest where you sit in on a class at the Hateno school about the Calamity, but that's what? 2 things? And you're not guaranteed to see either of them. But these are just details. Let's talk about the giant mechanical elephant in the room. What the fuck happened to the Sheikah technology? This was on everyone's mind going into this game. If you made it through this game without wondering where all the shit from the last game went, you either didn't play Breath of the Wild or you're lying. The game's director, Hidemaru Fujibayashi, said in an interview that the Sheikah tech just up and vanished one day. Calamity Ganon had been defeated, its purpose had been fulfilled, so it just disappeared. Putting aside for a moment how terrible this answer is, and even putting aside the fact that they had to clarify this in an interview rather than make this information accessible somewhere in the game, there are two main problems with this explanation. The first problem is that there is still some Sheikah tech around. The Skyview Towers are Sheikah tech, the Purapad is Sheikah tech, Robbie's weird little mini Dogu looking thing is Sheikah tech, the travel medallions are Sheikah tech. It didn't all disappear, and we know that because we see it, we interact with it, it's still there, at least in some capacity. The second problem is that we know the Sheikah tech was used during the battle 10,000 years before Breath of the Wild. We see it depicted in this tapestry, and we know it was stored underground after that battle. It's been used before without disappearing, so why would it vanish after the events of Breath of the Wild? It's not because Ganon is gone, he's right there. The answer,
he's right
is
there.
that nobody cared enough to think this through. It makes me wish they hadn't said anything and had just left the Zeltics of the world to come up with some sort of satisfying explanation.
The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is complete fucking bullshit.
I'm frustrated by how they handled the Sheikah tech, and I think the explanation given sucks, but it is an explanation. And since the game isn't getting DLC, that's basically where the conversation ends. But there's another lapse in continuity that I don't see people talk about as much as the Sheikah tech, and it honestly bothered me way more. I am, of course, referring to the decision to replace Malice, this evil purple goop, with Gloom, this evil red goop. On the surface, this doesn't seem like a big deal, but I assure you, it is. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, it's probably because the English localization of Breath of the Wild failed to make it clear just how important the Malice was. So let's back up for a second. In Skyward Sword, the earliest chronological entry in the Zelda series, the main villain, Demise, swears that he will return and places a curse on Link and Zelda, ensuring that his hatred will be born and reborn again in every generation. The purpose of this curse is to contextualize Ganon's repeated appearances throughout the series, but even the word curse isn't necessarily accurate, and it removes this scene from its context. The internal name for Malice in Breath of the Wild is actually grudge, more in line with its original Japanese name, onnen. This word is used primarily to refer to grudges that persist after death, and it's the same word that Demise uses when he curses Link and Zelda at the end of Skyward Sword. Malice connects Breath of the Wild to the rest of the series and reinforces the overall mood of the game. We see it all over as a reminder of the corrosive nature of Demise's hatred, the ways in which, even now, thousands of years into the future, it poisons the world. Just look at what it does to Naedra. There's a thematic resonance to Malice that's always been very interesting to me. So the first time I heard someone refer to this red substance, which we'd seen in the trailers for Tears of the Kingdom and all assumed was Malice, as Gloom, my jaw was on the floor. Gloom's Japanese name is Shoki, roughly miasma, and seems to just generally have some vague negative effect on people's health. This is a downgrade of astronomical proportions, but it actually gets worse, because look at what happens when you beat a boss in Tears of the Kingdom. What the fuck? That's definitely Malice. Look at the seized construct, the difference is even more clear here. That is Malice. But like, why? What is it doing here? Malice is never mentioned in the entirety of Tears of the Kingdom, and its only appearance is here at the end of the boss fights. I genuinely do not know what to make of this. Maybe someone watching this video will have some sort
Yeah, I
of
don't really know
explanation as
much
to
about
what the hell's
Zelda
going
lore,
on
but
here,
they...
But I suspect the answer is that there isn't an answer, unfortunately.
That does
the
seem a
decision
little
to
weird.
just write the Sheikah tech and the Malice out of Tears of the Kingdom entirely is evidence that the developers didn't care at all about Breath of the Wild beyond using it as a first draft. One of the most common criticisms of Breath of the Wild's story is that its world feels empty, like a bunch of disparate elements without a real connection. We've already mentioned the areas with story potential from Breath of the Wild twice now, and the reason I keep hammering this point home is that a competent sequel could have tied these disparate set pieces together to weave a cohesive narrative that strengthened Breath of the Wild on replays. Because now, instead of these places being meaningless ruins, they would act as foreshadowing for the reveal of a larger story. But there is no larger story. Every place that sparked theorizing 6 years ago is just as empty now as it was then. In failing to so much as acknowledge these landmarks, Tears of the Kingdom says our design choices didn't have any significance in Breath of the Wild. We didn't care then, and we don't care now. That might sound extreme, but think about it. The excuse we all made for Breath of the Wild, myself included, was that the story was intentionally vague because the designers wanted us to put the pieces together ourselves. We knew a sequel was on the way, so the unanswered questions weren't as frustrating, at least to me. But Tears of the Kingdom handling its story in this way doesn't just harm itself. It cheapens Breath of the Wild on replays as well. The spell is broken. These places cease to represent compelling mysteries that might one day be solved, because we know they never will be. There really is nothing here. I return to somewhere like Satori Mountain, and instead of wondering about its deeper meaning, I feel stupid for ever thinking there was one to begin with. And I know I'm not the only one. Even the bigger creators who literally make content about Zelda for a living are releasing videos about how Tears of the Kingdom disappointed them. When you've disappointed the professional Nintendo fanboys, you fucked up. Big time. Tears of the Kingdom does not present itself in a way that suggests any sort of respect, either for its predecessor or for the people playing it. And I think that's most evident in the way it handled Breath of the Wild's most compelling mystery, the one most central to pre-release theorizing, the one brimming with potential. That's right, it's finally time to talk about the Zonai. Scattered around Breath of the Wild's world were ruins that shared a unique, distinctive architectural style. The identity of the people who built these structures was one of, if not the biggest, unanswered question from Breath of the Wild. There was the Thundra Plateau, a strange monument in the Ridgeland region with a constant thunderstorm pouring down on it. There was the Typhlo Ruins, the forest maze full of animal statues shrouded in darkness. There were 3 massive, imposing labyrinths at totally different corners of the map. And there were, of course, the Zonai Ruins, home to the Spring of Courage in the Faron region. The Faron region in general was full of these stone animal statues, some of which were identical to the ones found in the Typhlo Ruins. But what was most fascinating about them was that they always depicted the same 3 animals: the owl, the boar, and the dragon. The dragon is associated with courage, as evidenced by the Spring of Courage. Owls are associated with wisdom, both in the Zelda series and in real-life mythology. And the pig represents Ganon and his attribute of power, as evidenced by his, big pig. These animal
big pig.
seem to
He's
suggest
literally
that whoever
pig.
built these statues knew about the Triforce. Something that's very interesting, given that this was the first game in a very long time to not mention
it at all.
the
Yeah.
Triforce at all. The choice of these specific
The Triforce
animals
is just not even
noteworthy
brought
for
up.
another reason.
Which is a little
And
weird.
That is that in most
More than a little weird.
depictions of the Wheel of Samsara, the Buddhist cycle of death and rebirth, the 3 animals at the center, representing the 3 root evils that keep people trapped in the cycle, are the snake, the rooster, and the pig. So these statues didn't just suggest knowledge of the Triforce, it suggested a real understanding of the forces at play that keep Link, Zelda, and Ganon locked in this eternal struggle. With the release of Creating a Champion,
like why
it was
they would be
confirmed that the name of the tribe
reincarnated over and
responsible
over
for the
and
ruins
all
around
that.
the world was, in fact, the Zonai. We knew very little about them, with most of the in-game information coming from the flavor text on the barbarian armor, which was found within the 3 Lome labyrinths. So the Zonai were an ancient, warlike tribe from the Faron region. They were human, or at least roughly human-sized, given that the armor fits Link perfectly, and they have since gone extinct or disappeared in some way. Their major sites were also home to Sheikah shrines, so maybe there was some connection there? They seem to know enough about the history of Hyrule to build statues that represent the Triforce, but that was all that we knew. Some people were doubtful that the Zonai even existed, or at the very least doubted that they were going to be important in any way. But then, in that fateful 10-minute gameplay preview, Eiji Aonuma picked up a strange item, and we all lost our minds. The Zonai were real. The game was about them. The community had been speculating since the very first trailer that the Zonai were involved with the game's story to some extent, but this confirmed that we would finally be learning more about this mysterious group of people that vanished long ago. To its credit, Tears of the Kingdom doesn't bury the lead.
But it made
Zelda's off
sense.
talking about how the Zonai were real and also the Hylians fucked them within the first 5 minutes of the game. It's quickly clear, though, that something is not quite right. When Link wakes up on the Great Sky Island, surrounded by this white stone architecture complete with neon green lights and
What the
holograms,
fuck?
he's
Sorry,
in an
I'm like
environment
really pissed off right now.
completely devoid
I just got
of the
one
aesthetic
shot
desires we had come to
in this
associate
game.
with the
I'm playing
Zonai.
Pokemon
None of this
still.
sparse information we got
By
either
a
in
steel
Breath of the Wild
Pokemon
or
as I'm
Creating a
using
Champion mentioned
fire.
or even implied that
It
the
doesn't
Zonai
make
were
any
another
sense!
ancient civilization.
That's not how
And
this
like,
game
why do
works!
this? Why have a
That is
second
not how type
ancient
matchups work at
civilization?
all!
I know
What do you
they wanted to put
mean?
more Sheikah shrines in the world. They wanted to change up
What
the
is this
aesthetic for the new
overtuned
game. I get that.
horse
But
shit?
was there no other reason they could think of for
God, I'm
having
so
there be shrines in the
mad.
world? Did it have to be another technologically advanced ancient civilization. The shrines could, for example, ditch the technology thing altogether and just be magical in origin. And that seems to have actually been the plan originally. The battery meter was apparently supposed to be a magic meter, something that's nearly ubiquitous throughout the other games in the series. But the devs opted to model the Zonai devices after real-life electrical appliances. The reason that they did this, at least according to them, was so that people would look at something like a Zonai fan and intuitively understand what it was, how it worked, and how to use it. And, I mean, these read pretty clearly as a take on modern technology, but we did the whole technology thing 6 years ago. If they were trying to create magical items that took visual inspiration from real-world electronic devices, I think they failed. These don't read as magical to me at all. This is just high-tech nonsense in a high-fantasy world. But okay, fine. The Zonai were a technologically advanced race of furries who descended from the heavens sometime in the distant past. One Zonai, Rauru, was the first king of Hyrule, apparently. I've heard some people say that having Rauru be the first king retcons the entire series, but I don't think that's the case. I think Rauru here is pretty clearly meant to be the first king of this version of Hyrule. And this interview with Aonuma and Fujibayashi seems to suggest that as well. As J-Wits once so wisely said, though,
the problem is the everything.
On the other
The
side
problem
of
is the
kingdom,
everything.
We still know almost nothing about the Zonai, despite them supposedly taking center stage. We never hear about a Zonai character that isn't Rauru or Minoru, not even a mention of the rest of their family. And by the time the events we see in the memories take place, the two of them are already the only members of their race left. Ganondorf makes it seem like the other Zonai left of their own volition, and nothing in the game suggests that the other Zonai were displaced or killed. So where did they go, and why? The answer is that there isn't an answer, and if you're tired of hearing me say that, imagine how tired I am of saying it. The Zonai also built these funny little guys, the Constructs, to maintain and protect the kingdom, or something. For as much as I love how cute they are, they pile on even more questions about the events that took place before this game. For starters, we see these broken down Constructs all over the Sky Islands, and there are some in the depths as well, and you have to wonder, what determines which Constructs fall into disrepair and which ones remain intact by the time Link encounters them? Something cool about the Guardians in Breath of the Wild was the way they existed in various stages of decay. Some of them were inactive, some of them were rusted but still worked, some of them were missing legs but could still wake up if you got close to them. There was variety that made them feel like part of the world, rather than just an asset pasted on top of it. The Constructs don't change at all based on their environment, and there's a disappointing lack of visual variety among them as well. They all use the same model, even though they each seem to serve a specific role. There are ranger constructs, mining constructs, forge constructs, and even culinary constructs on the Great Sky Island. Imagine this guy with a little chef hat. Maybe then Tears of the Kingdom would have won Game of the Year. The biggest problem with the Zonai's integration into the game world is that we have no idea where they lived, what their life was like, how they spent their time, or anything. Tears of the Kingdom makes no effort to tell us the story of these people, despite letting us explore the very Sky Islands they supposedly created and once inhabited. On that note, let's put a pin in this discussion for now, because it's time to talk about the rest of the world design, and it's only fitting that we start with...
the sky!
Ready for a change of pace? I love the sky in Tears of the Kingdom. At the very least,
Only good
I really
part, yeah.
want to love it. It's my favorite part of the game by a significant margin, though that's kind of damning by faint praise. The sky has its fair share of problems, something I'm sure you expected me to say, but those problems are rarely as distracting in the sky as they are on the ground.
It's the only new thing to explore, really. Because the underground fucking sucks. And then the main map fucking sucks.
Let alone in the depths, and don't worry, we'll get to the depths. Let's start with the positive. The most obvious strength here is the visual design. The sky in this game is fucking gorgeous, and usually I'm so busy appreciating the lighting or the colors that I forget how boring whatever I'm doing probably is. The sound design is also perfect as always. The wind whistling past you as you skydive down, accompanied by that light and airy piano tune that resolves when you touch down, never fails to put a smile on my face. In its strongest moments, the sky evokes that lonely yet serene feeling I loved so much in Breath of the Wild. The Great Sky Island's only inhabitants are the Constructs, who've been acting out the same routine for thousands of years, tasks that have long since ceased to mean anything as the civilization around them is gone. The area feels not only ancient, but also unstuck in time, fittingly floating untethered in its own world. A lot of people compare the Great Sky Island to the Great Plateau, and I think structurally that comparison makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a comparison I made earlier in the video. The biggest difference between the two, though, is that the Great Plateau was a condensed version of the wider world, like a preview of coming attractions. The end of the tutorial is the beginning of the rest of the game. The Great Sky Island, on the other hand, is the first and last time you'll be exploring the sky in the same way you explore the rest of the world. Even the Thunderhead Isles, the second biggest landmass in the sky, is only a fraction of its size and is more of a linear series of platforms than an explorable area. There are also 2 dungeons in the sky, both with a short lead-up section, so that's 4 major points of interest in the sky, one of which is the tutorial, so it's really more like 3. Everything else you'll do in the sky will be on these disconnected random pieces of geometry or miscellaneous sky islands. If you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, or if you haven't played it in a while by the time you're watching this, you may not fully grasp how truly empty the sky is. So let's look at what happens the first time you ever obtain a map of the sky. I think this speaks for itself. Don't get me wrong, some of these little sky islands have puzzles or challenges that are fun. I liked this mirror puzzle, I loved skydiving and then snowboarding down Mount Lanayru. The dive ceremonies were a fun demonstration of Link's mobility, as was maneuvering around the lasers on Zonite Forge Island. But all of these one-off moments are just that, one-off. Disposable pieces of content that you're never really incentivized to return to, beyond brief trips to the gacha machines when you run out of Zonite devices. Actually, even the larger areas like the dungeons and their lead-ups, the Thunderhead Isles, and the Great Sky Island are similarly disposable. You can return to the Great Sky Island for an incredibly short and simple side quest, the only purpose of which seems to be to reveal to the player that these islands used to be on the surface. But this is something Rauru hints at within the first hour of gameplay, and you see the Temple of Time on the surface in the memory cutscenes. You don't learn anything new here, and after this, there's genuinely no reason to come back. Also, as part of this side quest, these giant waterfalls appear all over the island, which, aside from looking cool, gives you a new way to interact with the area by using the Zora armor. A major change to a playable area like this never happens again outside of the main story, and to add insult to injury, the island goes back to how it was before when you finish the quest. This issue of areas giving you no reason to return to them was a complaint I heard over and over again about Skyward Sword around the time of its release. But even Skyward Sword had you returning to areas with some sort of twist, like the flooded Faron Woods or the Silent Realms. Areas like the Rising Island Chain, the Wellspring of Hyrule, Lightcast Island, the Mazes, or the aforementioned Zonite Forge Island, on the other hand, are truly disposable, with the game never asking you to go back there. And these are the larger pieces of content on offer. A truly baffling number of Sky Islands are just these X-shaped platforms devoid of life, characters, significance, or any sort of identity. It's here that we return to the idea of a video game world. The reason these platforms are here is so the developer of this video game could put shrines on them. We don't get a sense that people lived here. Link is the only one who's ever up here, and like, why?
Yeah, the
Dorito
entire
can
purpose
fly,
of those
the Zora
islands
can
is to
swim
do a
with
puzzle,
waterfalls,
unlock a
human
shrine,
characters can
and
ride in hot air balloons. Hell, I could even imagine the Zorons doing
it's
a
so
cannon or something to launch themselves up into the
uninteresting.
sky. You're telling me that this game has a dedicated Zonai research team, but not a single one of them has tried to go up to the Sky Islands? The place with all of the Zonai stuff in it? We see researchers down in literal hell, but they're not going to go explore the fanciful realm above the clouds? What, are you crazy? Are you fucking kidding me? These design choices reinforce the sense that this world exists solely for the player to traverse and then discard. It's sad, because the stuff to do up here is among the better content in the game, but there just isn't enough of it to justify the damage that having this amount of vertical mobility does to the overall world design. But my issues with the sky mostly boil down to, I wish there was more content, or I wish the content was better. I don't hate the sky at all, and I hope it's an idea they revisit in the future. You know what I do hate, though? The sky mine. Hey, quick question, what the fuck is this? Absolutely nothing about this series of disconnected platforms so much as suggests that mining operations took place here. There's the one floating rock at the top with some ore on it, but there are no minecarts, no mining equipment, and no constructs. In a game with mining constructs. I repeat, there are no mining constructs mining in the sky mine. This is actually so egregious that I can't help but wonder if they
Right.
planned
No,
to
that
do
makes
something with
sense.
this and then ran out of time? Or forgot? It's so strange that this game took 6 years to be made on a recycled engine with reused assets and it still feels this unfinished. You don't even have to wonder what a mine in the sky would look like since there's already one on the Great Sky Island. Now that I think about it, there are no forge constructs on Zonite Forge Island. There isn't any Zonite there either. With how many times this game asks you to stick fans
That's
on
awesome.
minecarts, you'd think the sky mine would be a slam dunk use case, but it's just more nothing. Starview Island, the huge sphere
That's
with the fairly
awesome.
simple but fun mirror puzzle inside, was a nice piece of content to discover, but what purpose did it originally serve? We know the Great Sky Island was lifted into the air and was originally part of the
Holy.
surface world, but what about the other islands? Who built those? And when? The sky
And
is
why?
the most interesting part of this game, but it's so bare bones that the whole experience just feels cheap. The sky honestly feels unfinished, and during the writing of this video, I came across a series of interviews with the game's developers that actually confirmed that, yeah, it kind of was. Apparently, they initially filled the sky with content, but the designers scolded them for making
That's crazy. So the skies are purposely empty.
Making the sky too messy. This was heartbreaking to learn because a Tears of the Kingdom with a more fleshed out sky would certainly not be perfect, but it would be considerably better. The worst part is that the work that could have gone towards making the sky amazing seems to have been directed elsewhere.
The dog shit. Let's go. Dude, I thought the depths were so cool when I first started the game, because I just jumped down one of these holes into the depths, and the depths were in literally zero of the marketing material. They didn't advertise it at all. It was a complete surprise. None of us knew that the depths were going to be a thing. So I found it day one when the game was out, and I was like, holy shit, there's a whole second map underneath. This is like fucking Elden Ring all over again. You very quickly, very, very quickly, within a few minutes, realize the entirety of the depths are empty. There's nothing to do down there. It is just fucking empty. There's literally nothing. It is the most empty exploration I've ever felt in my life, and I spent hours down there looking for something, anything to do. Nothing. It's dog shit. They spent so much time making a second underground map and did nothing with it. Nothing. A lot of problems with this game. The sound design is not one of them.
I've heard many people say that the Depths was the best kept secret of Tears of the Kingdom prior to its release. It should have stayed kept. I struggle to see the addition of this place as anything other than embarrassing. Imagine if Breath of the Wild was just a giant grassy field. No desert, no snowy mountain ranges, no tropical rainforests, no villages. The only variety in terrain would be Death Mountain. This hypothetical game would have no day and night cycle, a number of interactable characters so small you could count them all on one hand, no wildlife, no weather, no puzzles to solve, no shrines to complete, just a Hyrule-sized empty field, plus a volcano. That game would rightfully be treated as a complete joke, which is why I have no idea how people justify the depths. But okay, let's back up a bit. Before I get into how much the depths suck and why, here's a quick overview in case you've forgotten or if you didn't play the game. As a part of the upheaval, this game's dollar store knockoff of Breath of the Wild's Calamity, chasms opened up around Hyrule. Go down any of these chasms and you'll end up in the depths, an inverted version of the surface world completely shrouded in darkness. Down here, your objective is to travel to the light roots, these giant glowing plants, maybe? They certainly look like plants, they're called the light roots, but they're directly connected to the game's shrines and you activate them using the Rauru hand like the rest of the Zonai tech, so they don't seem organic? Putting their vague origin aside, activating one will illuminate the surrounding area and add it to your map along with a fast travel point. There's a light root directly beneath every shrine on the surface, so there's a total of 120 of them to discover. 2 of the game's 5 dungeons are down here too, but you could just as easily put them on the surface or in a cave and it wouldn't really make a difference. You'll come down here most often in search of Zonite, which is a new resource we've already talked about that's apparently used to create Zonite devices? It's not clear. But aside from the mining cave on the Great Sky Island, it can only be found in the depths. The thing that's always bothered me about Zonite is that its inclusion feels completely unnecessary. We already have a glow-in-the-dark blue-green ore in this game, the Luminous Stones. These serve no purpose in this game beyond feeding them to these weird dinosaur creatures in this one area on the surface so they can poop out more valuable gems. Yes, really. I struggle to understand why they felt the need to introduce a second blue-green glowy rock, but I also don't understand why they felt the need to introduce a second ancient civilization, so at least they're being consistent. If you haven't played Tears of the Kingdom, it's hard to properly convey just how little there is to do down here. People criticize Breath of the Wild for being too big and empty, but at least Breath of the Wild had shrines to complete, people to talk to, ruins to explore, towns to visit, side quests to do, different biomes to run around in. You get the idea. The depths have none of those things. Look how different the Faron region looks from the Gerudo region, which looks different from the Akala region, which looks different from the Hebra region. In the depths, it all looks exactly the same. This issue is exacerbated by the solid walls that correspond to bodies of water on the surface. You can stand on top of a mountain on the surface and see a landmark all the way across the map, but the presence of these walls means that even with all 120 light routes activated, you'll never be able to see one side of the depths from the other. It's visually exhausting to be down here, just drab colors and the same copy-pasted assets as far as the eye can see. On the surface, you can find different flora and fauna depending on where you are. You'd explore Faron if you were looking for bananas or mighty thistles, for example. If you want to find a smotherwing butterfly, go to Eldon. Voltfruit, hydromelons, Saflina, those are all common across the Gerudo region. Take a wild guess where you can find Tabantha wheat. There are unique resources to collect no matter where you go on the surface, but you'll only ever find bomb flowers, puff shrooms, and muddle buds in the depths. These can be useful, sure, but there's never really a reason to visit one region of the depths over another. I guess there's kind of an exception. You can find different weapons in the different regions of the depths. These weapons haven't decayed like the ones on the surface have, making them stronger and more durable. The issue is that the only way to get them to appear is to break a non-fused, decayed version of the corresponding weapon on the surface, then wait for a blood moon, then go looking for the item in the depths. Most players will fuse every single one of their weapons with some sort of material to make them stronger, since it's completely impractical to use weak, fragile weapons when you can prolong their lifespan and increase their damage just by fusing them to whatever materials you have.
I didn't even know that's how you got
This
those
means
weapons
that
to
for
spawn,
many
by the way.
players, the pristine
That's
weapons
crazy.
on offer in the depths will only ever be the Traveler's Sword, Spear, and Claymore, the weakest set of weapons and the default regardless of what region you're underneath. The treasures in the depths don't typically have any real connection to their corresponding
I didn't know that's how you got
locations
those weapons to
either,
spawn.
and even when they do,
What an
there's
archaic
nothing
way of
new.
doing it.
The only new
That's
treasure
crazy.
you can find down here is the Miner's Set, and I guess auto build? Everything else is recycled amiibo and DLC items from Breath of the Wild. The depths suffer even more than the sky from that video game world syndrome we keep coming back to. Why are there monsters down here? So you can fight them. Why are these weird ascend spots here? So you can use them to ascend. Why are all these weird Zonai device platforms down here? So you can build stuff. Why are there bosses down here? So you can refight them for resources. The game doesn't even try to justify the depths by giving it story significance, and we'll talk about this more when we discuss the story, don't worry. For now, just know that the depths are empty, boring, full of recycled content, ugly to look at, and serve no purpose in the story. The gameplay loop of the
Sounds
Switch
about right.
basically boils down to 1. See a point of interest in
The depths were a huge reason I got really bored of the game, because I dedicated a lot of time to exploring the depths, being like, okay, this is a whole new area. It's not Hyrule. You know, I got bored of exploring Hyrule. It was 99% the same fucking shit. Surely the new map underground will have new stuff. And it had even less!
And 2, go there. But with the depths being so dark, the only points of interest visible from a distance are the light routes. The difference between seeing and then traveling to a shrine versus a light route is that, at least for the shrines out in the open, there will usually be content once you've arrived at your destination. When you activate a light route, that's it. That is the reward. You don't even get anything for activating all of them besides a little medal. They did this for the Korok seeds as well, but I think the difference is that having literally anything of substance as the reward for collecting all the Korok seeds would compel players to get all of them, which is asking a lot of the average player. It's not a new observation to say that the Korok seeds are side content and that you're not meant to get all of them. In contrast, it's very reasonable to expect players to find all 120 light routes, especially considering there's almost nothing else to do down here. So having a medal be the only reward feels more than a little underwhelming. Speaking of underwhelming, we should probably talk about the Yiga. This group of vaguely pro-Ganon ninjas was underdeveloped in Breath of the Wild, and not much has changed here. You fight their leader, Koga, multiple times across the depths, and those boss fights are pretty decent, but there's not a lot of substance to them, and his final fight is very similar to the boss of the Spirit Temple, so whichever one you do second is going to end up feeling cheapened as a result. Aside from him, the Yiga have these bases around the depths, but those are never difficult to clear out, and I say clear out, but it's not uncommon for there to only be one member guarding a given base, and it's only ever the weak foot soldier Yiga as opposed to the bulkier and stronger blade masters who only appear on the surface. Once you've defeated whatever singular enemy is guarding the place, you're given some crystallized charges for upgrading your battery, and you're also given a schematic that's saved to your auto build menu, letting you assemble the vehicles the Yiga use. The other place you can find schematics are at the various abandoned mines located under major settlements, including Terrytown for some reason. Terrytown was built from the ground up within the past decade, so what the hell's an abandoned Terry mine doing in the depths? These abandoned mines each have a forge that you can activate to purchase crystallized charges for upgrading your battery, and a construct that will give you a new schematic along with the parts you need to test it out. The schematics are a cool idea on paper, but there's rarely a good use case for them. If you're using auto build to summon a vehicle, more often than not, that vehicle will be
the air bike.
Has this ever happened to you? You've got a destination, but it's far away. Your light route is somewhere in the distance. Your sky island is out of reach. A body of water is sitting between you and your goal, and the hill you're climbing is too steep to drive a car. Don't you worry, there's a solution to all of your problems, and I do mean all of them. Introducing the air bike. Why spend precious time trying to get the wheels to stick on a wagon just right? Why chop down a tree to build a raft? For the low price of just 9 zonite, you can be zipping around this world on 2 fans haphazardly smushed together. The air bike, the hover bike, the flying machine, whatever you want to call it, embodies everything I hate about this game all at once. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with you, me, or anyone making the decision to use it. It's a very convenient build. But that's exactly the problem. I see endless praise for how Tears of the Kingdom allegedly encourages creativity and resourcefulness, or how the game rewards players who use their imagination to solve problems.
It really
if you
doesn't.
Search best Zonai builds on YouTube, you'll be inundated with videos with thousands upon thousands of views showing off these elaborate contraptions that
It incentivizes lazy, quick builds that aren't creative at all.
Because why would you? The vehicles you build in Tears of the Kingdom have the same issue as all the rest of the content in this game.
They
are
shatter.
disposable. Die in combat? Goodbye, cool but impractical tank. Enter a shrine? Hope you didn't get too attached to that ATV you spent 15 minutes building because it's gone. The air bike is as popular as it is because the game rewards efficiency, not creativity. There are builds that go faster, or that are more visually interesting, or that serve more than one purpose, but none of them are as cost-effective as the air bike. Most of them won't be nearly as maneuverable either. And in a world where your rockets, wings, and balloons will disappear after a minute or two, this device made of 2 fans and a steering stick has 30 minutes before the fans disappear, and that's a limit I've never personally come up against, since I will have moved on to the next thing long before that time runs out. It made sense to me to talk about this now, because the sky, and especially the depths, are particularly susceptible to being rendered irrelevant by the bike. You could fight your way through an area like the wrist mine on foot, or you could skip the area in its entirety by flying over it. Shit, you can fly over the entire depths, only stopping to pick up treasure chests or mine for zonite, and you won't miss anything of value. The only times you'll be faced with a building task that can't be invalidated by the air bike will be when you have to move something heavy around, because the air bike will get weighed down and be unable to fly. In those cases though, the game will always give you materials to build the specific vehicle you need for the task, if not outright give you a pre-built contraption to use. My issue is not with the bike, it's with the game around it, a game that punishes creativity and rewards efficiency even when it means optimizing the fun out of the central gimmick. At this point, we've talked about the surface, the sky, the depths. We've talked a little bit about the zonai and about the air bike, but from here on out, we're going to be talking about the dungeons, the shrines, the story, the characters.
Boy.
This is where shit gets serious. So get ready, buckle your fuckle, and prepare for
I'm fucking my buckle.
One of the most integral parts of the
I'm
Zelda
buckling
experience
my
is exploring
buckle.
a
I'm
game's
buckling my
dungeons,
buckle.
making your way through unique spaces full of puzzles and enemies
I'm
with a boss
fucked
at the
and
end
bucked.
and some item that you pick up along the way is honestly what Zelda's all about. That's why when Breath of the Wild released with a pittance of dungeons that many felt were too short and too simple, people were not happy. Rather than having temples or caves as settings for the dungeons, Breath of the Wild had the Divine Beasts, the 4 giant animal robots that were originally constructed to fight Ganon but were corrupted by his malice. Every beast worked in basically the same way. You needed to use your Sheikah Slate to adjust the rotation or position of the beast in order.
We'll finish this after. Because look at that. The last Pokemon in all of Pokemon ZA has appeared for us. It's here. Oh my god, finally! Fucking hell! Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Let's go. Let me make sure I have balls for it. I wanted to put Keldeo in a lure ball, because I think it looks the best for Keldeo. If you look at the lure ball over here. We have lure balls. Now, I want catching power 3, water, or fighting. To make it so I can catch it easier. Ice, ghost, rock, steel. I do have a water one somewhere, I just don't know where it is. Electric, Dragon, Dark, Psychic, Steel, Water. There it is. There it is. Alright, let's go. I'm nervous, dude. I'm so nervous. This is it. This is the last Pokemon I need in Pokemon ZA. And then I have a living dex of every Pokemon in this game, plus a ton of shinies, a ton of alphas, even legendary shinies. Like, oh my god, this is by far my most diverse collection of Pokemon in any game I've played. My boxes in this game are so valuable. Oh my goodness. Scarlet and Violet come close, because most of my other legendaries are in that game. So I don't know where Keldeo spawns. That's what the first thing I'm going to do is find where it spawns. And depending on how much time I have left when I find it, I might like reload to give myself more time. And then just run straight there. So where does it spawn? That is the question. Probably on the roofs from the looks of things. Let me finish checking the ground floor. And then I need to find like a quick path to the roof. If it is on the roof. A lot of water types out here. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty isolated like the Meloetta was. Because Meloetta was the other random encounter mythic. And that one was pretty isolated from everything else. Like there was nothing else near it. Spawned inside the mall right there. Okay, there's a way up here. Okay. Okay, start moving slower. Just because I have a feeling it's going to be in one of these courtyards or up on a roof. So I don't want to, like, rush into an encounter with it. Because I want to try to sneak up on it. Come on, no! Maybe it's in that spot where Corbeo and everybody was trapped in during the story. Over here. Yeah, that's where it is. Okay. Let me de-aggro these guys. Okay, so we're gonna save right here. We got plenty of time. And look at that guy with the red and blue. With the red and blue and then like the yellow. It's literally perfect for a lure ball. I've never seen anybody more befitting of a lure ball. So let's drop down here. This is actually a great place to save right here. Okay, switch to a lure ball. Literally, lure ball has never been more befitting of a Pokemon than Keldeo. Look at it, it's so pretty too. We had it, we hit it in the back. Oh. There we go, second try. Easy. And with that, ah, look at those crowns, complete. Ah. It's over. It's over, man. 7 hours just to catch 2 Pokemon. That's crazy. Let me move this over into my shiny box. There we go. Oh my goodness. Swap this fridge with the fridge I had over here. Because I'd rather have my alpha one in this box. There we go. And then let me go grab Keldeo. Bring it over here into our legendary box. There we have it. The last Pokemon we needed. Oh my god, it's over. It's all over. Oh. I've done it. I've fucking done it, man. This shit took way too long. But look at this. Every legendary, every mythic, all the ones that can be shiny are shiny. They're even in cool balls like the fucking beast ball. Ah! It's over. Man. Man. These fuckers right here have caused me so much pain, have made me go on in this game for much longer than I should have. Oh my god. It's over. It's over. I'm free. I'm fucking free. It was not worth it. It really wasn't. Let's go here and make it daytime, and then I'll wrap up this game forever. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go in here. Let's do a quick little save. And I think here's a perfect place, right here in the park, to look at these motherfuckers that caused me so much pain. Every single one of these motherfuckers. All these shiny motherfucking bastards. And Keldeo, who was the last one to show up. Are you proud of yourself? He's showing me his ass. Oh my god, are you all proud of yourself? Look at me! You know what? No, you get an ass pick. You don't deserve a better one. There we go. Bastards. Hate these guys. Get me out of here. That's just the last thing I wanted to do, is just sit down and look at all the ones that have caused me so much pain. All the goddamn swords of justice. These two fucking dumbass airplanes. Oh my god. But at least we got Zeraora, one of my favorite Pokemon ever. At least we got that. You're the highlight of this fucking DLC, Zeraora. If it wasn't for you, I would have gone insane so long ago. I'm not even kidding. Alright, I'm done with the game. That's it. That is Pokemon ZA. That is it. There's nothing left for me to do in this game. Kind of. Obviously, there's Pokemon I don't have shinies of that I would like shinies of. But I have 5+ boxes of shinies. I'm good. Like, I'm good. I don't need them. I have all these extras over here. I have an entire living dex from both the DLC and the base game, and all the legendaries and mythics. I have all the different variations of Eevee I could ever want. I have a bunch of Pokemon that I built that I'm very happy with. I have a ton of like variants and special versions from other regions. Like, this is the most diverse, the most full my boxes have ever been in any Pokemon game. I'm okay with not shiny hunting any of the ones that I would want, right? I never got a shiny Mawile, for example. That's one that I would like. A shiny Armor Rouge and Ceruledge would be nice, but I already have shinies of those in Scarlet and Violet. All the Porygons would be nice to have shinies. Shiny Scovillain would be nice. Let's see. A shiny Mimikyu would be really cool. That's really it. Those are the main ones I could think of. Are Ceruledge, Armor Rouge, Mimikyu, the Porygons. You know, there's not many. There's not many else. Maybe even a Surfetched. Surfetched is kind of silly. And in terms of the base game, I got pretty much every shiny I could ever want. With a few exceptions. But this game's not going anywhere. I can always shiny hunt later on in life, whenever I feel like returning to this game. I'll probably next return to this game, though, whenever they add Pokemon Home support. So that way I could transfer over my shiny Zeraora into the game. And replace the Zeraora I have on this team with my shiny one from Pokemon Home. Because I want to see what shiny Zeraora looks like as a Mega. I haven't bothered looking up what the Mega looks like shiny. So I don't even know. I'm kind of saving that as like a thing I can come back to later. Let me do one last thing before we're done with this game. Let me put Aigis back on the team. Because this is my actual team. I just had Cammy there to do the boss battles. Because Cammy can Mega Evolve, Aigis cannot. Unfortunately. That'd be really cool if they ever added Megas of all the Evolutions. I think the Evolutions deserve them. I think they do. But say goodbye, Zeraora. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. No, don't go to sleep. There you go. There you go. Alright. That's Pokemon ZA. That is it. The DLC is completely done now. I kind of regret shiny hunting those legendaries because I would have been done with the DLC literally weeks ago if I just caught the normal ones instead of going for all the shiny legendaries. It took me so long to get them. But yeah, you know, we're done now. We got all of them. We got the Pokedex completely done. We got all my shiny hunting done. There's literally nothing left for me to do in this game other than just playing it for the sake of playing it. So, until they add Pokemon Home support and I can transfer over some of my other Pokemon, like my shiny Zeraora, until they add Pokemon Home support, I'm done with the game. We will starting tomorrow, go back to Pokemon Legends Arceus, because there's still so much I have left to do in that game. I still got to complete the Pokedex in that game. I'm going to have to readjust the controls of that game too, because it's very different from this game. And there's a bunch of quest lines and stuff I want to do in that game as well. There's also some shiny hunting I want to do in that game. Really only one. I just want a shiny Alpha Hisuian Gudra. I'll probably shiny hunt it off stream though. Just because I don't know how to shiny hunt in that game. But we'll see. We'll see. My mouth is very dry. Now, I know I'm talking like I'm gonna end stream. And, I'm not. I know I'm not. I'm just... The reason I'm talking so conclusively is because we're done with the game. Let me triple check that I saved. I know I did, but let me just double check. Let me even put down a hard save by fast traveling right here. So even if I accidentally reload my backup somehow, everything will be done. There we go. And that's it. That's Pokemon ZA. Amazing game outside of the DLC. I think the DLC I still have negative opinions about it. I like the Pokemon in the DLC. I think the Pokemon they chose to add to the game are all really cool and really amazing additions. It's very varied, especially the Legendary and Mythic selection. It's like one of the largest, most varied selections ever. And a lot of them are ones that haven't been available for a long time, especially the Mythics. Or like in the terms of Meltan and Melmetal, ones that are so limited in availability with just Pokemon Go that like being able to get them through an actual game is like really cool. So like in terms of like the Pokemon selection, really good. In terms of the gameplay loop, the DLC, fucking horseshit. Fucking actually really bad and has lowered my opinion of the game. It took the worst aspect of the base game, the grinding in the post game, which you could kind of ignore because it was only post game content. It wasn't part of like the main story or anything. And they made that the only content. That is the entire DLC, is grinding. It's way too grindy. I fucking hated it. Arceus, I'm excited to go back to. Gonna have to remember how to play it. Remember where I left off on and everything. Maybe I'll hop on later tonight off stream just to like readjust myself with the controls. And I'll probably be playing this on my own tomorrow. Because tomorrow I can't stream because I'm going to be out of town at my other grandparents' to do Christmas with that side of the family. And I'll probably bring my Switch with me and maybe do some like pokedex stuff for Arceus. Maybe I won't do that. I don't know. We'll see. I might not even bring my Switch. We'll see what happens. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. For the rest of the day, though, I do want to finish this video. There's still... Oh my god, there's still 2 hours left. I will watch this on my own. This is really long. I thought it was almost done. I really wanted to love this game. I couldn't. Here's why. 2 million views, 81k likes. I can't tell if that's really low or not because we can't see dislikes. Return dislike button. Let me get that real quick because I don't have it on Chrome apparently. Let me open a copy of it in a new tab.
That many felt were too...
Okay, never mind. I was worried that this was going to be spammed with dislikes because of how many views there are, and like that feels like not a lot of likes for how many views there are. I feel like there should be way more. In the tutorial, Raoru, I don't know how to pronounce it. Raoru knows Zelda was sent back in time and just fails to mention this to Link because otherwise we wouldn't have a plot. That's crazy. He was just literally there for everything. He could have just told Link. That's crazy. Having no story would have been better than the one we got. I think the story is the one thing I didn't mind, actually. I didn't experience the whole thing, but I know all of it just from like watching videos on the game. But I didn't play all of it myself because I got really bored with the game. I think the story is the one thing I don't mind. It's everything else that's just really boring about the game. Like, I wouldn't even say anything about the game is bad. It's just boring. I will finish this on my own time. I've made my thoughts about the game clear, and everything past this is stuff I really haven't experienced much of. I did it like 1, 2 of the dungeons maybe. Shrines, yeah, I did experience. Side quests and rewards, not much of. Combat, I already gave my thoughts on. I already gave my personal thoughts about everything in here, and for me personally, that is good enough for stream. Like, for my stream, I gave my thoughts. I would just recommend go watching the rest of this on your own. You know, avoiding showing somebody's whole video on stream as much as possible. I really like this video so much. It gave me an opportunity to vent about Tears of the Kingdom a little bit. And yeah, I love it. I love this video. But yeah. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Maybe I will end stream early. I'm just thinking. But I wasn't able to stream yesterday and I won't be able to stream tomorrow, so maybe not. I feel like a longer stream's necessary today for that reason, you know? Maybe I will finish the video then? Maybe they'll bring up stuff I just won't think about, because maybe I'll watch it later and then I'll be like, oh no, oh god, they brought up stuff that I wanted to say. This is from 2024, that's crazy. I'm like if the sleepiest person in the world was awake. That's a banger description. I hate fruity tomato stew. Hating Age of Imprisonment is fine. I already hate Age of Imprisonment. I have zero interest in the Dynasty Warriors type Zelda games, so I don't care. The horrific truth about Mario Kart World. Found a new NPC in Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild essay trailer and it still hasn't come out. From 9 months ago? Oh my god. Some of these thumbnails are so funny. Skit just got real. No one understands. Actually, I do. Skitty does not understand my video. Yes, I do! I love these thumbnails. I love them so much. Skit just got real again. Skitty needs to lock in. They still haven't made the essay. Dude, if this one was 4 hours long, almost, from about a game they didn't like. They like Breath of the Wild. The truth about Shrine Island. It was never about the shrine. Then they made an hour-long Hollow Knight video. W. I loved their videos, and I've only watched, like, less than 50% of one of them. I love them just based off the thumbnails. Cringe resistance? Oh, it's like they modded in an NPC of themselves. Skitty, you scared me. What are you doing in a place like this? I'm a member of the Zonai survey team. I'm tasked with researching the shrines that have appeared. Why are you here? I looked at my map, and this here spot is called Shrine Island. Surely there's bound to be a shrine here, right? But guess what? There isn't.
Huh?
Shrine Island doesn't even have a shrine on it. No shrine on Shrine Island, and this map costs 70 rupees. Calm down, Skitty, calm down. Let's talk about shrines. You want to hear about shrines? Alright, here we go. There are 152 shrines to discover in Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule. This is the section that I've spent by far the longest. Oh no. Don't worry, I still have plenty of things to complain about. Just wait until we get to the story. Are you even listening? Whatever, I'm gonna head back to HQ and tell them to change all the maps and ask for a refund. W. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom use advanced Mii data for the NPCs. You can mod your own Miis into it. Really? Is that how they did this?
NPCs in Breath of the Wild are advanced versions of Miis.
Really?
Now, what exactly...
You can inject Miis into the game. That's cool.
NPCs all Yumis. These have almost all the same features with a few minor differences. Discoveries are seeming to be and even their own Mii too. Now again, remember this Mii takes them a while to import Miis into the game. So essentially, it is not a simple conversion. There are major differences, but the main thing to note is that as far as the facial features themselves go, they are pretty similar. Another thing to know is that apparently this all actually stems from a Reset Era thread, though it seems Nintendo...
That's neat. That is neato. Interesting. Cool. Cool. Too skitty, too bitty.
In Breath of the Wild, people were still discussing the champions 100 years later, but people don't recognize Link? Is he Tony Hawk? The pedestal with the treasure...
There's a second channel. A second channel hit the towers. Oh no. My favorite boss in... Oh, this is my favorite boss too.
Let's do this.
This is also my favorite boss. Dude, look at the little Skitty X Hollow Knight art there. That's so cute. I love that. Wow. Crystals, a mini essay? Oh, it's talking about this manga. I haven't read it. What am I doing right now? What is this stream? It's literally just me sitting here scrolling my YouTube recommended. What am I doing? What am I fucking doing, dude? Yeah. Okay. I'll keep streaming. But here's the but. Yeah, give me like a break. If I'm, it's already been like 7.5 hours. If I am gonna keep streaming, I need like a 10 to 30 minute break. So I'm gonna play music for a while. I will be back, but just know that it might be a bit before I feel like I have enough energy to come back. We will watch the rest of this video because I feel just watching part of it and not finishing the rest on stream, it's like, okay, well, anybody who is watching this VOD, I feel weird just leaving it there. So, yeah. Director's commentary track? There's a 7-hour version.
Let them know they're on your mind. I wanna tell you you're on mine. Yeah, you're in there all the time. In my head, in my bed, in my brain, and every enzyme. I wanna see you in the light. I wanna see you when you're stressed, when you're angry, when you're happy, when you're fine. It's okay, I don't mind. Light a cigarette, you're allowed a little vice. Let them know they're on your mind. Baby feels like all her friends got it figured out. Baby smoking up the track, baby's burning out. Let me see her run, I can't read the signs. Let me see her cry, let me see her insides. I wanna see you with the I wanna see you with the Hey, I've got nothing to say, but I'm lonely. Coming through to let you know I'm on my mind. Sorry, I'm a little insane when I'm lonely. I'm just like you. Hey, I've got nothing to say, but I'm lonely. Coming through to let you know I'm on my mind. Sorry, I'm a little insane when I'm lonely. I'm just like you. I see your body on the ceiling. You're a diagram of something I've been eating. You're so perfect that it kinda hurts my feelings. Wish there was a way for you to see what I am seeing right now. I wanna see you in your element. I wanna see Hey, I've got nothing to say, but I'm lonely. Coming through to let you know you're on my mind. Sorry, I'm a little insane when I'm lonely. I'm just like you. Let them know they're on your mind. Hey, I've got nothing to say, but I'm lonely. Coming through to let you know you're on my mind. Sorry, I'm a little insane when I'm lonely. I'm just like you. Let them know they're on your mind. Let them know they're on your mind. I got nothing to say, but I'm lonely. Coming through to let you know you're on my mind. I'm a little insane when I'm lonely. I'm just like you. Let them know they're on your mind.
Alright, hi. Sorry that I was gone for so long. I just needed a break because I was streaming for 7.5 hours. So sorry. That was another half hour. I did warn you though before I went on a BRB screen that I was gonna take like a half-hour break. Anyways, let's finish this video. There's 2 hours left, so I'm gonna try not to pause as much, but
In order to activate a handful of terminals, culminating in a boss fight with one of 4 almost identical bosses. There weren't locked doors that you needed keys to open, the puzzles were pretty weak, and in general, they went by very quickly. And yet, despite their shortcomings, I kind of love the Divine Beasts.
yeah, I never
corrupted animal
minded the Divine Beasts. I know a lot of people really actively dislike them, but I kind of liked them too.
mechs that move around the overworld that you need to board and take control of. It's sick. It's fucking awesome. What, are you kidding me? But I also understand why people were disappointed, especially considering the precedents set by previous Zelda games, especially Skyward Sword, the game that directly preceded it, which had some of the best dungeons in the entire series. Interviews leading up to Tears of the Kingdom's release suggested that the devs had basically gotten the memo on the Divine Beasts. People weren't happy with them, so they were going to do something that was
But did they?
with what people had come to
But
expect
did
from the Zelda
they?
series. That is not what happened. The dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom are pathetic. With the
They're
exception
not
of the Lightning
dungeons.
Temple,
They are
are
not
all
dungeons.
Worse than Breath of the Wild's Divine Beasts. At least the Divine Beasts had cool integration with the overworld, a distinctive animal motif, and required you to think about three-dimensional space in some way, through manipulating their inner workings or their position. Tears of the Kingdom's dungeons have the exact same progression structure as the Divine Beasts, in the sense that all you do is walk around and activate terminals, but the mechanic of manipulating the layout of the dungeon in some way was scrapped altogether, and in its place is nothing. To make matters worse, you're returning to the same 4 areas you explored in Breath of the Wild, talking to largely the same
You know, instead of using the rest of the map that was very empty in Breath of the Wild, they could have used any of that, but instead you go to the same exact 4 locations.
and seeing the same sights as before. This time, Link is sent out by Purah to investigate 4 regional
So dumb.
disturbances,
So
hoping
dumb.
they'll connect in some way to Zelda's whereabouts. When you arrive in one of the 4 regions, you'll see Zelda doing something obviously evil or at the very least suspicious. And then in the process of chasing after her, you end up in the dungeon. As part of this process, you'll meet a returning character from Breath of the Wild who will join up with Link for the lead up to the temple as well as the temple itself. Once you've beaten the boss, your new friend will awaken as a sage of their particular element, and then you get the ability to summon them as you explore the rest of the world. Whatever problem was affecting the region goes away, and the player moves on to the next thing. But wait, what about Zelda? We'll talk about this when we get to the discussion of the story, but unfortunately this evil Zelda thing never goes anywhere. It's basically just a carrot on a stick to get the player to explore the dungeons, and so I guess now it's probably time to stop stalling and actually talk about them. The dungeon the game absolutely wants you to do first is the Wind Temple at Rito Village. Purah
Really?
did not so subtly nudge you that way, and the ability you get as part of that quest is useful in traversing the rest of the world. A lot of people praise the lead up
I
to
did the
Wind
water
Temple,
one
the
first,
part
I
where you
think.
climb up the rising island chain with Tulin, and it's praise I'm willing to agree on. The moment of flying up above the clouds as the background noise falls away and the light washes over you, and then you skydive into the eye of the storm and the music swells and it's fucking euphoric. It's spectacular. What's not spectacular is everything preceding it. Rito Village is suffering from a blizzard, which doesn't seem like that big of an issue. Link's movement isn't affected at all by the blizzard, and even though the bridge to Rito Village is out, this is the race of bird people, yeah? The ones who can fly? I think this issue would feel more serious if the winds were stronger, something Nintendo's been able to do since Mario 2. No, not that one. That one. If the Rito couldn't fly or something, it would make sense that they'd be suffering like this, but this winter weather isn't inhibiting much of anything as far as traversal's concerned. You can still run, jump, climb, and glide like normal, which I think ultimately
Yeah, it's just a
hurts the
little
sequence.
cold.
It also means that Tulin's wind power that propels you forward is useful, but not necessary. If you needed his power to steady yourself while gliding in the blizzard, it would underscore the severity of the situation, make Tulin feel like a really helpful ally and not just like a kid you're babysitting. So you get to Rito Village and you wander around for a bit, talk to a handful of characters that don't matter at all, go looking for Tulin in this cave, and complete the Herculean task of getting his bow back from an enemy that dies in one hit. After you beat these incredibly basic enemies together, Tulin decides he now understands the value of working as a team. This is supposed to count as a character arc for him. We get a single scene with him between meeting him and this epiphany, and it's just embarrassing. Frankly, Tulin is barely a character. I like his design, I think he's very cute, but in Breath of the Wild, Wild, he was basically just a background character, and going into Tears of the Kingdom, I cared way more about the characters I remembered from the previous game. For people who didn't talk to every single NPC in Breath of the Wild, this kid is a perfect stranger, and 10 minutes
Yeah, I had
after
no
you
idea
meet
he
him,
was
your
in the
arc
first
is
game. What the fuck?
resolved. So once he's had his revelation, you need to make sure to speak to him in just the right place so you don't accidentally make it all the way up to the Wind Temple without him. Something that's very possible to do, only to get stuck. I think the devs even considered this as a possibility, because they give you a completely worthless blessing shrine at the top of the climb, presumably just to use as a warp point back up, which makes no sense given that the Wind Temple has a warp point of its own, unless you consider the fact that if you get up to the Wind Temple without Tulin, you can't activate the warp point and will have to abandon all the progress you just made and go back down to retrieve him. Also, I know people really like this section for its atmosphere and music, and I do too, but let's be real. The actual gameplay here is pretty weak. You don't even need Tulin to get through this area, and if you built the air bike, you can just skip it altogether. There's never a moment where you have to think about where you're going or how you're going to get there, because the answer is always just go up. Once you're in the temple itself, things are not looking too promising. You see a massive locked hatch, try to open it, and it doesn't work. A mysterious voice tells you to open the hatch by releasing 5 locks, all of which are immediately marked on your map. The locks also look conspicuously like giant fans, but rather than letting that design speak for itself, Tulin will stop you to tell you to use his power on it. Thanks! I didn't realize I'd need to use the wind power in the Wind Temple on the wind fan with the wind bird. Very helpful. This dungeon has the exact same structure as the Divine Beasts.
Baby mode
Wander around,
dungeon.
activate
Let's
terminals, fight
go.
the boss at the end. I have nothing to say about the puzzles here because they're all extremely simple. Make a lever, attach some stuff to other stuff. None of it requires you to think about the space you're in, and it's over before you know it. I like the boss though. Credit where credit is due. Smashing through the ice on its body felt amazing, and the music? So, Colgera explodes, global warming returns to the village, and...
No!
Oh boy.
Global
Tears of the Kingdom has
warming!
these cutscenes when you finish the 4 main dungeons, and they are, without exaggeration, identical to each other. Here is how every single one of these cutscenes plays out. The sage says their descendant's name.
Tulin, my brave fledgling.
Your noble little rock.
Sidon, my cherished kin.
Riju, beloved daughter of the Garuda.
The descendant says, I know that voice. You're the one that's been talking to me.
I know
that voice. You're the one
who's been talking all this time.
The sage
That's
says,
crazy.
Yes, I am your ancestor from long ago. I served the first king of Hyrule.
The same exact
And
line.
the sage
Oh
with
my
control of
god.
Element.
Yes, I am your ancestor
from a time long past.
What the?
I served the first king of Hyrule as a Zora warrior.
And the sage who called down lightning.
I have seen you control Element in battle. You are the pride of insert people here.
Where you fight, the winds follow.
Impressive.
I would expect nothing less from my descendant.
You are the pride of the Garuda.
The sage says that the boss the descendant just defeated was summoned by the Demon King in order to stop them from finding their secret stone.
That monster you defeated.
The source of those foul rocks.
It was a servant of a greater evil, the Demon King.
The monster's true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining that stone.
My secret stone.
The descendant says, Secret stone? Demon King?
Demon King? Secret stone?
Secret stone? Demon King?
Demon
Wait, what? He doesn't say it in English, but he sure does say it in Japanese. Damn, okay.
Secret stone.
The sage says that they will explain everything and that they need to tell you the story of the imprisoning war.
This is a lot to learn all of a sudden. I know.
Then listen carefully to what I have to say.
It concerns the imprisoning war and
the events that shaped our people's destiny.
The sage then tells the exact same story beat for beat.
Oh my god.
In the time of Hyrule's founding, the Demon King appeared and sought to destroy anyone who opposed him. Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, along with the sages, rose up to oppose him. In order to do this, Rauru gave the sages
This game looks awesome.
Sages
I only beat one of the temples. I didn't know they repeated the same shit 3 more times. I got bored after the water one. What the fuck?
Stronger than ever, thanks to their
Jesus
secret
Christ.
stones, were no match for the Demon King. In the end, Rauru sacrificed himself to seal the Demon King away.
What
and
the
descendant
fuck?
goes,
So that was the imprisoning war.
And the sage says, sometime later, the Sage of Time came to visit, and the destiny of our people was clear.
Sometime later.
The Sage of Time, one of the 6 sages,
came to visit me.
And she set the Gerudo on our destined path.
Zelda says, "The magic restraining the Demon King will be undone. When that happens, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. He needs the help of your people and your element. Please, lend him your power."
The Demon King will return. The magic binding him will be undone. When that time comes, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. We must help. Lend him your power. The Gerudo's control of lightning.
The sage reiterates that the future of their people was made clear to them in that moment.
It was clear what part the Rito would play.
In that moment, the duty of the Goron people was clear.
The course of the Zora's future was clear.
The path of the Gerudo was clear at that moment.
The sage in the past says, "It would be my honor to
Wow.
help the Demon King. I swear, when he returns, my descendant will awaken as a sage."
It will be an honor to defeat the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Rito Sage of Wind will awaken once more. I'd like nothing more than to smash the Demon King. When the Demon King returns, the Sage of Fire will awaken.
I'd like nothing more than to smash the Demon King.
I swear to you that when the Great Evil returns,
Me too, buddy.
we wish nothing more than to eliminate the Demon King. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Gerudo Sage of Lightning will awaken once more.
And the sage says, "You may have saved insert town here, but the Demon King is still out there."
You've saved Goron City.
However, the Demon King
Still remains a threat.
Then they tell their descendant to fight the Demon King with the swordsman Link.
Fight the Demon King alongside
the swordsman.
This is absolute insanity. Once you've seen one of these cutscenes, you've seen all of them. There is zero variation between them, and I genuinely struggle to understand how the people working on this game found this to be even remotely acceptable. Beyond being repetitive, these scenes are so weak. These ancient sages all wear masks, so we don't know what their faces look like, and more egregiously, they don't even have names. These scenes could have shown us an ancient version of the Rito, Goron, Zora, and Gerudo societies, and helped us better understand what life was like in the distant past. But instead, we get a copy-paste job that's so lazy, and I firmly believe it will haunt this game's reputation long into the future. These scenes are also completely pointless because they all amount to fight alongside Link, but they've been doing that. We literally just beat a whole dungeon together. Remember? They made a cutscene that goes, "My cherished descendant, do the thing you were already doing," and then copy and pasted it 3 times for good measure. So after the Wind Temple, Tears of the Kingdom wants you to do the Fire Temple. I've seen some people say this temple isn't that bad, and I've heard others say that it's actually their favorite, and I've got to ask, like, respectfully, what the fuck are you talking about? This has got to be one of the worst Zelda dungeons ever, and if the Water Temple wasn't giving it a run for its money, I'd say it's easily the worst dungeon in this game.
Damn, the Water Temple's the worst one. That's the only one I did, and I hated it. I was bored as fuck the entire time I was playing the first 30 hours of the game. And then I was like, okay, fine. Let me just ignore the side content because I'm bored as fuck out of my mind. Let me just... Maybe if I bum rush main story, I'll enjoy the game. And so I did the first temple I came across, the water one. And it sucked. And after I was done with it, I uninstalled the game.
Kicks off in Goron City, where everyone is hooked on this addictive new drug, what they're calling marbled rock roast. They've lost the motivation to work, and all they ever want to do is sit around and eat. Haha, I get it. They're stoners. Because they're rock people? Yunobo is back from Breath of the Wild, and his voice is as grating as ever.
Now stop flapping your rock chompers and get over here, Goro!
He's not acting like himself, and he even tries to fight Link, but he's a total pushover, and much like Tulin, he gets his character arc over with before it's even begun. He was being controlled by an evil luchador mask given to him by Zelda.
The one we never see from the front or close up, always in the distance doing vaguely evil things? That's my girlfriend, Princess Zelda.
Once you've snapped Yunobo out of it, you take a short minecart ride up Death Mountain until you're at the summit. This giant monster appears and you're meant to use a Zonai vehicle to fight it, which I know because the game spawns one right next to you, pre-assembled and ready to go. This boss fight's over very quickly, and seems like its purpose is mostly just to get the player used to using Yunobo's ability. It's a shame too, because I think this boss is way cooler looking than the actual boss of the Fire Temple, but I digress. You jump into the chasm at the top of Death Mountain and make your way down into the depths where the dungeon waits, and it's dog shit. Just like before, you need to open a handful of locks by going around and activating mechanisms that are conveniently perfectly suited to the partner you've got with you. This dungeon plays with verticality, or at least it thinks it does. It gives you all these minecarts to get from place to place, but this is Tears of the Kingdom. Whether it's a hot air balloon, a rocket fused to your shield, ascend, or especially the air bike, the content of this dungeon becomes trivial. The puzzles here aren't even good. Build a ramp here, ascend there, riveting stuff. This place is big, but there's nothing of substance to do here, so it just feels like a painful slog. I alluded to this already, but the boss didn't impress me either. It's a stun it and then hit the weak spot until it dies boss, which feels very Zelda, but less in a nostalgic callback way and more in a dated, formulaic way. Once you've beaten the boss, you watch the Secret Stone Demon King cutscene, and all the Marbled Rock Roast disappears from Goron City at once.
Oh man, they are in for a rough 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're all fucking sweating and
detoxing at the same time.
The water temple's up next, and it's the same as all the others. Go to the place, talk to the people, watch a character have their entire arc in a single scene. If you're bored listening to me repeat this over and over again, imagine how bored I was playing it.
Yeah.
Shout out to this puzzle though, where this
Sounds about
Zora
right.
historian is puzzling over a broken monument that you have to repair with a missing piece that's 5 feet away. Did I mention this game costs $70? You have to go back and forth a bunch between Zora's domain and this new area called Mifa Court. Then you need to solve a fairly simple riddle, at which point the game makes a decision.
Sorry, there's something
that I
like
still can't
touching my
really
foot
wrap
underneath my
head around.
desk.
It has you explore the ancient Zora waterworks. If you haven't played this game, that might have gotten your attention. The idea of some sort of ancient structure under the East Reservoir Lake sounds like the perfect place to put a dungeon. But you only come down here to push a single button. Literally. This area exists so that you can activate this terminal that allows you to enter the sky via a massive waterfall that you can swim up using your new Zora armor. There is nothing else to do here. You can come back after the dungeon for an armor piece and there's a bubble frog like in every cave, but there's zero story here. No explanation of what purpose this space could have originally
Yep,
served.
it's just
no
the poo-poo
insights
water.
into how the ancient
It's just the
Zora
poopy
lived.
sewers.
Nothing. And it's a crime.
It's all it is.
Look at this place. It's fucking awesome down here, but in the greater scope of the game, it's completely irrelevant. And
It's
like,
just where all the
why?
poop goes.
Why have Link come down here if the temple's in the sky? Why introduce this element at all if you're not going to develop it? This area's inclusion is so bewildering to me because it feels unfinished. Maybe it only exists to pad out the quest, but by the time you enter the waterworks, you've done about as much as you do before the other temples, so I genuinely do not understand what the purpose of this area is. Also, you can skip the whole thing with a rocket shield. Great. Once you're in the sky, fittingly, things start to look up. At least a little. This area is in low gravity for some reason. It's never explained why gravity works like this here, shocker, but it does shake up the normal gameplay a little, and it's honestly just fun. You climb up to the water temple, but the game doesn't even pretend to include your party member this time. Sidon just says, hey, let's split up, and then you meet him at the entrance. This temple is definitely the weakest in the game, but it's not aggravating like the fire temple is, and it being easy means it's over quickly. Shoot this switch, move this bubble, activate these terminals, you know the drill by now. Watch the same cutscene again, and the game sends you on your way. Oh, right, the boss fight. I think it's funny that the boss of this dungeon is just a little guy, but he's pretty annoying to fight and isn't particularly memorable. I don't have more to say than that. The last of the 4 main dungeons
I
is
forgot
the
about
Lightning
him.
Temple, and it's by far the strongest dungeon, not only in Tears of the
Crazy.
Kingdom, but in the Switch Zelda games as a whole. It still wouldn't crack the middle of a ranked list of all Zelda dungeons, but it's still a clear cut above the rest. The desert's shrouded in a massive sandstorm. Gerudo Town is completely destroyed, its residents hiding in an underground shelter as Gibdos, monsters somewhere between insect and undead, roam the streets above. You find the chief, Riju, struggling to hone her lightning power so she can better combat the Gibdos. You team up with her and defend the nearby Karakara Bazaar from the Gibdos that have appeared there, then return to town for a brief section where you organize the troops around town to best prepare for an invasion. This sounds cooler than it actually is. Your choice of where to put the soldiers doesn't really make a difference since it's a small enough number of enemies that they're not likely to overwhelm you, but at least it's something. Then you solve another pretty simple riddle that has you trudging through the desert to connect these beams of light. The sandstorm blocks out your map and makes traversal a bit more challenging. At least it would, but it's very easy to just fly above the storm and then it poses no challenge whatsoever. So the temple pops out of the ground, you walk up to it, no fuck! Jesus fucking Christ, what is that? This isn't even a criticism of the game, by the way. This thing's just fucking horrifying. I don't want this anywhere near me. So the first thing you do when you arrive at this
She's
dungeon
so
is face off with
pretty.
its eventual boss, Queen Gibdo. It's a fun shake-up to the formula and also acts as sort of a teaser for the actual fight. Once you've
She's
taken enough damage, she'll flee
gorgeous.
to the top of the temple, so it's time to head inside. You have to make your way through the catacombs filled with traps, and Riju works differently than the other party members you've had so far, in that she can't just teleport to your position, so you need to actually clear a path by disabling the traps so she can follow you through the dungeon. Before you can get too excited, though, you find yourself in a central room with 4 locks, and then it's back to the formula. This is still more involved than the others, though. You'll have to reflect light, actually think about the space you're in, and since you need Riju to activate the terminals, you'll need to consider whether she'll be able to make it to where you are at any given moment. Compare that to the Fire Temple, where you can just go under a locked door, use Ascend, and Yunobo will be there waiting for you. I'm not sure why they didn't make every party member work like Riju, but I'm happy that at least this dungeon has something going on.
I don't know why this temple isn't just like all the other temples. It's a really good thing I did this temple last, or I'd be really disappointed by all the rest of them because this temple is very involved. and the other temples were very stupid.
So you activate the terminals, fight the boss, watch the same scene for the 4th time, and then Gerudo Town is magically back to normal. I get that the other towns also just get their issues instantly resolved, but none of the towns were in as dire a state originally as
Live
Gerudo
mom
Town. It would have been nice
reaction.
to have some sort of quest that let you assist in rebuilding it. Still, it's pretty good for what it is, and I'm relieved that at least one of these dungeons isn't a complete waste of time. The next place the game sends you is back to Lookout Landing to check in with Purah. It's at this point that you're
Purah's
treated
so
to the
hot.
shocking revelation that obviously fake Zelda is, in fact, not actually Zelda. No way! You go to Hyrule Castle after this, and I know some people consider this to be a dungeon, but I think that's being very generous. You just go to the waypoints on your map, fight some monsters, and then meet up with Not Zelda in the throne room for a fight with Phantom Ganon. I kinda glossed over this during my initial writing and recording process, but going back and editing this really drove home just how bad Hyrule Castle sucks in this game. Hyrule Castle was a highlight of Breath of the Wild, a foreboding stronghold where Calamity Ganon was lying.
It was
in
really
wait.
fun to
The
explore,
three Divine
too.
Beast's red lasers, which were visible from just about everywhere on the map, were a constant reminder of the showdown that was waiting for you at the end of your journey. There's no other word for it, I'm sorry. Storming Hyrule Castle is epic. Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule Castle is abysmal. It's no longer interconnected, there's no sense of discovery or exploration.
That was the only good part about it. That was why it was the best area in the game, is because it was an interconnected giant level with like multiple floors and rooms and ways to explore it. It was like a legacy dungeon in like Elden Ring. That's what it felt like. Oh my, what the
I
fuck?
understand that people don't just want to explore the same castle all over again, but then show us new areas. Show us pathways originally obscured by the Malice, or rooms that were rebuilt, or most interestingly, show us the Astral Observatory, the location of the battle with Calamity Ganon, and yet another giant question mark from Breath of the Wild. Also, why the giant pillar? You have islands floating in the sky. If you're gonna lift up the castle, then commit to it. You just fight scores of the same monsters you've been fighting for the entire game, fight Phantom Ganon, who you've probably already fought by now too, all in search of a Zelda that you absolutely know by now is an imposter. There's no unique boss fight, there's no reason to come back, it sucks. Okay, back to passing. You win in battle but lose in the cutscene, the sages show up just in time to stop Link from getting gloomed again, Ganondorf pieces out, and Riju has the only intelligent thought in the entire game.
Hold on. He must not be at his full strength. Otherwise, why flee instead of finishing us off?
The gang returns to Lookout Landing and realizes there was a 5th sage in the ancient past, Raru's sister Minoru. In order to
Wow.
gather more information about
Who could have
her,
ever
Link finally
known?
goes to Kakariko Village. The Sheikah in general got kinda shafted in this game. You don't ever need to come here until you're already done with the first act of the game, and you never come back after this. The purpose of this visit...
When I played, that was the first place I went. Because as soon as I was free to go wherever, I went there first, expecting there to be something cool, and nothing fucking happened.
Is to send you down to Faron to visit the Zonai ruins to look for more information. This is pretty much the only connection between the Zonai in Breath of the Wild and the Zonai as they appear in Tears of the Kingdom, but it's purely superficial. You go into the only 3 open doors along this river, get a cute new outfit, and then that mysterious thunderstorm above Faron is cleared away so you can explore the islands it was hiding. These are the Thunderhead Isles. You explore them mostly by riding on rails and making your way towards the island shaped like a dragon's head, fittingly named Dragonhead Island. This would be
Very
seamless,
creative.
except for some reason Dragonhead Island is the lowest hanging island in this archipelago, so you can skip this exploration entirely and just ride a falling rock up or take the air bike, or you can make a hot air balloon, or you can shoot yourself out of a Skyview tower. This is an interesting piece of structured content, but it's so easy to skip that it makes me wonder why they even bothered. I did this quest in my most recent playthrough just to get footage of it, but you can explore the Thunderhead Isles without clearing the storm. That's actually what I did in my first playthrough. I brute forced my way through this area and arrived at Dragonhead Island much earlier than intended. I was so excited when my exploration led me to the Construct Factory, which I assumed was a bonus dungeon and a reward for braving the thunderstorm, and I was extremely disappointed to learn that this was not only part of the main quest, but also significantly easier if you do it when you're supposed to. Once you make it to Dragonhead Island, you're faced with a door that takes a pitiful 10 hearts to open. Your health in this game maxes out at a whopping 40 hearts.
What the fuck?
Supposed to. You'll have gotten a heart container during the tutorial, one from each of the dungeons, and one from Hyrule Castle. That means that you only need to do 4 shrines in order to have enough hearts to progress past this door. If the goal is to prevent players from going directly here from the starting area, first of all, why? And second of all, isn't that the whole point of the thunderstorm? I don't understand why this door is here. But you open it, find Minoru's mask, and are guided down into the depths where the 5th dungeon, the Construct Factory, is waiting. I actually kind of like this place. It's one of the few times the game asks you concretely to engage with the building mechanics in order to solve puzzles and make your way through this place. You do the same 4 terminals bullshit as always, but this time at least there's a twist. The terminals come at the beginning of each section, and each gives you a piece of a large construct. There are 4 of these body part depots, 1 for each arm and 1 for each leg. The door locks behind you once you've interacted with the terminal, so you'll have to make it through each depot while bringing the robot component with you. The visual design here focuses a lot on the decay. The railings are breaking down, pieces aren't where they should be, parts are lying on the ground, and giant clumps of mold are growing all over the walls. This place feels suitably ancient and decrepit, and while the puzzles are generally too simple and can be skipped with recall or rockets, at least they tried. The actual content here isn't bad, but then you bring all the parts back to where Minoru's mask is waiting for you and put the robot together. And wow, you build this mech, this customizable mech suit, powered by the ghost of a technologically advanced furry lady, and it's so slow, it's so weak. Link is defenseless while riding it and still takes damage. It takes up a huge chunk of space on the screen, it gets in your way, it sucks. How do you mess this up? The preceding section of assembling this robot feels suitably important, like it's leading up to something big. And then you can't even kill the group of enemies that the game puts in your way to show you your robot's new powers. So you and your disappointing new friend make your way to the Spirit Temple, which isn't actually a dungeon like you might think based on the name. The actual dungeon was the Construct Factory. This is basically just a boss arena, where you fight a gloomed up Minoru bot in a boxing match. It's simple, but it's decently fun. Once that's all wrapped up, you get a cutscene that's not exactly the same as the others,
Oh,
but
thank
it's pretty
fuck.
close, and you still don't learn anything new.
Music's great. Yeah, this cutscene goes hard, man. And yeah, that's how he got imprisoned there.
Minoru takes her place on your team as the 5th Sage. The color of the Sage abilities don't match up with the color of the regular abilities though in the menu, and it makes me irrationally angry. And it's here that I have to ask, why Minoru? All of the other ancient sages...
I understand. Makes me irrationally angry. You know what? Me too.
Color of the Sage abilities
Me too.
don't match up with the color of the regular abilities though in the menu, and it makes me irrationally angry. And it's here that I have to ask, why Minoru? All of the other ancient sages passed their title on to their descendants, and I get that Minoru is the Sage of Spirit and can continue to exist until the present day because she was hanging out in Zelda's iPhone the whole time, but there's another option staring us all in the face. Purah! Everything seemed like it was set up to have Purah awaken as the new Sage of Spirit. She's a researcher like Minoru was. She's got as big a role in the main story as anyone else gets in this game. She's even got a little mask that she wears on her forehead. This could have allowed the writers to tie the Sheikah into the Zonai in some way and create some continuity there. And since Minoru's spirit moves on at the end of the game,
continuity.
Nobody to take up her role. It honestly feels like Nintendo wanted Purah to be the new Sage of Spirit, but like forgot. All of the pieces are seemingly in place to make this make sense, but instead we get an underpowered mech and an undercooked story to go with it. What a mess. There isn't anything like a Ganon's castle at the end. You just make your way through the foundation you explored with Zelda in the opening until you make it to the imprisoning chamber. So that's where our discussion of the dungeons in this game ends. Hopefully you understand now why I truly believe, with the exception of the Lightning Temple, that the Divine Beasts
I tried to go to the imprisoning chamber earlier. You can't.
were better. And that's not the Divine Beasts. It's an indictment of...
I tried to go straight to the final boss and see what would happen, but you can't like you can in Breath of the Wild. And if you can, I couldn't figure out how.
Excuse for dungeons we got in this game. Much like Breath of the Wild, though, most of the puzzle solving in this game is relegated to the 152 shrines spread across the world. And if you're hoping those shrines make up for the dungeons, I've got some bad
They're bad!
news. Alright, here we go. There are 152 shrines to discover in Tears of the Kingdom's Hyrule. This is the section that I've spent by far the longest developing and thinking about. And I actually have another video in the works that will be an in-depth look at every shrine in the Switch Zelda games. I've played every single shrine in this game 3 times, which doesn't sound like that many times until you realize that in my most recent playthrough, lining up all of my shrine footage gets you 12.5 hours of footage. And that was my 3rd time going through them, more or less already aware of the solutions to puzzles. My first playthrough was my casual experience, my second playthrough was so I could rate the shrines and take notes, and the 3rd time was so I could record footage of the shrines and give them a second rating. All of this is to say that I've probably spent more time thinking about, playing, and analyzing the shrines in this game than your average player. I'm shrine pilled. I'm a shrine expert. It's shrine time. It's prime time for shrine time. I even made this giant spreadsheet to put all my thoughts in one place. Ready for my take? The shrines in Tears of the Kingdom
Bad.
are bad. To be clear, many of the shrines in Breath of the Wild were also bad. I actually think Breath of the Wild's lows go lower. There isn't anything in Tears of the Kingdom on the same level as something like the motion control puzzles or the Test of Strength shrines. But Breath of the Wild has some shrines that really are great. Trial of Power and Blue Flame are longer form shrines with multiple steps, lots of hidden treasure, and a central mechanic that asks different things of the player. They're not as long as even a mini dungeon in something like Ocarina of Time, but they're still somewhat developed and are pretty widely regarded as some of Breath of the Wild's stronger shrines. Shrines like Buried Secrets, Canon, Moving in Parallel, Ancient Trifecta, and the Winding Route all have some sort of quest associated with them in order to unlock them, and then they have a puzzle on the inside as well. In fact, Breath of the Wild had 42 shrine quests, meaning roughly a third of the game's shrine content had some sort of quest associated with it, in theory. As far as I'm concerned, there's 3 types of shrine quests. I've split them into levels. Level 1 is for shrines that an NPC can tell you about, but that you can also just stumble across on your own. This shrine in the Elden region or this shrine on Mount Lanayru can be found without ever speaking to their respective NPCs, for example. Level 2 is for shrines with a task to complete or a riddle to solve in order to enter them, but you can stumble across the puzzle without ever speaking to the source NPC. For example, it's incredibly easy to see this giant thunderbolt mural and fire a shock arrow at it to reveal the shrine without ever speaking to this guy. You can do the 7 heroines puzzle without ever talking to this lady, and you can shoot the statue with the glowing eyes in the graveyard without anyone telling you to do that. Finally, there's level 3, shrines that require you to receive a quest and then complete it in order to reveal the shrine. This includes quests like the Fragmented Monument, Stranded on Eventide, the 3 Korok Trials, Shrouded Shrine, and so on and so forth. Breath of the Wild supposedly has 42 shrine quests then, but if you only count level 3 quests, the number is closer to 30. Sorry to talk about Breath of the Wild shrines for so long, but it's important to establish some examples of how Tears' prequel handled its shrines so we can understand how much worse they are here. Even the best Breath of the Wild shrines can be pretty forgettable, but that probably has more to do with the fact that they all look the same on the inside, and the fact that not every player is going to take the time to find, let alone complete, every shrine. Before we move on from Breath of the Wild, though, it's important to note that the Champion's Ballad DLC gave us 16 new shrines, and they're almost exclusively excellent. I especially love the shrines on the remixed Great Plateau, where it's all gloomy out and you're reduced to a quarter heart, making obstacle courses or enemy gauntlets much more threatening. The DLC for Breath of the Wild convinced me that Nintendo had stopped fucking around and had hit their stride with the shrine designs. If the sequel was going to have learned anything from Breath of the Wild's DLC, its shrines would blow its predecessor out of the water.
I don't think I ever played the DLC. I don't think I own it. Now that I think about it, I don't remember ever playing
despite having 152 total shrines, which is more than Breath of the Wild.
I was kind of just satisfied with the base game.
Of those 31 shrine quests, 25 of them require you to haul a crystal somewhere. Even the more interesting shrine quests, like this one where you have to show this guy a giant horse, still end with you dragging a shrine crystal around, even if it's for like a grand total of 2 minutes. Of the 6 remaining quests, Maka's Special Place and the White Bird's Guidance are level 1. It's entirely possible to just stumble across these shrines without ever speaking to these NPCs. The High Spring and Light Rings is level 2, because this island will be here regardless of whether you talk to this guy, and the task it asks you to complete is pretty intuitive. Just go down the mountain, which leaves Keys Born of Water, Legend of the Soaring Spear, and Dying to Find It as the only level 3 shrine quests that don't involve a crystal. And that's only 3 quests, so let's break them down. In Keys Born of Water, this construct tells you to offer the titular Keys Born of Water to these 3 stone pedestals. There's a campfire and a whole bunch of frost emitters nearby, and this quest is situated right next to a body of water. You have to create ice platforms, either by using these frost emitters or some other method, like an ice fruit or a sapphire rod, and then hold them over the fire to melt them until they're the right size to fit in the 3 holes. The reward is an empty shrine. In Legend of the Soaring Spear, you come across this journal in a cave with a couple of Zonai spears nearby. The riddle says, throw the Zonai spear with the wing from the pedestal through the ring. This isn't even a riddle, it's just telling you what to do. Attach a wing to the Zonai spear, throw it through the ring, and your reward is an empty shrine.
It's
when
empty.
Dying to find it, you have another construct issuing a riddle, this time telling you to paint paint the pattern black on the opposite wall, which you do by attaching planks of wood to this rotating thing and then waiting until it casts a shadow onto this pattern, and your reward is an empty shrine. Hey,
Oh.
there sure are a lot of empty shrines in Tears of the Kingdom, huh?
Yeah.
How many, you may ask? 51 of them. 52 if you count this one that's a cute
Oh.
little fake out, which I do, because an empty shrine that subverts your expectations is still an empty shrine. That means that in a game with 152 shrines, over a third of them are empty. And the astute viewers in my audience may remember that there are only 31 shrine quests, 3 of which lead to non-blessing shrines. So if only 28 of those are accessed via quests, that's 24 shrines that are just sitting in the overworld waiting for you to find them. Some of those 24 do have content, to be fair. Content that isn't tied to a labeled shrine quest. In fact, exploring the underground prison ruins doesn't happen as part of a shrine quest, it leads to a blessing, and it's one of my favorite shrines in the game. Some of you may also say that finding these blessing shrines never bothered you, or that you even felt relieved to find them, but I think that's actually a point against the shrines with puzzles in them. That the shrines are so boring that it's a relief to find one that doesn't ask anything of you. I'd say we don't have time to discuss every single shrine, but we also don't really have to, because Tears of the Kingdom's shrines repeat ideas and concepts so often that we can pretty easily talk about every type of shrine without dwelling on each one individually. We can save the individual thoughts for the shrine video. The first group of shrines on the list is the only
Which I
group
don't
that
think they
every
ever did,
player is guaranteed
but it's
to play.
fine.
The 4 ability tutorials. These aren't bad, they're just simple, which you obviously expect from tutorials. These 4 shrines are found on the Great Sky Island, which is itself this game's tutorial section. And while you learn about the abilities and how they work inside the shrines, you're asked to put them to the test outside the shrines, something the game doesn't seem confident about asking you to do pretty much ever again after this. But I'm getting ahead of myself. While you're on the Great Sky Island, you'll learn to chop down trees to build things with logs, build rafts with fans attached to them to carry you over bodies of water, attach fans to minecarts to push you along rails, and you'll even be introduced to the wing device, which you'll be using a lot throughout the game. There are more than just those 4 tutorial shrines, though, because the next type of shrine we're going to talk about is the device tutorial. The spring, steering stick, stake, wing, rocket, mirror, sled, small wheel, fan, balloon.
Yes, I am saying them all to emphasize the point.
Stabilizer, big wheel, hoverstone, hydrant, and those water orbs from the water temple all have a shrine where the purpose is just to introduce the device and show you how it works. The big wheel, wing, and hydrant actually have 2 shrines each that are incredibly simple and serve as an introduction to the device and nothing else. There's nothing wrong with having shrines that introduce concepts in theory, but in practice there are 2 main issues. The first is that the player is not guaranteed to use any of this knowledge outside of shrines because the game rarely asks you to get creative with solutions to traversal or puzzles. The small wheel tutorial shrine teaches you to attach a wheel to a rail like this, and that's cool, but you will literally never do this again for the rest of the game. Even if you wanted to, this type of platform doesn't appear in the overworld, so it's not teaching you anything of value. The big wheel shrine asks you to think about the physics engine in a creative way with this puzzle, but it's the same issue here. The game
remember
will
this
never
one, yeah.
test you on this knowledge or take it to the next level. This is partially because it can't. Since there's no way to know which shrines players will have encountered, you can't test players on something they may not know how to do yet. This was a problem in Breath of the Wild too, but Breath of the Wild didn't have almost 20 shrines dedicated to teaching you mechanics you either already know about or will never use. Speaking of mechanics you already know, that's the second problem with these device tutorial shrines. By the time you're off the Great Sky Island, you know how to use fans to propel things forward, but the game still has a shrine that teaches you how the fan works. Even if this is the first shrine you encounter fresh off the tutorial, it will still be repeated content. And that's the best case scenario.
Oh my god.
In my most recent playthrough, the fan tutorial was the 144th shrine I played. More than 80 hours in, I was being told that I can use a fan to push objects forward.
Well, I had no
shit.
idea.
For
I
those
had
of
no
you who
idea.
aren't
No, that's
keeping count,
news to me.
19
That's
shrines
brand
in addition
new.
to the
You,
4 ability tutorials.
it's the first time I'm hearing of
tutorials, but I'm
this.
not done yet because there's also the combat shrines.
You're telling
One that
me this
teaches
for
you
the
the
first
basics of
time.
dodging and parrying as well as the spin attack. One that teaches you about parrying again. One that teaches you about stealth and sneak strikes. And inexplicably, there are 2 each for archery and throwing things. These are manifestly unnecessary. The player will know all of this by the time they leave the Great Sky Island,
Right.
especially if they've already played Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild had a combat tutorial as well, but it just had 1. If you've made it to the shrines where they teach you how to throw stuff and you haven't already figured it out, these tutorials are not going to help you. If you need proof of this, I urge you to watch the Game Grumps play this game. The other problem with the combat tutorials is, well...
Wait, what?
figure the Great Sky and Sneaks, and inexplicably there are 2 each for archery and throwing things. These are manifestly unnecessary. The player will know all of this by the time they leave the Great Sky Island, especially if they've already played Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild had a combat tutorial as well, but it just had 1. If you've made it to the shrines where they teach you how to throw stuff and you haven't already figured it out, these tutorials are not going to help you. If you need proof of this, I urge you to watch the Game Grumps play this game. The other
Rip Game
problem with the
Grumps.
combat tutorials is, well,
I think I'll pass. I don't really want to watch them play anything.
by far the worst offender here is the Sneak Strike tutorial. This construct can spot you if you so much as breathe too loud, and every time you're caught, you need to try again after you sit through the extremely slow-moving, unskippable text. So that's 30 total tutorial shrines on top of the aforementioned 52 empty shrines. Let's talk about those next. The crown jewel of empty shrines is the Otutsum Shrine in the Gerudo Highlands. This is just an empty shrine. It's sitting out in the open, it's easily visible from the sky, you go in, it is an empty shrine. This is easily the most pathetic shrine in either of these games, and its inclusion is
What do you mean? That's awesome.
mind-boggling. The Irisak Shrine is also in the Gerudo region, this time in the desert. I think the challenge is supposed to be this pool of quicksand around the shrine or something, but you end up right next to it when you're completing the main quest in that region, and you can very easily just glide there from the Lightning Temple. Even if the intended solution is to ride the planks through the quicksand using recall, that's not a puzzle that warrants a blessing shrine at the end. It's barely a puzzle at all. There are 2 shrines in Tears of the Kingdom that exist for the sole purpose of being used as warp points. One is at the end of the Rising Island chain, I mentioned it during the discussion of the Wind Temple, and the other is on Dragon Head Island. I definitely feel negatively about the one next to the Wind Temple, but I do think it's important to have a way to easily travel to Dragon Head Island considering the door that takes 10 hearts to open. If you made it there early like I did, it would really suck to have to turn around with no way to get back. I understand that there's another proper shrine in the Thunderhead, but it's much higher up and much harder to get into before you've cleared the thunderstorm during the main story. Do I wish this warp shrine had content? Yes, of course. I wish every shrine had content. But this one doesn't bother me as much as the one near the Wind Temple. Next up, we have the Cave Blessings. These are exactly what they sound like. They're empty shrines where the whole challenge, if you can even call it that, is just finding them in a cave. You might remember that Tears of the Kingdom has just under 150 caves.
This game took more time to make than the first one? That's crazy.
The cave systems of Hyrule
More time than the first
At
one.
least it would be, but there are 2
And it has
mechanics that
less
work to make this
shrines with
task
actual
laughably
content.
easy. The first is the Shrine Center.
That's
a feature
crazy.
that returns from Breath of the Wild that blinks and makes noise when you're near a shrine. Being able to play hot and cold is not a dead giveaway though. You still need to find the correct cave and then figure out where exactly the shrine is. Unfortunately, the depths exist, and it doesn't take long to notice that every shrine has a matching light route and vice versa. Light routes are often the only thing you can see from any sort of distance in the depths. It's not hard to find all of them. By cross-referencing the surface with the depths, you will know where the cave shrines are 100% of the time. It's worth noting, by the way, that there are shrines in caves that aren't blessings. 7 of them, actually. It makes the 8 of them that are just flat-out empty feel like cut content. Like they took 6 years to make this game, and they still haven't finished it yet. The highlight in this group has to be the Geotack Shrine in the Elton region. You go through this underground minecart course filled with lava and enemies, and there's something of a traversal task involved. The empty shrine at the end brings it down, but it's more substantial than just following a marker on your map. Speaking of just following the map, up next we've got a particularly shitty triad. Remember the mazes from Breath of the Wild? They're back, unchanged, and they still reward you with empty shrines. If you remember how to get to the shrines, it's mindlessly easy to just jump into the maze from above and walk straight to the end. This is especially unfortunate in the case of the Akala Labyrinth, because there's this super cool cave that goes under the ocean and leads to the basement of the labyrinth. There's a mini-boss fight in the cave with the Hinox, and then you'll have another fight with Phantom Ganon when you emerge in the basement. It puts a much-needed twist on the otherwise recycled maze content. What makes this unfortunate is that it's completely and totally optional. You can, very easily, just glide to this island. That's what you do in Breath of the Wild. If this maze had metal bars over the top, for example, so you couldn't enter that way, this shrine would likely be one of my favorites for the twist it puts on a recycled area. But since the cave portion is so optional that it's basically irrelevant, I'm mentioning this maze alongside the other 2. On a more positive note, these 2 shrines in the sky that make you reflect light in the overworld using mirrors are some of my favorites. They're a little simple, I wish there was more to them, but I'm a total sucker for light puzzles in Zelda games. Also, I like the low gravity. I wasn't really upset that these shrines were empty. I was kind of expecting expecting it by that point, and I had decent fun with them. The next group is a small one, there's only 4 of them, and they make up a group that I like to call the Not Shrine Quests. A Not Shrine Quest is a task in the overworld that leads to a shrine but isn't associated with the quest. 2 of these are great and 2 of these are horrible. Let's get the stinkers out of the way first. Remember the shrine sensor I mentioned earlier? That comes with a tutorial of its own, one where you have to follow Robbie down to the depths, take some pictures, fix his hot air balloon, then meet him back at the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab to get the sensor working. Then you enter a nearby cave to receive a free shrine for your troubles. Except for the little wrinkle being that this shrine is always there, and if you're using the depths to find the shrines on the surface, it's entirely possible to find this shrine before you ever speak to Robbie. The second awful not shrine quest involves transporting this guy, Cezanne, to meet up with his friend, Finley. Aside from this whole relationship being more than a little gross, seriously, the trope of characters being much older than they look needs to be retired, like at least 30 years ago. What the fuck is it doing in these games? You can just ignore them. Get cockblocked, weirdo. Leave this kid alone before I call Chris Hansen. And yes, I'm aware that this whole relationship thing can be somewhat chalked up to a translation error, but only somewhat. I don't think anyone would have been upset to see these two go the way of the divine beasts and be retconned out of existence. A much stronger not shrine quest is
I don't even know what to say to that shit. That's weird. We got fish pedophilia? What the fuck? In Zelda?
You don't lose all
What?
your items like you do in Breath of the Wild, but you still need to clear out 3 enemy camps around the island, then head around back to take on a 4th group of enemies aboard a pirate
The
ship. Once you've
pirates.
defeated them, a gate will
The
open that leads to the
real-
shrine. I call this a not shrine quest because for some reason the quest you receive when you talk to Sesame is categorized as a regular side quest instead of a shrine quest, even though you need to complete it in order to get to the shrine. It's got all the trappings of a proper shrine quest, and it would be inaccurate to categorize this as a cave blessing, even though it is in fact a blessing in a cave. The last not shrine quest I want to mention is something I briefly mentioned earlier, and that's exploring the ancient Gerudo prison ruins. This is an underground maze of sorts, full of enemies, atmosphere, and personality. It being underground means you can't just look at the map to find the shrine like you can with the labyrinths. You can still use the depth to pinpoint the shrine on the map, but you can also see the shrine pretty early into exploring the maze. The puzzle is in traversing the area to figure out how you get there. It's not as involved as something like navigating the Typhlo ruins in Breath of the Wild, but it's definitely my favorite of the blessing shrines. Let's talk crystals next. I already
Oh,
mentioned that there are
God.
25 crystal shrines, 24 of which are
I wasn't even that far in the game and I was already getting sick of these crystal ones. I would say they were pissing me
Shrine Quest
off.
category than the crystal category, so I'll bring those up when we get there. In the meantime, know that there are repeated ideas with these crystals too. The Natak, Josiu, and Genodoc shrines all require you to move a sky island using one of these little apparatuses.
They're all so boring. It's just carry the crystal to the platform, shrine spawns in. They're so boring.
Crystal. Another shrine does this too, but it's the one crystal shrine that has actual content inside. The Mayam, Ganos, and Kumamain shrines all require you to deal with a flux construct. And I say deal with and not fight or beat because you can just detach the crystal from the construct's body and leave without ever engaging with it. The flux constructs are great, at least the first couple of times you fight them, but they're everywhere in this game, and the novelty does wear off. Speaking of boss fights, the Sisuran, Usazum, and Momosik shrines all require you to beat a mini-boss in the overworld to obtain their crystal. These fights are never hard, and the whole thing just feels like busy work whenever
And they're
I have to
repeated
do it.
bosses
Shout
from
out to
Breath of the
Momosik, I
Wild.
know it's pretty
They're
cool
not
to ride the
new.
minecarts. The Enoma and Gikaku shrines both have you dropping the shrine crystal down a great distance, which is satisfying, but
6
they
years
have to
to
do
make
it
this
twice. Rutafu Toki, Ikatak, Jonyu, and Moshapin are all cave crystals. Sometimes there are obstacles, sometimes there aren't. All of them are very simple and reward you with empty shrines. The 2 remaining crystal shrines are just crystals hanging out in the open world for no reason. One is here on Lanayru Road and asks you to fly a plane through a waterfall, which is a cool visual, but you have to smash a lot of rocks to get there. And the other is in the Gerudo Canyon with a pre-assembled car conveniently located nearby. The last kind of blessing shrine, and I promise we're almost done with these, I'm sick of them too, believe me, serves as your reward for the small handful of shrine quests given to you by NPCs. This includes riding the giant horse, giving this Korok 5 golden apples, taking a quick walk in the woods and beating up this talus, buying the shrine rock off of this guy, and I'll throw in the one dive ceremony that rewards you with a blessing for some reason. That just leaves the Suariwak shrine, the one where you do the Yiga clan exam. Throughout the world, you run into these temporary Yiga bases and rescue 3 tailors being held hostage. Each base gives you a piece of the Yiga armor, and when you have the full set, you can enter the Yiga hideout as well as the Yiga Blade Master station, where you can take this exam. The task is pretty simple. Just offer bananas to these 5 frog statues. They're marked on the map, so there's not really much of a challenge in finding them, but needing to stay in disguise makes this task more interesting. The desert is hot during the day and cold during the night, so this mission forces you to think up some other ways to overcome the elements, by cooking, staying in the shade, or, okay, here's the punchline, you don't have to wear the Yiga armor if you're not directly in front of this guy. It's not like in
That's
the Yiga
crazy.
hideout where you take off a single piece of the armor and are immediately ambushed and kicked out. There's no penalty for doing this. It's basically just walking around to 5 glowing waypoints and offering a banana. This shrine quest has the same structure as the game's dungeons, by the way. It's not good here either, and at least the dungeons come with a boss fight at the end. This quest just ends with you being let into a room containing a shrine for some reason. It feels very video gamey, but I'm more critical of it being boring than of it being contrived. Something I haven't mentioned yet is that each shrine will have at least one treasure chest in it. These often have their own little puzzles associated with them, but they don't ever give you anything good. Even in Breath of the Wild, you'd occasionally find pieces of an armor set, but in this game, the best thing you can get from a chest is like a bundle of arrows, maybe a big zonite charge or a battery, maybe a zonite weapon or bow.
Yeah, the rewards from the little time I did spend at Tears of the Kingdom always felt like dog shit. I never felt rewarded for anything I was doing. And so I just stopped doing shit because I was bored.
Will break so quickly that it never feels rewarding to find them. I didn't get all the bonus chests in this video, and no, I'm not sorry. I still spent 12.5 hours of my life in the shrines this time around. I did my time. We still have about 70 shrines left to cover. Don't worry though, these can be grouped into categories as well, starting with shrines in which the solution is literally just remembering you have your hand abilities. Shrines like stacking a path, building bridges, and moving the spheres don't test your abilities aside from the ability to remember you have Ultra Hand. A particularly egregious example of this type of shrine is building with logs. Absolutely nobody was asking for this. We learned how to build things with logs during the tutorial. Not all of these are bad. Built for Rails is pretty decent, for example, but it's not outclassing any of the better Breath of the Wild shrines, and it's still pretty simple. There aren't any shrines that ask you to use fuse in a creative way, besides maybe More Than Defense, which teaches you about the sorts of things you can fuse onto your shield. This is bordering on being a tutorial, and it's the only shrine in the game besides Fuse's tutorial where it's front and center, so not a great showing for Fuse. Ascend fares better, but not by much. The shrines that ask you to use it are usually very simple, and the objective is never more complicated than go up. The only exception I can think of is a prone pathway, where you have to hit switches to rotate this giant cube so you can ascend to the top. It's a decent puzzle, but it's still a one-room, one-note situation that you can skip with a rocket shield. Jailbreak is trying to be interesting, and I appreciate it for that, but it is not succeeding. It's too short to properly develop its idea, and that can be said of almost every shrine in this game. By far the worst puzzles belong to the Just Use Recall group. This shrine asks you to line up these rotating sections.
Give me a second. I need to check something. Okay, sorry, I was responding to something that Sophie sent me.
The pillar and ascend to the top, and that's the entire shrine. This shrine has you hit a switch and then use recall on the shrine orb, and that's the entire shrine. This one is at least found in a cave, and a cave shrine that isn't a blessing is a very
Oh my god, it's almost 10 o'clock. There's still... Oh my god. This video is insanely long. That's crazy. I feel like I should end soon, man.
Possibly inside this round.
Because by the time I'm done with this video, even if I don't pause it all, it'll be like 11:30. But I'm so interested in everything. The rest is about story, it looks like, though, and maybe I don't really care about that. The story I thought was fine. The story is not where my problems with the game lie. It's with all the stuff they've already talked about. So, yeah, I'm gonna end. I will finish the rest of this on my own, because I do like the video. But, yeah. Happy face. I'm very glad we finished ZA today, finally. I think I was saying tomorrow earlier when I was talking about streaming Arceus. Not tomorrow. I won't be home tomorrow. Going to my mom's side of the family for Christmas tomorrow. But maybe Sunday. My fucking monitor stands got delayed until Sunday. They got delayed fucking a third time. I don't know when they're gonna get here at this point. It's crazy to me. They were supposed to be the first things here. My monitors weren't supposed to be here until like the first week of January. Then my monitors got here, and the monitor stands have gotten delayed like 3 different fucking times. Anyways, I'm pissed. I'll be back not tomorrow, but in a couple days. And maybe on Sunday I'll have the monitor stands by the time I'm live on Sunday. So maybe I'll have 3 monitors. Who knows? But yeah. Thank you as always. Sorry for a weird stream where I was just mostly playing Pokemon and grinding the same boring shit and then watching some videos. I feel like the streams have been dog shit lately, and I'm sorry about that. If like Pokemon ZA has been boring, me just grinding super tedious tasks. I know I've been just watching a lot of shit on stream, and I know that's not the most entertaining, but yeah. I'll be back in a couple days. Yeah, until then.